Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Multnomah County Board of Commissioners. Not just a regular meeting, though, it's budget day. Audience members, I'm going to start by asking you to please silence your electronic devices. I would also like to remind you that in addition to the audience in this room, we have people watching and listening online, so please consider your language in comments and testimony today. Today's meeting is a hybrid board meeting. Some presenters and guests will appear in person and some will appear virtually. For those presenting virtually, please mute your mic when not speaking, and when presenting, make sure to unmute your mic and turn on your camera. For those joining us in person to provide public testimony or present, please turn your mic on when you begin speaking so that the green light is showing, and off when you've completed your remarks so the red light is showing. And for all presenters, please state your name for the record before speaking or responding to questions. May I have a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Bryn Edwards seconds. Approval of the consent calendar. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. The consent calendar is approved.
Opportunity for public comment on non-agenda matters. This is a time for the board to hear public testimony, not for board deliberation. When it is your turn to speak, I will call your name and unmute you or call you to the presenter's table. I will set a timer for 2 minutes when you begin speaking and announce when your time is up, at which point please wrap up your sentence. We have 8 people signed up for verbal testimony and received 88 written testimonies, which were shared with board members and staff. First up, we have Lisa Spotted Elk, Alicia Flores, Autumn Booth, and Bree Williams. Please come down to the table if I've called your name.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Whoever's ready can go ahead and get started. Would you like to begin?
Bring that you, girl.
Yeah. Okay. And then don't forget to hit the button on the mic. There you go.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Baker Peterson, Commissioner Moyer, Commissioner Singleton, Commissioner Bryn Edwards. My name is Bree Williams, and I'm a member of the Ask Me Local 88. I grew up in Northeast Portland, where opportunities for after-school support often came through organizations like Self-Enhancement Incorporated, also known as SEI, and the Boys and Girls Club. Both provided safe spaces where young people could learn, grow, and participate in culturally responsive programs that complemented what we received in our traditional schools. My mother chose SEI for me, and it became a formative part of my childhood. At SEI, I took African dance classes and worked diligently to learn every step. Those performances instilled an ancestral pride that has stayed with me throughout my life. It was also where I developed a love for chess and learned the value of strategy, patience, and critical thinking. I still remember trying calamari for the first time during a field trip with Sisters Reflecting Beauty, SEI's affinity group for young Black girls. Although these experiences took place more than 20 years ago, they remain a part of the foundation that shaped who I am today. In 2014, as a young mother working full-time, I was excited to see SEI expand its reach through the Sun School program. As soon as enrollment opened at Boise Elliott, I signed up my 6-year-old son, confident that he would be in good hands. Through Sun School, he was able to explore a wide range of activities, including karate, music, art, and chess. When he chose chess at 8 years old, I was especially proud to see him connect with something that had been so meaningful to me in my own childhood. Today, my second child, who is a 7-year-old, also loves attending Sun School. Recently, after weeks of practice and self-doubt, he successfully broke a board in his karate class. He now proudly believes he's well on his way to becoming a samurai. Moments like these may seem small, but speaking from experience, they build confidence, resilience, and a sense of possibility that can last a lifetime. The impact of Sun extends far beyond individual stories. In 2023 alone, nearly 20,000 students participated in Sun programs, more than 20,000 households received energy assistance, and over 2,000 households relied on Sun-supported food pantries each week. Sun Schools United.
You can wrap up your sentence. You can wrap up your sentence.
Sun Schools Uniting Neighborhoods has truly lived up to its names. It is far more than an after-school program. It is a trusted community institution that provides critical support to children and families across Multnomah County. I urge you to continue supporting and investing in Sun programs and the families who depend on them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Autumn Booth. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I am an AFSCME member with Local 1790, and I work as a case manager at Do Good Multnomah's Roseway Shelter. I'm a grateful person in recovery. And next month, Roseway Shelter is slated to close, and I'm here to share my testimony and ask you to continue investing in shelter services. The unfortunate truth is that some people in our community are not ready for housing yet, and some may never fully be. Many of the individuals we serve at Do Good Multnomah have no family support, unmanaged mental health conditions, severe trauma, physical disabilities, addiction, or years of institutionalization and survival on the streets. I'm here today to represent and speak up for the people in our community who do not have someone else to advocate for them, the people whose mental health has never been properly treated, who fell into addiction and who became houseless for years or experienced abuse and trauma while living on the streets. People who cycled in and out of hospitals, jails, and the criminal justice system, because that was me. I personally experienced nearly a decade of homelessness. I know what it feels like to lose stability, hope, and support. I also know what it feels like when someone finally gives you a chance, believes in you, and helps you rebuild your life. Today, I have my own apartment, meaningful employment, recovery, and purpose. I now work every day helping others stabilize and move forward because someone else invested in services that helped save my life. Shelter is not just a bed. Shelter is safety, it is stability, it's often the first step toward recovery, treatment, employment, and medical care, and permanent housing. At Roseway, we serve over 100 participants, and I've personally witnessed people enter treatment, reconnect with family, gain employment, obtain housing, and completely transform their lives because they first had a safe place to stay and staff who cared about them. And even for the people who are not ready for housing, shelters still matter. They deserve safety, they deserve dignity, and they deserve a place where someone else knows their name, notices that they are struggling, and helps keep them alive long enough to have another chance. When shelters close, homelessness does not disappear. People are simply pushed back outside, where the risks of overdose, victimization, medical emergencies, and death become even greater. I ask you today to continue investing in shelter services. These services save lives because I'm living proof they do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Hi, Chair Peterson and Multnomah County Commissioners. My name is Alicia Flores, and I'm here today speaking as a member of AFSCME Local 1790. I was recently laid off from a housing retention program where I worked for the past 2 years. Our program helped folks successfully transition from shelters into permanent housing and provided ongoing support to help them remain housed and become self-sustainable. I have 5 years of experience in social services, and I have seen firsthand the impact that the changes in funding have had on both service providers and the people we serve. We are at a critical point. Even the people receiving services can see the effects of these funding reductions. I have personally witnessed what a strong retention program can accomplish. Before our program ended, roughly 95% of the individuals we served remained successfully housed. Urban Alchemy may report high housing placement numbers. Their housing retention outcomes do not always tell the same story. Retention programs are just as important as shelter beds. They help prevent folks from falling back into the streets and repeating the same cycle. I'm here today to ask that you continue funding and supporting retention programs because they are a critical part of keeping folks who have experienced chronic homelessness stay housed. My request is simple: keep funding local, invest in local union organizations that have been doing this work for years and that are deeply connected to both frontline workers and the people they serve. These organizations understand the community's needs and have demonstrated success in helping people not only obtain housing, but keep it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hiana Washday, my name is Lisa Jackson, Spotted Elk. I want to just read something I kind of wrote up. When people ask you for housing, when people ask you for mental health resources, when people ask you to not be hunted on their streets, when people ask you for clean water, all of a sudden our city is broke. I'm not here to fight for a seat at the table. I'm here to fight for the people who never were invited. The poor, the exploited, the people surviving violence, while the professionals hold meetings that these violence and making rules without the people and the people who are violently being in the community. People are losing faith because they cannot feel they can feel the contradiction that you keep asking, suffering communities to have faith and hope when you keep prioritizing systems over control and systems over care. You must decide whether you exist to protect the people or the people or exist the managing of the consequences of the exploit, because those are not the same. The reason why I say that is because the fact that I'm here to speak for students. To even thought that you were thinking of taking a SUN program, We need to understand that there's generations to come. This isn't about now. This is about 10 years from now. And this is about our kids. And I speak for our kids because I seem to be the only one that really speaks besides a few other advocates. It's not about everything else. It's about what's going to be happening in our futures. But to sit here and close down all these shelters and do all of this stuff, that's also going to affect our futures, because now you're putting yourself back another 10 years. Think about it. So when you're doing all of this, make sure you're thinking about the generations to come and not now. Because now is what got us where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you.
And humble yourselves. You're on stolen land.
Next, we have Tavarius Means, Kim Neal, Lightning, and Ezra Castellanos.
Good afternoon. If you're ready, you can go ahead and begin. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kim Neal, and I am the Construction Sector Lead at Work Systems. I am here today on behalf of Work Systems to ask you to support and vote yes on Commissioner Singleton's Amendment 1D that allocates $200,000 towards pre-apprenticeship stability and provides $1 million in benefits towards retention services for pre-apprenticeships and other training programs. Construction pre-apprenticeship programs are instrumental in connecting people, many facing significant barriers to a living wage. They provide the skills and support to succeed in their career. Work Systems manages the Community Construction Training Program, which invests in 7 community-based organizations that provide pre-apprenticeship training, career coaching, and retention support. Before joining Work Systems, I spent over a decade as a workforce development coordinator at Oregon Tradeswomen, where I worked directly with trades workers. I had the privilege of witnessing women come out of poverty and launch into a living wage. I saw women bravely leave toxic relationships because they made enough money to break out on their own and create a new life for their family. These women relied heavily at first on child care supports until their income and new career stabilized. I know many women who moved from minimum wage jobs to business owners. Nothing filled my heart with pride like seeing an alumni come back to hire recent grads. It's a full circle moment and shows the impact of this investment. The region's construction workforce system has taken years of coordinated investment to build. This network of partners has a proven track record of successful outcomes. Maintaining a consistent pipeline of trades workers will be critical when construction projects pick up. A lack of financial support could disrupt these services, weaken partnerships, and reduce access to opportunity. I respectfully urge you to vote yes for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ezra Castellanos. I am here with my brother, who could not find housing services he needed. He committed suicide in early May this year. We ran away from our house, our parents, due to sexual abuse and neglect. I'm a homeless youth that has stayed at Porchlight Streetlight, run by Janus Youth Programs. It has come to my attention that Janus Youth Programs, formerly Harry's Mother Runaway Youth, is still operating despite its contract with Multnomah County being terminated on December 30th, 2019. Due to COVID, it was prolonged to 2020. The county's Human Services Department entered a 5-year, $3.4 million agreement with New Avenues for Youth to replace Janus Youth Programs and its shelter, Harry's Mother, according to Oregon Live. On Janus's official website, in the contact section, the address 738 Northeast Davis Street is the same office and shelter as Harry's Mother. This building is currently not listed as Janus Youth or Harry's Mother on Google Maps, or on some old versions it shows permanently closed. Dennis Morrow is currently occupied. Dennis Morrow continued to run Janus Youth through Porchlight Streetlight above an abandoned apartment complex named Ace Apartments. New Avenues continued to screen in and refer homeless youth to the Porchlight Streetlight shelter. Morrow operated the shelter from 1980 until 2025, where Carmen Rubio was appointed executive director on August 1st, 2025. The latest post in the news and events section reads, "Mark your calendar for Dinner in the Vines, August 15th, 2026. This event is going to be held at Arbor Brook Vineyards, an invite-only wine club. The 15th anniversary of the event, where guests enjoy, quote, exceptional wines and a multi-course dinner as they dine in on the beautiful Chalahan Mountains of Wine County. The invite reads,"
You can go ahead and finish your last remark if you want to.
the invite reads, excuse me while I find myself. Along with spectacular views, gourmet dinner, and music, for 54 years, Jen has created paths to success by partnering with programs that prevent child abuse and youth homelessness and help youth recover from abuse. Please help us. Janus Youth does not exist.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Lightning. I represent Lightning Superhumanity Lab. One of the things I wanted to have a clear understanding from the commissioners and the chairs, do you have a NDA on any of the data center construction and development that is currently being taken place? And have you even spoken about that as far as on the environmental issues, from the water to the electricity, and also taking up a lot of the industrial land? Again, from my position, I think it's been handled terribly as far as on the data centers. Any data centers that were developed, there should have been negotiations to also build out affordable housing from these big tech companies. That should have been in every agreement. We should have had by now 10,000 to 15,000 affordable housing units developed by the big tech companies. We, Oregon, are offering them more tax incentives to be here than any other state. And we are not benefiting, the people are not benefiting by having at least affordable housing units put into place, at least money set aside into funds to go into shelters, which people are talking about. Nobody has negotiated that with the big tech companies. Who is responsible for that? Who has the NDAs right now where they can't even speak about it? Does the governor have that much control over the county and the city that you can't even talk about data centers? That you can't even talk to the big tech companies on what you think should happen in these communities when they build these data centers? Is that what is happening? Do you have an NDA signed to the governor and to the big tech companies, yes or no? And my belief is that you don't want to have anything to do with it because the governor controls it all.
Thank you. Thank you all.
That's all for non-agenda testimony. We can move on to R1.
Thank you. Yeah, we can move on. Thank you, Tasha.
We need to convene as the...
Yes, we do. Thank you so much. We will now adjourn as the Multnomah County Board of Commissioners and reconvene as the Multnomah County Library District Board.
R1, resolution adopting the fiscal year 2027 budget for the Multnomah County Library District and making appropriations thereunder pursuant to ORS 294.456.
May I have a motion? We always talk about switching hats, so there actually exists a couple of hats. I think there's one in your drawer too, of like the Multnomah County Library District. No, not everybody. There's only 2 hats somewhere. It might be in yours. Anyway, so we're physically switching hats. All right. May I? 100% more popular. Yes. May I have a motion? Commissioner Singleton moves. Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds. Approval of R1. So this is our first budget item. I'm going to give a little context for today. So this is our first budget item in a series of all the budget items we will do. There's about 12 of them today. We are going to, the first 4 that we will move through are all related to our library system, and then R5 is where we're going to start on the rest of the county work. So I'm happy to turn it over to Annie Lewis to talk about our amazing libraries.
Good afternoon, Chair Vega-Peterson. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for having me before you today. I am Annie Lewis, Multnomah County Library Director, and I'm joined here by Katie Shifley, our Finance and Facilities Director. I'm pleased to bring the FY27 budget for the Multnomah County Library District before you for adoption. This budget supports both our near-term operational needs as the library realizes the promises that we made to voters through the 2020 bond and lays the groundwork for more challenging years ahead. We have a strong relationship and connection with our community, and despite the economic challenges on the horizon, we are going to continue to find ways to grow and adapt with the community we serve. As always, I thank you for your leadership, your engagement, and your support, and we look forward to celebrating with you in a couple weeks at the grand opening of the St. John's Library. Katie Shifley will now cover the resolutions that you are voting on today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Katie Shifley. I'm the Finance and Facilities Director for the library. Our first one up here, you have a resolution before you that has one attachment that will adopt the FY27 library district budget. The resolution itself contains the appropriation amount of $142.7 million for the library district fund. The district capital fund has no appropriation amount for FY27, but does retain $94.8 million reserved for future expenditures. Adopting the budget will set the upper limit on spending during the year. The district board can incorporate amendments to decrease the budget by any amount and increase the budgeted funds by up to 10%. Attachment A refers to the revenue amendment for Library Foundation and Friends of the Library resources that you reviewed during an earlier budget session. And today you'll be voting on the resolution to adopt inclusive of those attachments. And we're happy to answer any questions you have on that.
Thank you so much. Did we have any public testimony on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one person signed up.
Okay, thank you. Well, if you want to take a seat behind you, and then we'll do public testimony and call you back up to see if there are any questions.
Lightning.
Yes, my name is Lightning. I represent Lightning Superhumanity Lab. On the libraries, I absolutely approve of your budget. And again, I want to commend the work that you have done on the development and the renovation of the libraries throughout. I think you've done really good work. And again, as I've always stated, I want to see more donations going to the libraries. Again, to the data center developers who have the most money, trillion-dollar companies that have no resistance from any of our elected officials. They've made no statements to any of these big tech companies to build more affordable housing, to set aside $300 to $500 million per data center they build into a fund that can be then distributed out through the communities for affordable housing, for shelters, for supportive housing services for the homeless. None of you have said one word to any of these big tech company representatives, but you represent the people. You represent the county. You represent the city. You've said nothing, and they have the money to set on the table easily. And in fact, a lot of these big tech companies would like to do that, but none of you have put in a request. None of you. Now, just to Annie Lewis, the director of the libraries, again, I'd like to propose that we do a second central library. I think it's time we need to project out a little bit on our population growth. It's time that we fund that. I do have a building in mind. I will have them contact you personally, the brokerage company, and I'm hoping what we can do is a lease on the second Central City Library. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ann and Katie, if you want to come back up. All right, we will go to the commissioners to see if there are any questions on this. We will start with Commissioner Moyer. Okay, Commissioner Singleton.
No questions for y'all, thank you.
Commissioner Brim Edwards.
I just want to know why you didn't mention the Belmont Library opening.
In Belmont. This summer, coming soon.
I don't have any questions. I want to thank you for the earlier presentations we had during our budget work sessions to answer my questions at the time.
Thank you. No questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, I want to appreciate all the work that went into creating this budget, a lot of really good meetings, and thank you for your great communication about how things are going, the plans for this year and out years with the library district levy, and just appreciate all the work. So with that, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Moyer?
I'm sorry? No.
And just to, I can ask afterwards. 'cause
Okay.
We have another one, so I can.
Yes, so this is their fiscal year budget. We're going to be making, and that makes the appropriation for their budget, and then there's going to be several more where we're going to be taking adopting the policies and taxes and all that.
And you did hear me mention an attachment, which is the Library Foundation and Friends of the Library amendments, which you reviewed earlier, and so we're asking you to vote on that all as one package together.
Okay, great. All right.
Commissioner Moyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the resolution passes.
R2, resolution levying ad valorem property taxes for the Multnomah County Library District, Oregon for fiscal year 2027.
May I have a motion? Commissioner Jones-Dixon moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds, approval of R2. Back to Annie and Katie.
Thank you. Katie Shifley, Finance and Facilities Director for the library. The adopted budget provides for ad valorem property taxes to be levied on all property. This action will authorize the library district rate at $1.22 per $1,000 of assessed property tax value. This is going to be our 7th year at this rate, which remains below the voter-approved maximum at $1.24.
Okay, did we have any public testimony on this item?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Singleton? Commissioner?
The budget note I had, we're doing that during the regular budget, correct?
Yeah, I'd asked Christian about that, I think, yesterday, and it's with the county budget. Okay, great. All right, any questions?
No.
Okay, I don't have any questions either. Can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the resolution is approved.
R3, resolution adopting financial and budget policies for the Multnomah County Library District for fiscal year 2027 and repealing Resolution 2025-035.
May I have a motion?
Second.
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Brim Edwards second, or Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds, approval of R3. Sorry, Tasia was writing Moyer and I was saying Brim Edwards, so I was trying to figure out who was actually seconding. I know, we had multiple seconds. Approval of R3, great. Back to Annie and Katie.
So we don't have any substantive changes to the library district financial and budget policies this year. The only changes to the policy are to ensure the overall accuracy of the data points and the language that are in it, and ensure that we have overall alignment with the county's financial policies. So we are recommending approval of this resolution that adopts our district financial policies for FY27, which have been reviewed and updated in conjunction with the county's chief financial officer.
Thank you so much. Was there any public testimony on this item?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. Any questions from the board? Commissioner Brim Edwards, Commissioner Jones-Dixon, Commissioner. Okay, no questions. Can we have a roll call vote, Tasia?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Aye.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the resolution is approved.
R4, resolution adopting and defining the funds to be used in fiscal year 2027 and repealing Resolution 2025-036.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon moves, Commissioner Singleton seconds, approval of R4. Back to Annie and Katie again.
Thank you. So the library district recommends that we approve this resolution to adopt and define the general fund and capital fund for the library district for FY27. There are no changes in the fund structure or definition from the prior year.
Great. Did we have any public testimony on this item?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. Any questions from the board? Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
No.
Commissioner Moyer, Commissioner Singleton, Commissioner Brim Edwards? No, I don't. This is the last item from the library, so thank you guys again for all of the work on the budget, and we'll look forward
you
to
so much.
working with you in the coming year. Can we have a roll call vote? Yes,
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
yes, the resolution is approved. All right. We are now adjourn as the Multnomah County Library District and reconvene as the Multnomah County Budget Committee.
R5, public hearing and consideration of a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2027 budget for Multnomah County and making appropriations thereunder pursuant to ORS 294.456.
May I have a motion?
Second.
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds, approval of R5. So this is the big one. So hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. It is very good to be here for a very important and meaningful day for our community. It has been said many times, this is an especially challenging budget year at a time in our history when so many people are struggling to make ends meet, when the cost of living is increasing. And I appreciate the hard work and commitment that has gone on from everyone in this year's process. So I'm looking forward to today's continued discussions. We're going to wrap up what has been an incredible, we wrapped up what was an incredible 21 budget work sessions, 3 budget listening sessions with the public, and many, many hours of thoughtful engagement. Everybody's going to have a chance to speak to the budget at the end of our deliberations today. But first, we're going to hear public testimony, and then we're going to turn things over to Christian Elkin, who is our county's chief budget officer, who is going to walk us through the next steps after that. So, Tasha, I will turn it over to you for public testimony.
We have 6 people signed up for public testimony. Our first 4 are going to be Noah Goldman, Xavier Entity, Petra Wilson, and Jackie Tate.
All right. Good morning. You're welcome to begin.
Good morning, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak this afternoon. So I've come before the commissioners before to testify about the shelter closures in this budget. I recognize that this is a devastating budget to go through.
I'm sorry, can you state your name for the record?
Oh, apologies. My name is Noah Goldman, and I am an AFSCME 88 union member.
Thank you.
Yes. So I recognize that you have been hearing testimony and advocacy from many different programs, for school programs for people in recovery, for programs for people who need work assistance. I feel like these are very important. What I'm not seeing in any of the amendments that I've been tracking, and I'm crestfallen because of this, there is no effort to refund the budgets that are being slated to close. This is straight from the Housing Services Department recommendation, as I've mentioned in one of my previous testimonies, where the shelter programs consisting of 20% of last year's budget are taking the burden of 40% of the Housing Services Department's cuts. And this is going to be devastating to the community. This is going to be devastating to the workers who have a unique experience to help that community. I feel like it's too late at this point, but what we can predict is just that there are going to be many more people who are not able to find a bed. There are going to be many more people who are not able to have a safe space to work with a supportive social worker, case manager. And that's where things are going to be for the next year, probably next year as well. And I'm devastated because of this. It's not just my shelter that's closing, it's many others. And we are there to work with the people, but we are losing that opportunity. And I see that there's that one 10 million move out of shelter fund that was allocated to try to find people placements. And I really feel like that can just be used to keep some of the other shelters alive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, County Chair Peterson and all of you lovely commissioners. I am here to say thank you for doing the arduous work of going through all of these budgets and finding out how we can best support our communities. You need my name for the record. My name is Xavier Entity, and I am a member of AFSCME Local 1790. And an employee at Do Good Multnomah's Roseway Shelter that will close July 31st, 2026. I am here to encourage any amendments related to workforce development and or permanent supportive housing to be voted yes on today, as this will support the housing and homelessness continuum of care, and a lot of the people that will be most negatively impacted by our shelter closures deserve opportunities to grow in their ability to earn a living wage income and have a chance to get into the permanent housing that they were not able to find before these shelter closures. And I say this because, as many people have said today, there are a lot of folks that don't know how to get in this room, that don't have a chance to get into this room. And so I hope that very vulnerable people in our city are protected and cared for in what is unfortunately a huge budget deficit. I yield my time.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
My name is Petra Wilson.
Oh, can you just hit the button on your mic so we can hear you? Thank you, Petra.
My name is Petra Wilson. I'm with Stop the Sweeps. The additional funding outlined under R4 is a smokescreen for state-sanctioned displacement. You cannot claim to prevent mass displacement while actively destroying 675 shelter beds. Moving people from a shelter bed to an imaginary pathway does not create housing, it creates homelessness. Person-level plans are bureaucratic paperwork used to justify clearing people out. Without actual available housing units, these plans only lead back to one place, the street. Once people are forced back onto the pavement, the county will inevitably target them with sweeps. Closing these 9 shelters directly expands the cycle of displacement, criminalization, and trauma. The costs that will be generated by these activities will far exceed any savings that you anticipate. Stop the closures. Stop the sweeps. Housing, not paperwork.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all.
Next up, we have Barb Marcel, Judge Michael Greenlick, and Lightning.
Good afternoon, Chair Vega Peterson and commissioners. I'm Judge Michael Greenlick. I'm the chief criminal judge at our courthouse. I know we've had multiple conversations about the pretrial program, and I know we're here today, or you folks are here today, to vote on the latest amendment. And we just want to make clear, as we did in the email that we sent out a day or so ago, that the funds that would come to the court through this amendment would definitely be enough to hire 7 RAO positions so that we could handle sort of the entirety of the pretrial program 24/7. The responsibilities of what used to be PSP, the responsibilities of what currently is the RECOG unit, and many of the responsibilities that the court already undertakes. This would be done with some effort, a reorganization at the court, bringing more positions into the pretrial program, and we think things would be vastly improved as a result. What the funds do not fund, especially in fiscal year 27, is any high-risk monitoring or high-level monitoring. There would only be enough money essentially for one person, and we don't think we could responsibly run a program with only one person. In fiscal year 28, there would be approximately enough money to hire 3 people. Right now, by comparison, Close Street Supervision, which does our high-risk monitoring, employs 8 people and can supervise close to 400 people. I just point out that the court taking on high-risk monitoring was never part of any of the discussions in the pretrial subcommittee. It was always thought that some county division would do this if it wasn't the sheriff through Close Street Supervision. Our agreement to sort of take on high-risk monitoring came as a result of Commissioner Brim-Edwards' proposed amendment that we received a month or so ago, and it makes sense so we can do an integrated program and do step down. But as Ms. Marcel can explain, we just would not have the funds to do that as part of, pursuant to the money that's coming from the proposed amendment.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, Barb Marcial, Trial Court Administrator for the Circuit Court here. Thank you for your time. We just wanted to reiterate that we do believe that the funding that's available for creating the 7 RAO positions that would be added to the court's positions would result in substantial improvements in our ability to gather information about the population of people who are released pretrial and really better understand what level of monitoring is effective and needed so that we could better manage this population going forward. So while there's not sufficient funding in the budget right now to completely replace Close Street when the funding for the transition from Close Street runs out, we do believe that we would be able to collect information about the population that's being released, really evaluate what types of conditions would keep their releases safe in the community, and determine what type of funding and what type of program would be needed in the future so that we could build that program incrementally, and the court could really assist with that once this structure is set up. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Lightning. I represent Lightning Superhumanity Lab. One of the main areas that I wanted you to focus on, and as you know, you are the funding mechanism for this, is I wanted to have body-worn cameras put on Multnomah County Sheriff's Department, emphasis on the patrol officers and the correction officers to give the public a clear understanding of any interaction with law enforcement. The only way that we can really make sure that we have an understanding and that people are treated fairly if they appear in court is we want to have that video and audio. We don't want to rely just on written statements from either parties. That video and audio dismisses cases. That video and audio dismisses cases to where we're not using these jails as housing for the homeless communities. We do not want to do that anymore. We want to have treatment centers, affordable housing apartments to where people can go in, receive professional services, not the jails, not the jails. And again, like I've asked the commissioners and the chair, why are you not talking to Governor Kotek when she's negotiating on all these data centers and giving them all these tax breaks? Why are you not talking to her about doing more affordable housing projects? We're just developing data centers in Oregon now. We're not developing affordable housing projects. If you look at all the data, that's what we're doing. It is the commissioners and the chair to have those discussions with the governor and say, we need affordable housing. We need additional money set aside for the shelters. We need that right now. Talk to the big tech companies that are putting billions and billions in data centers, but nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jackie Tate, Rachel O'Rourke, and Cindy Sierra.
All right, good morning.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. It's not 9:30. It is 1:50.
Yeah, we're all a little out of sorts today, I'm sure. All right. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Jackie Tate. I'm the president of AFSCME Local 88. We represent about 4,000 Multnomah County workers. Today I want to speak about accountability. Accountability is not just a slogan. It's a responsibility that this board has to the residents of Multnomah County to ensure services are delivered to the represented workforce of Multnomah County who deliver those services every single day. Right now, the choices in this budget will make clear what comes first, whether this board takes its responsibility seriously or whether priorities are shifting toward pet projects, political favors, executive loyalty, and management bloat at the expense of frontline services. Because the reality is this: county services do not exist without county workers. The safety net does not operate on mission statements. It operates on represented staff the people who show up every day in clinics, in programs, in field offices, and in communities under increasing strain. Currently, we are in a moment of real constraint, a structural deficit that is not going away next year or the year after. That means the decisions you make now matter even more. This is not the time for short-term spending that cannot be sustained. It's time to preserve the services and preserve staff. We're asking you to lead with discipline and accountability. That means prioritizing the core work of the county. That means protecting the Multnomah County workforce that delivers direct services. And that means making sure we are not building or expanding outside programs that will put us right back in crisis next budget year. If the county is serious about equity, then it must invest in the people who make equity real in practice, not just in policy. If the county is serious about accountability, then it must show it in this budget. This is the moment to stabilize the safety net, retain experienced staff, and focus on what the county is fundamentally responsible for delivering. We urge you to meet that responsibility, and we thank you for your work.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioner. I want to talk about values. Multnomah County's mission speaks of serving the community, advancing equity, and investing in people. Those are not just words. Those are commitments that should guide us through this budget decision.
Can you state your name for the record?
Sorry, Cindy Sierra, Treasurer of Local 88. Through our Save Our Services campaign, workers across the county have delivered a clear message. Vacancies remain unfilled, workloads continue to grow, institutional knowledge is walking out the door, and frontline staff are being asked to do more with less. Workers are speaking up because they care about the services they provide and the communities they serve. A budget isn't a morale document. It shows what our elected leaders truly value. If we value public services, we must value the workers who deliver them. That is why this moment feels so troubling. County workers are hearing that layoffs are necessary and services must be reduced, yet at the same time, the chair has stated that she will find $88 million for the Moda Center renovation. Workers are asking, why is there money for new initiatives and executive priorities, but not enough to protect the frontline staff who provides the services our community depends on? We hope you support the proposed $600,000 reduction to DCM, Director's Office, COO, including the Spark position. At a time when represented employees face layoff, rising workloads, and service reductions, the county should prioritize frontline services over administrative bloat. Before eliminating positions or cutting services, the county should do everything possible to retain represented staff, preserve institutional knowledge, and fill critical vacancies. The strongest investment this county can make is not in buildings or bloat, it's for workers. The residents of Multnomah County relies on us. Our workforce stands ready to serve them. We are asking you to stand with the workers who make this county run. Because our values exist not only in mission statements, that means they're just promises. If they exist in this budget, they become action. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all for public testimony.
Rachel O'Rourke isn't able to be here because she has COVID, but I have her prepared statement if I may read it.
Yes, you can read it.
Okay. So this statement is from Rachel O'Rourke. She is the Vice President of our AFSCME Local 88. Chair Peterson and Multnomah County Commissioners, my name is Rachel O'Rourke. I use she, her pronouns. I'm an essential Multnomah County employee and acute care coordinator with the crisis line. I'm Vice President of Local 88, representing 4,000 employees across Multnomah County. Six-figure managers do not stop psychiatric crisis or stop community violence. Frontline workers do. We must protect the floor of direct services before funding the ceiling of bureaucracy. Now is absolutely not the time to launch experimental initiatives, nor is it the time to continue funding top-heavy extra layers of management positions. Funneling critical tax dollars into six-figure management salaries while slashing frontline roles leaves the actual safety net hollow. forcing traumatized communities to bear the brunt of compounding public safety and the behavioral health crisis. Cutting highly trained, diverse staff who serve our most vulnerable neighbors is a catastrophic decision. These workers are the literal backbone of our county safety net. Because Multnomah County has declared racism a public health crisis, these workers act as frontline responders combating the toxic stress and health disparities that target BIPOC communities. When you eliminate these positions, you actively dismantle the very system that keeps people housed, healthy, and alive. These cuts directly betray Multnomah County's stated mission of equity and protection. Our diverse staff hold the precise cultural knowledge and hard-earned community trust required to navigate deep-seated systemic crisis. Once you break that trust and purge this institutional expertise, you cannot rebuild it. Do not claim to champion equity while simultaneously defunding the frontline workers who operationalize it every day. I call on this board to freeze management expansion, halt new programs, and protect the vital positions keeping our community afloat. Align your budget amendment votes with your stated values. Preserving these culturally responsive frontline workers is not a budget choice. It is an irreplaceable lifeline for community survival and the absolute cornerstone of Multnomah County's commitment to racial justice. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do that.
Thank you all. All right. That concludes the testimony, Tasia? Yes. All right, thank you. I want to thank everyone who has provided public testimony either today, at one of our public budget hearings, at previous board meetings. We also received hundreds and hundreds of letters that the entire board reads with public testimony, so I just want to really appreciate that as we now move into our deliberation on the budget. And I'm going to ask Christian Elkin to return or come up today, and Jeff Renfro as well, it looks like.
Madam Chair, I have cleanup budget notes from yesterday. Do you want me to just drop those?
No, not yet.
And
So,
one cleanup amendment?
so we are going to take on, so Christian is going to kind of walk us through a little bit with amendments. When she's done with her part, I'm going to ask if there are any updates to any amendments. I'm sure that everyone has some. And then we will go through all the amendments, vote on the amendments, and then we'll go over to, we'll take on budget notes, and then so we'll ask for updates on budget notes at that time. Okay. Oh, what about all my notes?
I won't be able to see.
Okay.
Just have confusion.
Always happy to get rid of paper.
We'll recycle.
Oh, thank you.
And Jeff, can I get one of those as well?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Christian
afternoon.
Elkin, County Budget Director. I use she, her pronouns. So you have before you a resolution with 3 attachments in 2 sections, the board amendments and the department amendments. Within attachment A, that will help us adopt the 2027 budget. As a reminder, adopting the budget sets the upper limit on departmental spending during the year. The board may incorporate amendments that decrease the budget by any amount or increase any fund up to 10%. Our adoption process is a bit complicated, and there are a few more steps than a normal resolution for good reason. We've designed this process so that a commissioner has the ability to vote no on any individual amendment, program offer, or budget note, and still vote yes to adopt the budget. It also allows a commissioner to recuse themselves from voting on a specific item if there's an actual conflict of interest, which has occurred in the past. To accommodate this, we'll be asking you to vote on each amendment and each section, the department amendment separately, and then we can vote on a package that balances the budget at the end. And then I'd like to turn it back over to the chair as we look at attachment A, which is a summary of the amendments, the board amendments.
All right, thank you so much, Christian. So I'll open up, are there any updates to amendments to share before we start going through the amendments? Did you have one? Okay.
It's super minor.
Okay.
And I mentioned this yesterday. I just want to make sure I had the right one. So I mentioned yesterday I dropped an amendment which took the cut out of the reduction out of my commission budget and designated the cut in my commission budget to a culturally specific mental health provider in my district. It's just $10,000. It's sort of a partial restore back. And so that there's not a hole in the other amendment, I have added back $10,000 from somewhere else. So I'm still taking the cut out of my district. I'm just directing it. I'm choosing where I want to have it directed versus having it chosen for me.
All right, thank you. Budget notes are later, yeah. Okay, I have an update. Do you?
Chair, for the record, is there a number that you wanted to reference as far as the amendment number, Commissioner Graham Edwards?
Do you have a number for your amendment?
Christian, do I have a number for my amendment?
If I could maybe, we may not need this. I think, so my team, I'm able to put another 5,000 into this out of my budget, so I would be amending number 43C to be 70,000 total. I'm just waiting on the paperwork.
So can I just say what I think I just heard and what I'm seeing here? So,
sorry.
To help us with everyone in the room who's...
Yeah, I already dropped the other amendment that makes my contribution back in. It's just I'm directing where.
So I believe that was Amendment 50.
51.
50. 50?
So Commissioner Singleton, what I would suggest is potentially, when we get there, I could table it if it's not necessary. But again, I've already dropped my other amendment, so.
Okay.
I'm happy to take a cut, just.
All right, so we have an amendment to update to Amendment 50.
Number 50, the offset is now a countywide administrative and internal support services reduction of $10,000 of one-time only general fund. So that's amendment number 50. And then that would make available, Commissioner, if I'm saying this right, Graham Edwards, the amendment number, I just was writing on it, amendment number 43B, then there's not a conflict with amendment 43B for your office. Is that correct?
I feel like this might be easier to do in a different order, just to be honest, because I've got an update to my amendment where it drops District 3's 1% reduction in 43B, and so that's removed.
So
I think we should just stack it up and then we can either table.
The way that she just described it is the opposite, I think, of what you're trying to do.
So we have this on the table as I just want to make sure, are you wanting to attach this to Amendment 50?
No, it's a freestanding amendment.
It's new. Okay, it's new.
Right, because yesterday.
Okay.
I made a cut in my budget and designated where it was going to go. This is just a backfill.
Oh, I see.
So that.
I have a point of order.
Yes.
I believe in our rules and Robert Rules of Order, we should go per amendment, and if people have changes at that time, they should introduce them that.
This is actually a new amendment. It's a freestanding one.
Okay. I just am like not able to track what we're doing.
Yeah.
Say.
Okay, so this is a brand-new amendment. All right, so we're adding that to the pile, and it sounds like as we move through all the rest of the amendments, we'll get some clarity on what's needed and what's not. Okay.
So for a point of order, then, if it's a new amendment, Christian, is it correct that it would be Amendment 52?
Yes, sorry, Commissioner, I did not recognize that this was a new amendment. My apologies. We have a lot of $10,000 on here, and I conflated them.
Okay, great. And so I do have an update to the, for my Amendment 37, which we can discuss when we get to 37. I want to just make sure that everybody has access to it. Okay. Great. Any other things to pass out at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll talk about it when we get to 43C, but this is an update on 43C. I'm sorry, I keep giving you one, and I know Jenny needs one.
Here, and then here's this one. Okay, anything else to hand out in terms of updates to amendments? Okay, great. All right, so now we are going to walk through board amendments in numerical order. For each amendment, I will need a motion and a second, then we will have our discussion and we will have our vote. Obviously, after a motion and a second is made, if there are any amendments to amendments, then we can consider those as well in that order. All right, so we have, we will start at the list with 1E. May I have a motion? Okay, we have a motion by Singleton, second by Commissioner Brim Edwards. So open for discussion on Amendment 1E. Commissioner, would you like to describe your amendment? I'm sorry?
We're not doing revenue amendments?
We probably are. Hold on.
I think money.
Yeah. We do need to. Yes, let's do that. Okay. Yes, we will vote on revenue amendment. So we'll do all the amendments individually, except for the revenue amendments. Let's do all of the revenue amendments at once so we can get all of those in order. All right, so we can get all of those at once. So we're gonna go back to the revenue amendments. Jenny, I know you're giving me a look. So we're going to table the current motion on the table for that, for revenue amendment 1, or for the amendment 1A. So looking for a motion and a second for adopting amendments revenue 1, revenue 2, revenue 3, and revenue 4.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. Any discussion? Do we want to have a description of those revenue amendments?
I'm just curious, what about revenue amendment 5?
That is not here on the list as a revenue.
It is here on the list, though. I'm just.
Yeah, it's on number 40 on the.
Sorry. So that was an error on our part because that was an offset, and we were doing a math exercise, and so we had put that at the top so that we could balance the math, but it was just portions of it were being used as an offset. So when you see the revenue balancer sheet that we have that now as it's being returned to general fund contingency and is available to the board through an expenditure offset. So we needed to correct that between versions of the process.
So for the record, Jeff Renfro from the Budget Office, he, him. So you'll see it show up in the balancer spreadsheet as well, but it's now titled Available Contingency to avoid confusion. And then in the description, in the actual amendment, it's been also changed to Available Contingency. We think we were just confusing everyone, so sorry.
Okay.
So you're saying that it won't be voted on until the order in which it's on the list?
Okay. So we have a motion on the table to approve revenue amendments 1 through 4 as a package. Any further discussion? All right. Tasia, can we have a vote?
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Bring Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes. The amendment passes. So this adds $2,840 in one-time only, no, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. $2,840,000 one-time only dollars and $325,000 ongoing dollars to our general fund. Now, we're going to go back to the amendment 1E. Thank you, Commissioner Moyer. We're going to go back to Amendment 1E, and we have a motion on and a second to consider that one, so we're back to discussion on that. And Commissioner Singleton, would you like to remind us of this amendment?
Thank you, Chair. So 1E will look a little different because we split off the Homeless Services Department employment programs through an agreement we reached with multiple commissioners. So Amendment 1E is now around the workforce table that came from 4 months of work sessions with unions, industry leaders, our pre-apprenticeship programs, and workforce development organizations that Commissioner Jones-Dixon and I led. These are recommendations that came out of that table, which include pre-apprenticeship stability investment, benefits retention, and then as well, we have a I have a behavioral health apprenticeship training that is one of the AFSCME programs. That piece is something that did not come from the same workforce table, but that came out of the ongoing conversations about the need to increase the pipeline of behavioral health workers in our community that we have been hearing from the health department for over a year. So this is something that I've been working on for quite some time. I want to appreciate Commissioner Brim Edwards for joining me to co-sponsor this amendment. And it is an attempt to help support the workforce in this community.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion on this amendment?
Just a brief comment. Thank you, Commissioner Singleton, for bringing this forward. Given this is the very first amendment, I'm also going to reserve the right, if as we get into the sort of back and forth among the amendments and the adding and subtracting, that it is a fairly large number that, as with probably everything else, that it might need a reconsideration. So that's my one caveat.
All right. And Commissioner Brim Edwards and board members, just to remind you, our board rules say that for a motion to reconsider, any board member on the prevailing side of the vote may offer a motion to reconsider prior to the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Jenny Madcore, for the reminder. Okay. Thank you. I will just say my comments. I really appreciate all the work that went in with the workforce table. I think there was some very good work that came out of it. So thank you, Commissioner Singleton and Commissioner Jones-Dixon, for the work on that. We've heard testimony to this, and it's my belief this is a really hard year to start doing new programs and new work, and that's a consideration for me in taking a look at some of these, some of the investments that we're making here. And it does use a lot of the revenue amendment. So that's what I'm thinking of in terms of this particular amendment.
So, Chair, I think it's important to clarify that this is not new work. This is work that we are doing that is underfunded. So the recommendations from this table was to increase the funding for the pre-apprenticeship supports.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And just to be clear, it is an additional resources at a time we're making cuts for other programs. So that's really the consideration. Okay, seeing no further Discussion, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
I do have just a quick
Oh,
comment.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Just yesterday when we had discussions, Commissioner Moyer, you mentioned that there are other pots of money here in the state of Oregon that funds this type of programming, as far as like BOLI and things like that. My concern is just the pay-fors and other things, the competing things. Could you share more about just what's available here in Multnomah County and through the state of Oregon?
Sure. There's both federal and state money. I'm not going to say I think it's enough for the problem, but it does exist. We are not the sole funder of these types of services. 1% of all highway construction dollars are sent to BOLI for apprentice and pre-apprenticeship programs. There's, again, through BOLI, funding for childcare for people participating in pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs. There's OWEA dollars. That is a federal funding source. I haven't been in those discussions in several years, so I don't know what the Trump administration has done. I do have historical context, and they have funded some of our excellent pre-apprenticeship programs. I don't question the value of this investment, but I do have concerns that because we are cutting so deep in areas that I view core county services, I have reservations at this time due to this budget environment, not the concept at all. I totally agree with the concept. It's a funding related objection I have.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
No.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the amendment fails. All right, we are moving on to Amendment 2D. Before we do that, though, Christian and Jeff, as we're going through these things and numbers are changing, can you talk a little bit about what that looks like in terms of tracking as we go through? Because as I said the other day, we are going to, I want people to feel free to ask for recesses if we need them to talk about things or rebalance. If you, the budget team, needs time to figure out where we are, I want to make space for that. So can you talk a little bit about what that looks like during this process?
Thank you, Chair. There's a lot of people planted in this, in vicinity of right now that are doing a lot of math and spreadsheets. When we get to some of the bigger amendments, we're probably going to signal to the chair that we want to take a pause, make sure we're getting the math right, and then coming back to you all and letting you know where we are in this process. Since we do have now 52 amendments, and every vote up or down will change that math, we want to make sure that we're actually producing a balanced budget at the end. So thank you, Chair, for the opportunity for us to go do math quietly for 10 minutes to make sure that we're getting it right.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there a motion on the next amendment?
2D.
2D, yes, 2D, thank you. I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. Amendment 2D, Commissioner Singleton?
Thank you, Chair. So Amendment 2D is an eviction prevention amendment. This includes a eviction prevention in-reach team that will have Department of County Human Services staff, as well as some culturally specific contracted staff to provide eviction prevention resources and linkage to ongoing services for folks in home-forward properties. So this program is modeled off of a successful program being implemented now by Central City Concern in some of their housing. The focus on the front end is home forward because of the concerns we have about that affordable housing portfolio in particular, and wanting to make sure we can help stabilize the largest provider of affordable housing in this community. The second piece of this is that it will include intake specialists at the Department of County Human Services who will be able to do all of the paperwork required to administer the Medicaid 1115 waiver, social housing needs waiver. So this is rent assistance that we'll be able to draw down from Medicaid, so it leverages about $7.8 million in federal revenue. It also is an amendment that supports a future amendment that we will discuss around recovery housing, where there will be staff who can be points of contact to access Medicaid rent assistance as well for the recovery housing amendment that we'll hear in a little while.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or discussion on this item?
I'd like to make a motion to amend.
All right.
Is that procedurally right? Am I doing that right? Is now my time?
Yes.
Great. Okay.
So, excuse me, Commissioner. Do you want to, should we get a second first, or should
do I
we
need a
describe it
second, or
before
can
the
I
second?
describe it?
So it'll be a brief description of what it is, motion to amend to ...
Yeah,
okay.
And then we'll ask for a second.
So I motion to amend, I love this idea. There are two competing amendments to restore program offer 25131C, which is, it says YFS eviction prevention support. My understanding is that is legal defense for eviction, support that buyback. And also to strike 25133B, the pay for, which is YFS eviction prevention. Amendment 29 has that same program buyback, but with a different pay for. This is just a preference on how to pay for it. I am hesitant, wow, that wasn't close. I am hesitant to want to.
Commissioner, one moment. So.
Oh, I need a second.
So our motion is to amend 2D to strike program offer 25131C and the pay for reducing program offer 25133B.
Yeah.
Is that
Yes.
correct? And do we have a second?
Wait, that's not what I understood you to be saying. You want to change the pay for, not the pay to.
Oh, did I say that backwards?
No, you didn't, but Jenny's summary said that you're striking both pieces.
So you're just striking the pay for?
Correct.
Okay. So the motion on the table is to amend 2D to strike the pay for reducing 25133B.
Did you have a substitute?
Okay, I'll say it again. Okay, I'm striking 25131C from the program offer buys, and then the pay for 25133B, which is how that one is paid for.
So just so I understand.
Hold on. We don't have a second yet for discussion.
Okay, well, I'll second, but I'd like to clarification before. Okay. I'm just trying to understand, there's three parts to it, and you're striking one of the parts?
The middle.
Right, so, but you're striking the restoration and the pay for?
Yes.
Not just one or the other?
Correct.
The whole line, okay.
So let me repeat it one more time. I believe what I said the first time is accurate, but Commissioner, I'll ask you to correct me if I'm wrong. So the motion on the table is to amend 2D to strike program offer 25131C, and then to also strike the pay for of 251338B.
Yes.
Okay, and do we have a second?
I believe Commissioner Brim-Edwards seconded.
I'll second. Can I have a follow-up question?
Okay, so we have.
We can get going. Go ahead.
Yes, so just to clarify, so on amendment 2D, we are now have an amendment to the amendment, which is as described by Jenny Medcourt and Commissioner Moyer, and now we are on discussion of the amendment to the amendment. And you can describe the rest of the.
I want to be very clear. I am strongly supportive of what Commissioner Singleton has brought forward with this amendment. This is just how we're going to pay for it conversation. This has tremendous potential to leverage federal funding and stabilize families in our community. I think it's exactly the right thing to do. I fully support all of the things that it pays for. I would just prefer, instead of funding the legal representation for eviction out of YSF eviction prevention, that we instead pass Amendment 29, which pays for that placement out of shelter. Neither are great. This is just my personal priority. I am extremely nervous about the vulnerability of families right now and the very strong likelihood that we will see a significant uptake in families with children who are going to be at significant risk of eviction. Placement out of shelter is also incredibly important. This is just I want to do everything the county can possibly do to keep kids stable in their home and not experience homelessness. And so that is just a preference difference on where the funding comes from. I love what this amendment is going to do. I am not trying to jeopardize the passage of this amendment. So if my amendment doesn't pass, I'm still going to vote for this because I think it's good policy, but I am uncomfortable with that particular pay for.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions and discussion?
I do. This is just a point of clarification. So are you saying that you think we get the same thing from a different amendment?
Yes, Amendment 29 is just that line of the eviction prevention legal services. It just has a different pay for. It's, I believe, the same dollar amount as well.
Close, but not quite, like $4,000 off. I'm not sure why. The budget dust.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. Do you have more questions, or is it? Okay. So one of the things that I really appreciated about this is that it is leveraging additional county resources to bring in additional federal Medicaid dollars. So can you clarify for me which parts of your amendment, Commissioner Singleton, allow us to receive the 7.8 additional million?
So the one that leverages the 7.8 million is in the first line. It doesn't have a program offer number. It says TBD, and that's the Eviction Prevention InReach Team, which is $565,000.
Okay, thank you.
And I will just say similarly, because Commissioner Moyer and I had this conversation about this pay for, and I think similarly, I feel extremely uncomfortable of reducing housing placement out of shelter with the totality of the amendments currently listed. Taking from that same program offer would leave us with $7.5 million. And I think it's important to uplift that we've heard clearly from both City of Portland staff as well as Multnomah County staff of the importance of having rent assistance dollars to actually help people get out of shelter. So that's why I'm uncomfortable with, and I think to your point, none of these are good trade-offs. I just am worried about the number of takes from that same program offer as we move through the budget today.
And I will say I share those concerns. We also have amendments that we've discussed that take additional, really large cuts out of the housing placement, $10 million one-time only, which again is really critical. I also, it's very hard and painful to reduce eviction prevention dollars when evictions are higher than they've ever been. But I also know that we are helping to facilitate the eviction prevention dollars that the city allocated, which are new dollars this year. And I feel like just in the balance of making the choice of which dollars are more, I guess, precious, is I feel more comfortable with this pay for than the one in Amendment 29.
And I would further say that with the failure of Amendment 1, I would prefer moving to Revenue Amendment 4 if we're going to find a different pay for, because that now frees up $608,000 there. And this would only spend a little over $200,000 of that.
So right now, we're having discussion on the proposed amendment to the amendment. And when the board is ready, the chair can call on the vote. If that amendment to the amendment passes, then we'll roll back to the main motion and we'll consider that. If there are further amendments at that time, we'll be able to consider those as well.
Thank you, Jenny, for making sure we don't get too deep. Any other questions or comments on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, can we have a roll call vote, Tasia?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Chair Vega-Peterson?
No, the amendment carries. Okay, so now we are back under discussion of Amendment 2D as amended. So we are contemplating the eviction prevention in-reach team and the Medicaid 1115 housing social needs waiver is the remaining part of that amendment. Further questions or discussions or action on this item?
I think that this has tremendous value to the county. One of the things that I think I have had the opportunity to work with Commissioner Singleton on is how do we stretch every dollar and every opportunity so that we can serve as many people as we have to make horrific cuts in our system. I think this is a very smart strategy. I'm really happy to see this amendment, and I think it has, I think it will keep potentially thousands of families or thousands of individuals housed during what is going to be an extremely difficult year. So I thank you for bringing this forward.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this? Okay, Tasia, can we have a vote, a roll call?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega-Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes.
As amended.
As amended. Okay. We will move on to the next amendment, which is Amendment 3C. Commissioner Singleton.
So Amendment 3C is a preschool for all amendment. It has.
Excuse me, Commissioner.
Oh,
Can we have a
sorry.
motion and a second?
Yes, we do need a motion and a second. Motion, Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds, approval of 3C, Amendment 3C.
So Amendment 3C is preschool for all. It is two components to this amendment. This really came from what we heard from providers in our listening sessions, both as a board and the ones that I heard from the preschools in District 2 around the gap that they were finding with wanting to open a new preschool and the challenges they were facing with permitting, the costs that they were incurring while trying to navigate permitting, and frankly, a very blunt but appropriate statement of, I'm a teacher, not a contractor. The other component of this, so that would pay for one limited duration staff at the City of Portland to do permitting for preschool for all classrooms. This is, I think, I want to thank the department as well as Director Pearl for her work in helping explain the need that's out there still for our preschools around these permitting barriers. It's not just new construction, it's also when they're renovating has been a challenge. And the second piece of this amendment is that we would be paying for 1 FTE of a county staff to provide clinical supervision. Last year, students at the Ballmer Institute had wanted to be a part of our Preschool for All classrooms. That was not possible due to lack of clinical supervision. So this amendment has dollars to pay for some of that clinical supervision. It is not a replacement of existing behavioral health support. This is in addition to the programming that is already happening within the department for behavioral health support in our preschool classrooms. I think lastly on the permitting staff, I think it's really important that folks know this particular position and the cost is specifically because they have the ability to cut through all of the red tape and make a lot of the decisions themselves as opposed to waiting on other staff at the county or at the city to make those decisions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or discussion on this item?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to motion to table this amendment.
Okay, we have a motion to table this amendment. Do we need a second for the motion? Yes, do we have a second?
Are you going to speak?
Well,
am I allowed to speak to it, or do I have to wait until?
First motion, then second, then discussion, then vote.
Okay, so now I can discuss it?
Be the courtesy second.
This is difficult because I feel like I don't have enough information. And I think it's worth a conversation in public with the parties involved. I'd like to hear from the Ballmer Institute. I'm not as familiar with them. I'd like to hear from the city. And I'd like to hear from the department to understand, how many additional sites do we actually need as we make it to full enrollment? What exactly this position is going to get us for this amount of money? I think that position, particularly in the city, would have been incredibly helpful 5 years ago. At this point, it makes me very nervous. I think you can maneuver and concierge somebody, and that is of value. But until there's the ability to address issues like, the type E occupancy requirements, which is, an issue that is not in the hands of the city, although we could talk about interpretation, that is a statewide building code issue. I'm not sure we're going to get, if we don't have enough people who need this service and they don't have the flexibility to really either expedite it or get some regulatory relief, that it's worth that investment. Maybe they can, but I haven't heard those questions answered. And then my second, I think there's potentially a lot of reason to do a partnership where we are doing clinical supervision. I still don't understand what these individuals will be doing. My understanding is this is a bachelor's level, not yet clinician, in a classroom. I've heard people call them teachers' aides. I've heard it called behavioral support. As an advocate for people with disabilities, anytime somebody uses the phrase behavior support, I need to know a heck of a lot more, because that can be anything from positive intervention to seclusion and restraint. And so I think there's there. I actually would love to have an entire hearing on this during our PFA discussions. I hate the idea of voting no, because it might be completely what we need to do. I'm just not comfortable because I don't fully understand what these investments are, and I feel really strongly about how we use PFA dollars. And so I just, as a steward, want more information. That's my reasoning.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to table under discussion. Any other questions or discussion on this?
So Commissioner Moyer, I guess, and Singleton, I'm looking at this, and it's because it's in other funds. Maybe this is actually a Christian question, sorry. It's other funds, so it's not the revenue amendments that we're going to put on the table. This is not impacting, you're adding and subtracting, correct, on those revenues. And those funds would be, in theory, available in a month, 6 months, because those funds will exist into the new year.
So I was actually just leaning over to Jeff. So that right now, that amendment is pulling from the dedicated savings. Once the budget is adopted, the contingency or the reserves would be available in the future in the Preschool for All Fund. The dedicated savings, the balance goes to unappropriated balance, and we do not appropriate that during the fiscal year. Not the reserve, sorry, just the contingency.
And to be clear, right now, our discussion is on the motion to table, not on the main motion.
Right, so what I'm trying to figure out is the motion to table it, is whether this is like, we're done, but the reality is, or not, the reality is if we didn't move ahead today, those funds aren't going to be spent on something else, they will exist. And the issues that Commissioner Moyer raised could be fleshed out. That's just what I'm trying to, like, the funds don't go away. If we didn't do it today, it would still be available at a future date.
That is correct. They're restricted funds.
Okay, thank you.
But we would pull from contingency if we did it after today, as opposed to pulling from where we're currently pulling from.
Correct.
I think I just would say it's amendment number 3, and so it was dropped months ago with lots of opportunity for conversation, so it's a little challenging to have the desire come up to me, at least last night, that there was concerns about this and having additional questions. So I definitely appreciate where you're coming from. I think that the department did a really good job of answering the why around the permitting staff when that came up during our work sessions. And additionally, talking through what the utility was of having the clinical supervision and some of that partnership with the Bomber Institute.
I think in my own defense, I have talked to you and your staff about my concerns since this dropped. I have been trying to get to yes because I do think there may be some there. Nobody outside of this amendment has asked me to do this. I have extensive experience with the permitting process and unfortunately extensive experience with the City of Portland's permitting process. I have a lot of knowledge related to our building code and what the fundamental issue has been for providers, which is the e-occupancy. That is not something that the City of Portland has the discretion to waive or change. So I'm not really sure what a concierge is going to actually provide somebody. I'll also say, in the 5 years we have been ramping up the PFA project, we have only had 69 facilities want to go through this e-occupancy issue, 41 of which are either gone through or going. I don't know how many more providers we need. I don't know if they will need help with permitting an e-occupancy. As a percentage of a workload, is it a full FTE, and am I willing to give that to the City of Portland? Like, I have expressed this. I don't think my concerns were taken seriously, and that's fine, but I don't want it to be implied that I came in the last moment and had concerns. I have a very strong feeling about protecting PFA. I also don't think PFA contingency is nothing. So it's not like we, in fact, couldn't touch that.
And to be clear, this is something that I have been talking about since we had our work sessions, because it was an issue that was raised by providers around their challenges in, when I had the listening session for District 2 PFA folks. So it's definitely not a new concept. I appreciate that you have concerns. I just think it's important to clarify that it didn't just come up when the budget amendment was dropped. This was something that, with our conversations around PFA, mostly around inclusion supports, but also the permitting issue that I continue to hear about.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions around this? Okay, I think, so on the motion to table, that's what's under consideration. To me, just in considering that motion, it feels like this is the opportunity to take the dollars from this revenue, from this pot of revenue, and if we didn't do it today and passed a budget, then we would have to find a different way to pay for this from, is that correct?
I don't think that's so.
I'm asking, excuse me, I'm asking the budget office to confirm that.
There would be the opportunity, if the board desired, to use the Preschool for All contingency fund, which is just under $19 million as budgeted right now.
Okay, but not the dedicated savings?
Not the dedicated savings.
Okay.
And that would then put, right now, we're at 12% for Preschool for All? 15% for the contingency.
Okay. Thank you.
10 for the contingency, 15 for the reserves.
Thank you.
And so we have a motion to table before the board right now. I just want to remind the board that if the motion were to pass, then this item 3C would be sitting on the table until the end of the meeting. If nobody makes a motion to bring it back on the table, then it stays there and will not become part of the budget, or you will not have an opportunity to vote on it.
All right, thank you, Jenny. Any other questions or comments on the motion to table? All right, can we have a vote?
Commissioner Moyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Aye.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the motion to table fails. All right, we are back under discussion of the amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, can we have a vote on the amendment?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, we are now moving to the next amendment, Amendment 4B. May I have a motion and a second on that motion, and the amendment?
So moved.
Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Singleton seconds. On to consideration of Amendment 4B. Commissioner.
Okay. This amendment is budget neutral. In January, this creates a 1 FTE economic development and workforce position in the Department of County Management. This individual will focus on equitable recovery, small businesses, and local traded sector, and implementation of strategies in the Building Trades Build the Future, a bold vision of climate jobs report in Oregon, and will also serve as the county lead in economic development work based on the recommendations of the Multnomah County's Economic Landscape Analysis Report that the chair and I sponsored last year. I want to note this is not a new FTE. It's switching it from the chair's, an FTE from the chair's office to the Department of County Management, with the intent that it would really be a county resource and a commission resource versus just a position that sits in the chair's office. And while comp and class will weigh in, potentially switch to a represented staff. And again, I want to just make clear that this is that proposal is for January 1 to address the conversation that the chair and I had around this switch.
Okay, so thank you, Commissioner. I have a question for you. So the $209,000 is a full year's pay for this position. So are you willing to accept a friendly amendment to make it half of that for half the year?
So I was going to ask about that because I don't know if that just was, I wasn't clear about the half year, or if it if it matters, the position, well, I guess the question I would ask is, it's not like the position's going to start in January. It's taking a current.
So this would, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if we pass this today, it immediately takes the $209,000 out of the chair's office budget and moves it to DCM.
Which is not my intent. So if it is a friendly amendment. I think this is the whole year, and it was just like wherever the position sits, so tell us what we need to do with the intent of January 1.
I'm going to let the county attorney go first.
So I will leave the math to you. But for procedure-wise, a friendly amendment is being offered by the chair, but in order to do that, she'd have to pass the gavel, as she's doing right now, to Vice Chair Jones-Dixon. So she makes a friendly amendment. It sounds like it's to make 4B for only half a year instead of a full year.
Would you like me, I passed the gavel.
Okay, so that's a friendly amendment. And then we look to the board to see if there are any objections to that. If there are no objections, then the friendly amendment will move forward and the board can consider that. If there are objections, then the chair will need to make a formal motion.
Okay, so I am making a motion for a friendly amendment to update the amount in this amendment to $104,750.
I second that.
Oh, we don't need a second on a friendly amendment, right?
Are there any objections on the board?
Oh, and
There's not such a thing as a friendly amendment. I mean, it's just an amendment.
Are there
I mean, it feels different, but it's not a thing in Robert's Rules of Order is that amendment rules change, I don't think. Anyway.
If the presiding officer wants to make it a formal motion, that's what they can do. Otherwise, unless the board objects, we can hear the amendment to 4B to change the amount to $104,750.
Okay. Any objections to the friendly amendment?
Are there any objections? No.
No. Okay, great.
So we don't even have to vote.
So we don't need to vote.
Yeah.
All right, great.
Further discussion.
Any further discussion? If not, Tasia, do we just move into the vote currently? If there are no discussion?
Sorry, could you say the dollar amount again?
It's $104,750. And I used a Google spreadsheet to tell me the amount, but if I'm wrong, then, okay, great.
And there are no objections on the friendly amendment. So we're going to move forward with board discussion.
On the friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Any questions, board discussion on the friendly amendment? Commissioner Moyer? Commissioner Singleton? No. No?
This is on the motion,
On the motion?
on the underlying.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Aye?
Commissioner Moyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones-Dixon?
Yes. I'm going to accept it.
Yay. Okay. Great. So now we're back to discussion on the underlying amendment as amended. Any further discussion on this item 4B? Okay.
No.
Can we have a roll call vote, Tasia?
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes as amended. All right, we're moving on to the next amendment, which is Amendment 5C. May I have a motion on this?
So moved.
And a second? Second. Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. Consideration and approval of Amendment 5C. Commissioner Brim Edwards.
So as we discussed very recently, this amendment would restore 3 FTE for the senior legal assistants in the district attorney's budget. These are 3 local 88 positions. And there was recently in the district attorney's office a look at how do they more efficiently process their cases, having, in terms of case management and case handling, how do they fully utilize both the lawyers' expertise with assistance from the senior legal assistants. The chair's budget eliminates these roles, which would go back to a much less efficient system and having attorneys doing work that the current senior legal assistants provide in the office and that make for a more efficient and effective and modernized workflow. And the pay for is Q1 vacancy savings.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're under discussion of this amendment. Questions or discussion? I will just say, these were positions that were put up by the district attorney for cuts, I believe, because they were vacant. I know that vacancy savings is a good way to pot of money to pull from. We have a lot of amendments that are using vacancy savings at this point. I would actually rather see these vacancy savings used to save positions that are filled in other amendments.
Okay. If that's the will of the body, I have a potential different pay for if this doesn't pass.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Okay, Tasia.
Can we hear the other pay for, or do we have to go through this?
We should go through this. Okay. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton.
No.
Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer.
No.
Chair Vega Peterson.
No, the amendment fails. Okay, we are now moving on to Amendment 6. May I have a motion and a second on Amendment 6?
Hold on. Okay.
Okay. So we have Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. Amendment 6, Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Thank you. This amendment restores a FTE program specialist in the Animal Enrichment Program and pays for it by a reduction in the Chief Operating Office's Spark unit. It's a vacant 1 FTE management analyst position. Since I've been on the commission, there's been several audits of the animal services, and some of the audit recommendations have related to actually the services that this particular position provides, and with a recommendation from the auditor that these be added back, that pets that have enrichment and get daily engagement more successfully transition from the shelter to permanent homes. And again, it was an audit recommendation. It is a restoration of a represented position. And I think it's the right thing to do. It's been suggested that volunteers could do this work, and that the animal shelter is already crawling with volunteers on a daily basis, but that's not a substitute for county staff that would do this work.
Great, thank you. Any discussion or questions on this amendment?
I am in support of this, but would really want to look at a different pay for, because it is a pay for that I also use in the pretrial amendment. And I don't know if you're open to an amendment to move to vacancy savings here.
I'd rather not. I laid this on the table, I think, probably the first week, and designated actually in my, I believe I we're talking about your pretrial that you introduced today? Or
Yes.
Okay. This has been, I think, over a month, been on the table as a pay for. So I think we should use it now. I can give you a different pay for.
I think we both had COO office, DCM office reductions in our amendments, and we talked about the conflicts that we have on a number of the same pay fors. So like I said, I'm supportive of the buy. I would like to, if you're open to it, change the pay for, since we've had some amendments fail that open up a different
I would
funding
like to
source.
leave the pay for as it is, but I will say that I am going to table 8C, which is about the same amount, so if you want to use.
Okay, so we can't consider it actually tabling it right this
I'm
second.
just
Yes,
saying,
yeah.
I'm just flagging that.
Okay, so would you consider using revenue amendment 4, which is the pay for in 8C, as a friendly amendment to this one?
I wouldn't view that as friendly.
You would not, okay. Okay, so there's,
I'm just going to state a principle, and I don't think this is going to surprise anybody, but I think we should share the pain. And so I was very deliberate in what this pay for was. I think we have a disproportionate number of cuts at the lower levels, and it wasn't just I randomly picked something. It's, again, I think we should have proportionate cuts when we're in a cuts year.
I agree completely, Commissioner. That is why for the pretrial amendment that I've put forward, and knowing that we were overspent on revenue amendments, I worked with Commissioner Singleton since she no longer had the COO office cuts in her employment services. I added the cut to the COO's office to the pretrial program, so I want to make sure that we are using those dollars in that amendment.
That was something that was passed out at the table this morning, just to be clear. This was, you can take another cut from the COO. I mean, I think we both, Commissioner Singleton, had $500,000 each of us, so there's, I will support other reductions as well. So if you want to put some on the table, again, but.
Yes, as part of the negotiations on the employment amendment, I took out my $500,000 COO reduction and said that I would be using that elsewhere. So absolutely, that amendment was dropped today, but that reduction has been a part of my pay fors for, and we have a lot of these where we're using the same pay fors. So the reality is that we're going to have a conversation at some point. If everything passes with the same pay fors and we're overspent, then we're going to have to come back to the conversation. So I appreciate you've said it's not a friendly amendment, and that's fine. I just think that it is something that I wanted to offer because I do support the buyback, and I support sharing the burden, and that there should be significant reduction in the COO's office. That's why I've put forward a $500,000 reduction for them. I just really want us to not walk away here today and not have a pretrial program and have people be put in jail instead of being released because we didn't do what we need to do to get to a good pretrial program. So that's the why for me.
And Commissioner Singleton, are you offering an amendment at this point?
Initially, we tried to see if it was a friendly amendment, but the answer was no. So I would offer an amendment to this amendment number 6 to use revenue amendment number 4 as the pay for.
I don't get it. You say that you
So,
support.
excuse me, Commissioner. We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second on that amendment? The amendment to the amendment. Is there a second to that?
Sorry, could you restate the question?
Oh, so we have a motion to substitute Revenue Amendment 4 for the pay for in Amendment 6. We need a second in order to actually discuss and consider that.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to consider amending Amendment 4 and substituting the pay for Revenue Amendment 4. Discussion.
So just to be clear, I heard that people support using the Spark position, so I'm not sure why the motion now is to remove that as the pay for. I was very deliberate in selecting the pay for, and it was selected weeks ago at the very beginning. We could look at when I laid this down. And so this seems like a little bit of, I feel like a little bit of gamesmanship to remove it so that we can vote to pay for something else. So if the vote for the pay for, take the other pay fors that are available, and I would encourage my colleagues to vote against the switching the pay for, because, again, I don't understand the objection to using it now if commissioners are supportive of the pay for, then we should do it now, and when we get to the pretrial, we can use other pays fors as well. So I would urge a no vote on the eliminating this, because this is a spread the pain pay for.
Yes, Commissioner, it is not gamemanship. It is absolutely a shift based on what you also said about 8C, and the fact that the same exact position that you're talking about is part of the $500,000 reduction that I am using in another pay for. So it's,
I put my pay for on the table way before yours, and if you're supportive of it, the vote should be no, so that we move ahead. As you've talked a lot about it.
I appreciate that.
You've talked a lot about it.
We can vote on it, and if it doesn't move forward, that's fine, but it is not something that, there is no gamemanship going on. I've talked to you about us having the same shared pay fors, both in vacancy savings and the COO's office for quite some time. And so we've both had the same issue with a number of our amendments.
I will just say, we can look at the chronological order. I put these on the table a long time ago. All of a sudden, the $500,000 appeared in your 1D when you decided to pay for it. But early on, I dropped this amendment. If you look at it, it hasn't been amended since the day I dropped it on April 23rd.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion on this, the amendment? Commissioner? No. Okay. All right. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards.
This is on the
amendment to the amendment.
No.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
No.
Commissioner Moyer.
No.
Commissioner Singleton.
Yes.
Chair Vega-Peterson.
Yes. The amendment fails. So we're back to consideration on the original amendment 6, which is a restoration of animal services. Further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, just one question. So, will he have discretion as to where or which position, or is it specific? Because it just says COO office position.
I believe he'll have discretion.
He will. Okay.
Okay. I think
as any manager does.
For this item, so this is a hard one. One of the first things I did when I was chair for Multnomah County was actually put a stop to animal services taking in new pets, because the situation was so critical of what was happening in animal services, and have spent a lot of time looking at how we can add positions in animal services. We've added dozens of positions in animal services, including enrichment positions, to have a turnaround there. And I think the work that has been done by our staff in DCS and animal services has been really phenomenal in doing that. When the department proposed their budget, they had a full cut of the enrichment program of 3 positions, and my budget restored 2 of those. Knowing that we are in a budget cuts and that we have to and that we have to end up with a balanced budget, I feel like 1 position cut is is something that we can do. So I will not be supporting the underlying amendment, and not because of the lack of value of these services, but just because we need to end up with a balanced budget. And I don't know how we're going to get there if we're voting yes on every amendment. Any other discussion on this?
So I just want to clarify, I heard Commissioner Jones-Dixon ask if it was a specific position, and the response was it is at the discretion of the COO. But this is from the DCM program offer, is that correct?
That's right. We get, as we all know, we vote on.
I appreciate that. I think you said it's a specific Spark position, is why I wanted to clarify that.
So maybe we can ask our budget office how this actually works based on how the amendment is written.
So sans elected officials, we typically follow the narrative and the intent of the amendment. So if the amendment is specifically for a position that is represented or non-represented in a certain program, we follow that, and when we implement it, we ask the departments to follow that amendment as written. I just want to make sure that we're being really clear that there isn't, I think, discretion to cut a represented position when a non-represented position was the one that was asked to be reduced. And we tried to specify it by program offer as well. And so I just, that is how we implement your amendments as you give them to us.
Okay. So and the amendment says Spark position, so it would be the Spark position.
That would be how we would ask the department to implement the reduction, correct?
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions or discussions on this item? Okay. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote on the amendment?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
No.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No.
I'm going to change my vote to yes, so I'm on the prevailing side of the vote for a potential reconsideration.
Wait,
not right now?
It passed. So I haven't. Okay. So.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, so, so the amendment passes. Okay. All right, now we are moving on to 7B. And can I have a motion and a second on 7B for consideration?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Moore seconds. Consideration of Amendment 7B.
Commissioner Moyer, do you want to take this, or do you want me to?
Sure. I have talked many times about the need to have a I want to make sure I'm reading the right one. This is the civil commitment? Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm like, wait, this is the right one, right? Yes, sorry. The work of this position is one that should be highly specialized and not filled by a rotating cast of, I'm sure, excellent attorneys or students, but with somebody who really understands behavioral health and understands the unique needs of individuals who need emergency psychiatric treatment. We are lucky to have somebody currently in that position with such a background. it is a very, very serious thing when the state moves to civilly commit somebody against their will. And it deserves to be treated as a very serious thing, and it deserves to have someone in that role representing the people who have expertise and understand the nuance of the law and seeks to find the best outcome for an individual. And I just feel it is incredibly important that we not turn this into a assignment somebody gets stuck with who doesn't, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but if this is not your everyday and it is not your expertise and you are going before a judge and asking to involuntarily treat somebody against their will, that person deserves that you actually know what it is that you're doing, why, how the state came to that conclusion, and have the ability to view each individual with nuance and figure out the best path forward for them. So I am strongly in support of this amendment.
I'll also just speak to briefly to the pay-to, because we did get some communications about the pay-to of like, why can't you even make, this is the pay-for, just for those who are following, are for, it's increasing the tobacco retail license fee. And being good public health advocates that we are, we have increased the fee, but also increased the fee for violations. And when the suggestion was you should increase it even higher, I believe we are at the ceiling right now. We tried to do it more, but I think we were told we had to reduce it. Is that correct, Christian?
We're at the statutory maximum.
Yeah. So just so people know, we are at the max. It also, this came about because we were going through the fee schedule, and we have some fees in which it's 100% full cost recovery, and surprisingly, this was one place we didn't. So this is full cost recovery, and what we did is we took the general fund that had been paying for not the full cost recovery, that had been subsidizing the program, and we moved the general fund out and substituted in the new fee revenue, and are using the general fund as the pay for. This is also a represented position, not of local 88, but of the Deputy DA's Association.
Okay, great. Any further questions or discussions on this item? Okay, and so my understanding is that this amendment increases the tobacco retail licensure fees by 73%, and then those new fees go into effect July 1st. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe they are July 1st. We have a couple that are January 1st, but these would be July 1st.
These are July 1st. Okay, great.
And I'm hoping the health department is saying yes to that behind me.
Who is?
And these would be fees like.
Yes, you're getting a double thumbs up.
So these would be fees for retailers who sell cigarettes to minors and things like that, or violate the rules.
If that was a question, the answer is yes.
It's just a question generally in the audience. It's an assertion.
It's the fee, it's all of the fees, right? It's the fees to have license.
It's the license, but it's also for all the violations, including for like repeat violators.
Great. Okay. Any other questions or discussions on this item? Okay, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brenda Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, moving on to Amendment AC.
Yeah, I'm going to move to table this, but I'd like to just offer an explanation.
Okay, we have a motion to table AC. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead.
So I'm going to table this. I originally offered it. I think it's the right thing to do when the Trump administration
Excuse me,
is...
Commissioner Edwards, Burma Edwards, just a matter of procedure. This is slightly different than our normal board meetings, and so your 8C isn't on the table until we actually move to put it on the table. So if you don't want to consider it right now, we actually don't need a motion to table.
Oh.
Okay, well, I'd like to at least explain. So you were the one who said I needed, the chair said I needed to move to table it?
I think it's just a slightly different procedure here because...
Tell me what I need to do. I just want to make a statement, and I can I'll do it whatever way you tell me is the right way to do it. I just want to explain why I'm doing it.
Okay, and so with the chair's approval as presiding officer, Commissioner Brim Edwards could simply say that she's not going to be offering 8C at this time.
Great. And I will go ahead and make your statement.
Thank you for the courtesy.
Yes.
So I originally offered this amendment because with the Trump's administration attacks on elections sort of across the country and really trying to undermine both democracy and also fair elections by calling into question the credibility of it, I felt it was important based on the recommendation we received from the auditor and from the department, their request to have a GIS or Geographic Information System expertise within the Department of Elections so that essentially the maps that are integral to how we all vote of all the different jurisdictions that we live in, that we had expertise within the elections office. In 2024, the primary, we had a mapping related error. And so this was to embed the expertise within the elections office versus borrowing it from the Department of County Assets. Based on a conversation with the chair, the question of does this position, could they, when they're not doing election-related alert, could they be in DCA? And I did amend it, which is how we got to 8C, to indicate that this could be used. I'm withdrawing it not because I don't believe it's needed, but because it would be a new position, and I am hopeful that with expertise that we have at the county, working with the Department of County Assets, that we can get that expertise within the elections office when it's needed. So it's not that I don't think it's needed. It is a new position in a time when we're making other reductions. So it's sort of with that spirit that I would hope, I know we all want to have fair elections and we don't have errors on the ballot. So that's the reason why I'm withdrawing it, and I would hope that as we move forward, we have another way to solve for the auditor's recommendation and for the need that the Elections Division has.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner. So we will not consider Amendment 8C. Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yes, great. Thank you, Chair. Just want to know if we can take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so there's a request for a 5-minute recess. I will grant the request for a 5-minute recess. We are in recess for 5 minutes. Wait. To take our next item, 9B, pretrial transition, and move it down in the agenda to where we're having the conversation around pretrial later at 37. So we're going to move that down to 37. All right, so you're welcome. So now we are going to move on to Amendment 10B. And do I have a motion on 10B?
Second.
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. Consideration of Amendment 10B, Commissioner Broome Edwards.
Yeah, I'm happy to bring this forward with Commissioner Singleton. Thank you for co-sponsoring. This amendment is budget neutral and moves a minimum of $1 million of the $10 million in added one-time general funds for general rapid rehousing to adequately fund person-level transition plans for every person who are currently in shelters that are being closed through housing placements and shelter beds, and so people aren't returned to the streets or into our neighborhoods. Further, this amendment requires the county articulate how it will prevent any current shelter participant from returning to unsheltered homelessness by developing and sharing a detailed person-level transition plan for all individuals affected by potential shelter closures. We already are receiving sort of regular updates on some of the current ones that are happening. In addition, I made an amendment to this that made clear that if less than $1 million was used, that the funds would be returned back to program offer 30200B, Safely Off the Streets, shelter ramp down. And I know this has been a huge concern for the shelter providers, for people who work there, and also for individuals in shelters that the shelters just don't close without some sort of plan, and also financial resources to assist with that. Commissioner Singleton?
Of course, I put food in my mouth. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate you bringing this forward. I think this is something that we did similarly for the shelters closing this year, essentially trying to take it out of having to go through an allocation process and making sure that there's dollars in the hands of the shelters that are closing and then early in the next fiscal year to support folks. So really appreciative of this work, and I know that the providers have advocated for it. So I think it's just a really important part to, again, make sure we're not delaying getting these dollars out to those specific shelters while the rest of the dollars go through an allocation process.
Great, and I will just say I appreciate the agreement and the modification, Commissioner, to have any leftover dollars transition back to the original program offer. The $10 million of one-time only housing placement dollars are intended to help with the transition for folks who are in shelters that are closing to move to more stable, permanent housing situations, as well as for the rest of our shelter population to have resources to help them move on to more stable, permanent positions. And so any unused dollars making sure that they're continued to have that impact and do that work is going to be really vital for us to be able to house the people that we need to this year. I also appreciate that this is an additional allotment in the program offer to the initial dollars that I put in to make sure that we could have a stable transition plan for those that are expected to close in August. Any other discussion on this item? Okay, can we have a roll call vote, Tasia?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega-Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, we are moving on now to Amendment 11. May I have a motion and a second on this?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Moyer moved, Commissioner Brim Edwards second. Which one, you are both on this amendment? Who would like to?
As a courtesy, it's in Commissioner Moyer's district, so please frame it up.
Thank you. This is an amendment to add $1.5 million in one-time general fund capital funds to the Lone Fir Cemetery monument in the, is it called Section 14? Lot 14, sorry, it's Lot 14. For those who have not followed this issue, Lot 14 in Lone Fir Cemetery in my district, just down the street, is the historical burial site for the early Chinese community of Multnomah County. It was a place where over 3,000 individuals were buried at one time, over time, and where remains still exist. In the 1950s, from an action of Multnomah County, the historic altar and other memorial-related structures were demolished so that we could build a parking lot and a maintenance building. After that was decommissioned, under a different board, Multnomah County did a exploratory excavation and found some human remains. Through the continued advocacy of the Chinese community, the land was not sold and transferred with the entire cemetery to Metro. Metro has dedicated significant resources to commemorating Lot 14, but Multnomah County, in our attempt to make reparations to the harm that we have done to this community, previously gave $1 million, and in my recollection of conversations, a commitment this year to dedicate another 1.5, particularly earmarked for an altar to replace the historic altar that we demolished. I feel morally obligated to follow through. I do not want to cheapen the apology that we made officially to the Chinese community by not following through on a commitment of which they and I believe were made. And therefore, I am joining with Commissioner Brim Edwards to use one-time only capital construction funds that had been dedicated to an unspecified location for an unspecified price of a future potential vector control, which, yes, we will need. But I think that we need to follow through on our commitments, and that is why I am supporting and proposing this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
So I'm just going to add, so just as to add to the sort of historical record, so on June 26, 2025, last year, at the sort of end of our fiscal year, we had a meeting that I think we really did the right thing for our community, in which we, although none of us were alive, well, maybe I was alive, but at the time I was very young, that the desecration of the cemetery happened, that this commission committed in its words to apologize and address the historic harm that had happened. We also adopted a budget note that said this commission would prioritize the remaining funding. And on April 4th, 2026, we all stood again with the community on the site of the Lone Fir Cemetery Block 14 and read the apology to the community. And I was frankly shocked that there wasn't any money in the budget. And to me, if we don't, we need to marry our actions with our words. And otherwise, in some ways, they'll just be words, and it will be, I feel, just adding on to sort of the harm and the hurt we have inflicted upon a community that was very marginalized, and I think this is just the right thing to do. And I'm with the Commissioner Moyer of, I view this as like a moral obligation to, because it wasn't just somebody did it, like Multnomah County did it. So I hope this is adopted unanimously.
Thank you. Further discussion on this item?
Yeah, I'll just build off of what you shared so far. As a former funeral director for almost 2 decades, I feel like it is our moral obligation to correct the wrong, and we did make a commitment a year ago. So I'll just leave it there. I've said what I said over the past year, and just want to say thank you for bringing this forward and representing your district well.
Thank you.
I am going to be supportive of this amendment. I think we all know that vector control is something that we will need in the future, and I appreciate the responses from the department about the impacts of this. I think we all are doing this understanding that next year we have to find additional dollars to make sure that we have what we need to get vector control back up and running when we're evicted from the building we're currently in. So I know that it's been a lot of work to get here, and I just want to appreciate staff's time in helping us understand all the machinations and moving pieces.
Thank you. And I think I've said this in our meetings in considering this. I will say that for me, it's not that Multnomah County doesn't have a role to play in this. This is what I put $1 million for this in my budget last year. I've been disappointed with the way that Multnomah County was engaged in this process. Metro put this on as part of their a bond project that they put out to voters before COVID. This was a long planned project from Metro, and we had engaged with them about the apology and the formal way that we can support this work. And and when this came to me as chair, I was like, absolutely, we can't have, there shouldn't be any question about us as an organization, us as a county, as a government entity, taking responsibility for past actions that we did as a government entity. What has been concerning to me is that there have been increased costs for this project, increased expenses for the project as it was originally budgeted by Metro, and they just came to us last year to ask to help fill that gap. Not bringing us in earlier when we had a lot more one-time only dollars and had more flexibility, but really at times when we, both years where we've had cuts budget. So this is, and knowing that we continue to have cuts budget, again, FY29, when we are going to, really have to be thinking about that vector control project. We are estimating a $30 million general fund deficiency. And so I've been continuing to work with Metro, push them to see if there are additional dollars that they could put into this project. They have said that there are not. So I'm going to be supportive of this. I want this project to get done. I want it to get done in the way that it's been promised to the community. And Multnomah County is going to step up and do that. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Tasia.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega-Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. All right. Moving on to Amendment 12C. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All right, Commissioner Jones Dixon moves, Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds. Approval of Amendment 12C, Commissioner Jones Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I do have an additional amendment yesterday when I presented on this, if we can pass this to Christian. Pretty much what this amendment does, it fully restores the Gresham Homeless Services out in East County. Initially, we set aside $1.2 million because that's how much we had set aside initially. We found out from the chair's office and from staff that they set aside $400,000 going into fiscal year 27, and the amendment that I'm passing out. Actually, let me pause. County Attorney, I have an amendment to the amendment that I have initially. Should I pass this out first, or should I just describe?
So we've already had a motion and a second to hear 12C, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So therefore, if you want to make an amendment, you can do so and pass it out, and if you get a second, then you can discuss the amendment.
Okay.
Can you just substitute it?
That's a good question.
Because it's the
What you
same
can-
amount.
Yeah, you can either do an amendment, or you can do a motion to withdraw because you're the maker of the motion. So you could ask to withdraw, and if there are no objections from the board, then it's withdrawn and you can offer the new one. So you have a couple avenues available.
Okay. I will offer to withdraw.
Are there any objections to the motion to withdraw? No. Okay, the 12C is withdrawn. Do we have a 12B?
And we have a 12B.
Okay, would you like to make a motion to consider 12B?
I would love to make a motion to consider 12B.
Do I have a second?
D.
Oh, D. D.
Do we have a second?
Number 12.
Yes, we have a second. Yes, so Commissioner Jones Dixon moves, Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds, consideration of Amendment 12D, as in David, not cookie.
Perfect. So again, colleagues, this amendment fully restores the work that the Gresham Outreach Team or the Gresham Homeless Services Team is doing in East Multnomah County. The Homeless Services Division set aside $300,000, I'm sorry, a little over, or $489,000 for the Gresham Homeless Services Team. The amendment that's before you, it's an additional $731,000 to fully restore the work that they've been doing over the last 5 years. And it's not just outreach, it's inreach, it's case management, rental assistance, and that takes place in Gresham. Any questions?
It just has program offer numbers, so I'm struggling with which program offer, like what is the actual content of the program offers that you're pulling from? Or even title of them?
So their program offer 30210, which I think is safety on
on
the
or
streets,
off,
which is outreach. And then 30302A, which I don't remember exactly what that one is.
We'll pull that up right now.
And to clarify, the offset for 12D is the same as it was for 12C. Is that correct, Commissioner?
That is correct, yes. Yes, it's safety off on the streets, and the second one is shelter to housing.
Oh, the $10 million, one time only.
Correct, yes, one time only.
And how much from each?
That is, staff is sending that to me. While we pull that up, staff is pulling up how much for each. Any other questions?
So,
And we weren't specific, we were going to give discretion up to HSD as far as the allocation. The Homeless Services Division.
So Christian and Jeff, so the intention was to leave it up to the discretion of HSD, but I believe to vote on it today, we need to have certain amounts.
So we will bring it back with an additional amendment.
Okay.
And just for reference, program offer number 30302A is one-time only dollars. So a portion of this would be one-time only.
Okay.
And then while that's happening, it looks like I'm not sure what the impact on the safety on the streets would be. It looks like the impact statement only speaks to 30210, which is the one-time only.
So should we have HSD?
Table and come back.
So, yeah, so it feels like there's some more information that is going to be needed on this one from both the District 4 office and from the Homeless Services Department. And so it's taking money, I'm sorry, yeah, so so I think we should table this until we have more definite information, if you're open to that.
Yeah, we can.
So are we going to table it to like a time certain or like an order in a certain? I don't want to do it at the very end.
I think we're going to have to do it at the very end. I think that's the only way to be fair for the other amendments that might be ready to go.
Your staff's saying no.
Okay, how much time do you think your team will need to do this?
5 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. We can recess for I'm going to give you 90 seconds. We're in recess. everybody. We are reconvening. Okay, so we're under consideration of Amendment 12D, Restore City of Gresham funding. There was some work being done to clarify exactly how this was going to be paid for. So I will turn it over to Commissioner Jones-Dixon to help take us through this path.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for thank you for your patience. So I updated the amendment to reflect where the funds were coming from. It's going to come from 30210, safety on the streets, and in 30302A, placement out of shelter. And we just split it between the two, so $365,000 each, and this would be ongoing for homeless services in East County.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. So I think there's still that outstanding question then of what the impact would be on 30.
It's the same. So it's the same.
30210.
30210.
So the impact
Yeah.
statement only
Yes.
spoke to 30302A, and I'm not sure if that is because, if there were changes, but I just was asking for what the impact is on 30210.
And by way of point of procedure, Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Oh, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, by way of procedure, are you seeking to withdraw 12D and offer a 12E like you just passed around, or do you want to amend, are you making a motion to amend 12D?
I would like to make a motion to amend 12D.
Okay, do I have a second? Second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay. Great, so now we are under consideration of amendment to 12D, and I believe the Commissioner has explained the amendments that he would like to make to 12D. And now we have some questions for HSD on that. And I think, excuse me, I was looking at the impact statement and it had a different program offer than what's on here. So I didn't know if that was a typo or what. So I just wanted to get clarity on this.
So I can speak to impact. I have a clarifying question. Are you taking the 731 all from 3302A? Or are you splitting it between 3310?
It should be all from 30302A.
Okay.
That is not the motion on the table.
I just, yeah.
I think what the commissioner needs to do is actually pull that piece of paper back from everybody's hands.
Okay, so-
And the intent was to just drop 303, let me put my glasses on, 30210, drop that from the offset, and the offset would be 30302A.
Correct.
And
Okay,
that is
I
an
can help with that
ongoing
procedure.
program offer.
I can help with that procedure.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I understand, and Commissioner, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're seeking to withdraw 12D and the proposed amendment.
Correct.
Are there any objections from the board about the Commissioner withdrawing 12D and the amendment?
No.
Okay, so there are no objections. So 12D and the amendment are withdrawn. And now Commissioner Jones-Dixon would like to make a motion to offer 12E as an ERIC, which is identical to the original 12D, except that the sole funding offset will be to 30302A. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Jones-Dixon moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. Consideration of the amendment to drop program offer 30210 and fully fund amendment 12E, excuse me, D from 30302A. All right, and Anna, thank you for being here. Could you help us explain these impacts?
I can just confirm the impacts are actually the same of the original amendment because the 731-712 was the only funding actual reduction. So that impact that you have in front of you from the previous amendment is the same.
which is a reduction of 56 households from the placement out of shelter offer. It is the base offer, not the $10 million additional placement out of shelter.
So it is ongoing dollars?
Yes.
Okay, 56 placements. Okay, any further questions for the department on that? Are we clear?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anna.
No, sorry, no, not questions for the department. I think I'm getting a little lost, though, now on where there's shared pay-fors, because this amendment does not show up on our sheet about reducing additional at this dollar amount. So I'm unclear on what the total dollar amount now is that would be potentially being pulled from additional placement out of shelter.
Commissioner, so this amendment as written does not pull from the
Gotcha.
additional placement out of shelter, and
Gotcha.
that's where you're looking for it. And so we'll check our pay-fors to find where we have it in there, and if we don't have it in there, we can re-update that spreadsheet for everybody. But it wouldn't be the additional placement out of shelter, because this would be an ongoing allocation.
And just
So
as
it's not OTO as was earlier discussed, it's actually ongoing.
It is ongoing. That was my mistake.
No, it was my mistake. But thanks, Christian. Yeah, no, it was my mistake. I was saying the wrong program offer. So it's the underlying placement out of shelter program offer that the department has, not the additional one-time
Not the
only.
OTO.
Yeah. And the reason it's not on this is because it's not a duplicate offset. It's the only offset from that program offer.
And Commissioner Jeff just confirmed that we do not have that 30302A offset anywhere else
Yes,
in any
thank
other
you. It was
amendment.
the OTO that was confusing me.
And so I think that amount is still correct in that spreadsheet.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we are back under the consideration of the amendment. 12E. 12E, yes. All right, questions around this? Discussion around this item?
So, Commissioner, I'm supportive of what you're trying to do around additional outreach in Gresham, or getting their funding back up to levels from last year. I think I'm challenged by the amount of reductions that we're taking to housing placement across the department is really my only concerns with this amendment.
Thank you.
And I will say I share those concerns. So last year, this allocation to Gresham was kept whole, where the department went through many different cuts. We had a mid-year, we had to do mid-year adjustments for the rebalance to the department where there were cuts. And this year, we're taking additional cuts across this, including outreach in every other part of Multnomah County. And to keep them whole, when every other part of this is taking a 30% reduction doesn't seem fair to the need in the rest of the county.
Any other comments? Yeah. I will say this is, as you all know, as far as our services out in East Multnomah County, this work, it's been established over the last 10 years, and it's the only direct outreach programming that's directly connected to the city. Out in the district, they have a system that works, and they relentlessly reach out and connect with every single individual that's unhoused 7 days a week. It's the reason why Gresham looks different than the rest of the region. I believe we're not asking for more, we're just asking to keep it the same, and they want to continue, and we're grateful for the funds from the county, and it's very minimal in comparison to the overall HSD budget. That's the reason why we put this forward, and that's the reason why we're asking for it to continue to be ongoing, and we want to continue to build off the success that we see there in Gresham and throughout the rest of District 4 and throughout the rest of East County. So thank you for the comments. There are no other questions. We can move forward.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the amendment passes. Okay, so now we are moving on to Amendment 13B.
Go Beavs.
Yes. Expand OSU Extension Service. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Jones-Dixon moves, Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds. Consideration of Amendment 13B. Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yeah, I'll open this up, and then I'll hand it to Commissioner Moyer as a co-sponsor to Commissioner Brim Edwards as well. As we all know, we reestablished the OSU Extension Program, the partnership through OSU, the Extension Program, last year for the first time. And the funding here, the additional $100,000, will help us to establish just building out a table and be more intentional. It'll deepen the partnership and build out it will direct OSU to help us build out a roadmap for just the food services and food systems here throughout the whole region. And in addition to that, leveraging some of the other services that they provide. Initially, we wanted to focus on the district, but we know that the food is everywhere and abundant throughout the region, both in District 1 through Topaz Farm and others. So the main purpose, or I already explained the amendment, is one, they will be establishing, they'll be bringing together growers and then other leaders around food within Multnomah County, and then building out a roadmap for our food systems here. And the outcomes is to improve health and then access to healthy foods, and then also support the food economy here in Multnomah County. That was a mouthful.
I don't have much more to add. That was well said. I think, for my district, although I have a smaller agricultural footprint, it is an important part of my district that often feels left out of the work of Multnomah County. And this is an opportunity to engage our farmers and also support the work that is going on throughout Multnomah County. I'm privileged to have several food banks who work with local purveyors, and this is a great opportunity to deepen that. And then a lot of that work is directly going to feed people in my district. I specifically think of organizations like Lift Up, who delivers food directly to homebound seniors, but also does cooking classes and other things in some of our low-income senior housing. And this is an opportunity to blend those things in a way that really benefits our community.
I'm just going to add, I don't have a lot of farms in my district. I think I have one of the most urban, pardon?
You have
We have urban farms. I have
Your farm is an amazing farm in Multnomah County.
I actually have yesterday, very late, our mini farm was planted at our house. But the one thing I wanted to add is, I think this is more, because sometimes it could be like, this is about farms or just agriculture, but one of our biggest exports is not only just like agricultural projects as commodities, nurseries, nursery stock. I think we're the largest nursery stock state in the country. And we also, from an economic standpoint, all the value-added food processing that happens here, this value-added in jobs that then goes across the country, but also is exported, I think is another piece to this. So it's farms and agriculture and a lot more.
Any further discussion on this item? All right, Tasha, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes. The amendment passes. Okay, moving on to 16C, ADA ramps. May I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. Approval of 16C. Commissioner Moyer.
This is amendment that both clarifies the amount of resources that will, from our capital construction projects that include ADA ramps. This is the dollar figure that is specific to the ADA ramp portion, and then it adds an additional $250,000 from the transportation contingency on projects that are exclusively ADA, although I continue to be worried about the pace in which we are becoming compliant with the ADA, which our history buffs passed in 1990. We're not quite there yet. I want to make it clear that it remains a priority for Multnomah County, and I want to call out specifically where in the budget we are dedicating money and the additional funds that are on top of what the chair allocated is the attempt to show that ongoing commitment to ADA compliance.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Moyer, I appreciated your partnership on this and making sure that we are continuing this really important work. Any questions or discussions? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, moving on to 17B. May I have a motion and amendment, motion and a second?
So moved.
Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Singleton seconds, approval of 17B. All right, Commissioner Moyer.
Thank you. This is a restoration of 3 positions in ADVSD. These positions are commonly referred to as MMA. They are the technical experts on navigating the complicated world of people who have both Medicare and Medicaid health coverage. They provide invaluable resource to every case manager who is working with clients who experience a hiccup in our unbelievably efficient and well-run medical system in this country. But since we do live in a for-profit medical world and people are denied frequently from services that they are in fact entitled to, these positions can be life-saving. They have a combined over 30 years of expertise doing this work for the county, and they cannot be replaced. This work will fall on case managers who do not have this same expertise in a time in which the federal government is dumping an incredible workload onto our case managers who will have to reassess eligibility now every 6 months, because, you know, people in nursing homes rarely get more money and or less disabled, but we can thank our federal government for that. I think it is important to point out that this restoration, although it is 3 positions, is only $165,000 general fund because it is eligible for a Medicaid match, and therefore it pulls down an additional $423,000 in federal match to cover all 3 of those positions. So it is an opportunity to leverage our resources in a way of providing significant assistance to our ADVSD team and clients.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any further comments or questions around this?
Just say I'm happy to be co-sponsoring this with Commissioner Moyer, who is the Medicaid wizard. Although for a moment when she said MMA, I thought I was in a mixed martial arts. I guess this is the county acronym. Anyway, I think this is the type of thing, innovative thinking we need right now to sort of optimize and leverage our dollars, our limited dollars, to provide more resources. So thank you, Commissioner Moyer, for diving in.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Any questions? Okay, Tasia, can we have a vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, moving on to Amendment 18B. May I have a motion in a second?
Second?
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Brennan Edwards seconds. Consideration of 18B. Commissioner Singleton.
So 18B is an electric vehicle charging station at the Juvenile Justice Complex. This is one that we believe will cost about $200,000, but some funds may be returned depending on our ability to draw down other grant funds or state dollars. This is a location that we have heard from partners at the state that they would appreciate having the ability to charge their vehicles. And it is, when we get to budget notes, you'll hear an opportunity for us to do a bit of proof of concept and have a plan for further building out the electric infrastructure at the county. And this one in particular, I do want to appreciate a county staff member who brought to my attention that we asked departments to pay for infrastructure has been part of why it's been hard to electrify our fleet, because they may have the dollars to purchase a vehicle, but they don't often have the dollars to build the infrastructure. So that's what this amendment will do, is build the infrastructure so that departments can start accelerating the electrification of our county fleet.
Okay, thank you.
I forget, Commissioner Singleton, did I co-sponsor this?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's not on here, and I was just looking at my records, but I think for the record, I am co-sponsoring it. And Commissioner Singleton and I talked about this yesterday when I joined on, and I believe you're on my budget note. I have a broader budget note around decarbonizing our fleet. And as Commissioner Singleton mentioned, one way you support decarbonizing a fleet is actually having a place where people can charge their cars. As somebody who drives an EV and parks in a garage in which there's one spot to charge, I think this is a much needed piece of infrastructure, so thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any other discussion on this? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, now on to Amendment 22B. Can I have a motion? And a second.
Second.
Did anybody move? No. Yeah, we got a second. So nobody has their mics on, so I think it's also hard for Tasia to hear. Okay. So would you like to move? Sure. Would you like to?
I'll second.
Okay, great. Commissioner Brim Edwards moves. We just need to get it going, guys. Commissioner Brim Edwards moves. Commissioner Singleton seconds. Consideration of Amendment 22B. Commissioner Moyer.
Thank you so much. This amendment is to help bridge the gap between homeless services and our behavioral health department, and make sure that we are meeting the housing needs of people experiencing homelessness who are ready and willing to address their substance use disorder. What this amendment does is it allows individuals coming out of intensive treatment the option to get a housing voucher for up to 6 to 9 months for rental assistance in a recovery housing NAR certified recovery housing level 2 or 3. That's technical, but what that means is it's recovery housing that has been certified to a national standard and offers supports during that time. The purpose of this is to begin to be able to really help somebody at any point when they are ready to address their homelessness, anything from actively on the street to in shelter. If they are ready to address their substance use disorder, they can reach out, and our goal is that our homeless services partners become well aware of this opportunity and can refer people to the PATH Center, where there will be 2 full-time workers who can help navigate somebody from medically assisted detox through intensive treatment and into recovery housing. And that is something that the county can help make sure that they have access to regardless of income. You will need to be eligible for these vouchers based off our rapid rehousing criteria. So you must be experiencing homelessness to have access to these services. And the goal, of course, is to give somebody the best possible opportunity to solidify their recovery and support them on their path to independence.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any discussion on this item? Any questions? Okay, Tasia, come.
I was just going to say, just as a co-sponsor, having spent a fair amount of time talking to people who are in treatment, having access to recovering housing is a huge challenge. And so I appreciate it. I don't think this is going to be easy, but I really appreciate you bringing this forward, because I think this is going to be an unlock for many individuals that this is the one piece they need, and it will help people on their road to recovery.
No? Okay.
So one, I just want to appreciate the work that we did to figure out how to make this and the eviction prevention team work together. And also, again, want to appreciate DCHS and the staff to really help us understand how we can make sure there's a point of contact for this, so that we're not, we're actually also then have the potential to leverage Medicaid rent assistance here. So I think this is one that we'll want to do some report outs on. And I think one thing I would just state for the record and ask if there's agreement here, that I want, for whatever this contract looks like, for them to have the same outcome goals and be held accountable to retention and all the other things that we do for every other type of housing placement that we do in our homeless services system, which is not currently how these are funded, and so it will be different for them. But I think it's something that we have to be able to track the outcomes on.
Thank you. And I think my comment on this is I do appreciate all of the work that you did, Commissioner Moyer, in getting this program organized and created and enabling the county to have a path for it. I am a little bit concerned about moving the two path positions to solely focus on this, only so that we can consider. So I want to work with the department on any potential impacts of this and potential need for additional path resources next fiscal year based on the need across the continuum for that.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure why it's 2 FTE, because that's actually not the intention. The intention is to take from that program offer, but not to shift to FTE. And that is because I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Because I have been talking with the health department about where we can get those funds in a way that actually is not a reduction in FTE. I mean,
I don't think it's a reduction at all, and I think it's a reallocation, right? It's
not meant to be. It's meant to add to FTE. Within that program offer, I think there is some savings in security. I think there's some savings with our existing contractor, and I did not prescribe that they have to reallocate to FTE.
Okay.
I did prescribe that it come out of that program offer.
Okay. I am would like some, I'm just taking a look at the details in the amendments, because I believe this is the one where I asked the department about.
So it's meant to be the value of adding to FTE, but not taking to FTE and moving. Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay, so I believe this is the one where I asked about this and they were, and instead of just, this is all I was going to say. I want to support, I mean, I'm going to support this. I just want to say any potential impacts to the PATH team because of this and the work that they're doing across the board, aside from this more specific work, I want to just make sure that we're tracking those impacts. And we can figure that out.
And the amendment says equivalent to, so I think with what you've put on the record and the language as I have it in this chart, it would be sufficient to fulfill your intent.
Okay.
I guess I'm unclear, though, if it's dollars that, because you're saying you do intend, like it is moving dollars from? Okay.
For that program offer. It's moving dollars from that program offer to add to additional FTE. But where the dollars would come from is not FTE, it's other services that are being spent within that program offer.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So the amendment, because the amendment now just has FTE and not the dollar amount piece that she's referring to.
Does it need to be amended?
That's what Christian, Elkin.
Sorry, I think they're working it out back there. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to hear from the health department about the conversations that you've had of the places that it would come from, which I think would help maybe speed up this conversation for everyone to understand what they're proposing to reduce potentially in the program to be able to fund the 2 new FTE. And then what we would do is we would just amend it where it's not reducing and adding, so it's not a flat, a net zero for the FTE, and then we could figure out what that adjustment would be.
Okay, so it's supposed to be taking from non-FTE resources in that program offer and adding an additional 2 FTE.
As I understand the commissioner has described it.
That is different though than what I thought I heard from the department when we were discussing this amendment, which again is, so, yes, let's just get clarified. Okay, we have some health department folks here to help provide some light on this.
Thank you for the record, Rachel Banks, Health Department Director. One of the clarifications we want to make is where you wanted the money to come from. We think that there's potentially, we're talking about the Pathway Center and the PATH program. And so, Commissioners, your intention for money to come from the Pathway Center to then add to the PATH program, to add 2 FTE to the PATH program. Does that help, Christian?
The way helps a lot. The pathway part of it helps, absolutely.
And is that all in one program offer? Because that's not what this budget amendment says then.
I think the clarification here would be what bucket of expenses would be reduced in the Pathway Center to add 2 FTE to the PATH program.
Why don't we go figure that out, and then whatever the procedural piece is to come back, or however you want to do that, but I think.
So I actually have a pending request for a recess. Okay. So I think this would be a great time to take a recess. I do just want to announce before we recess. So normally the parking garage across the street closes at 6 p.m. I do not think we are going to be done by 6 p.m. The parking garage is going to remain open past 6 p.m. today for anyone who's parked across the street. Okay. With that, we are in recess. Chris Singleton. All right, everyone, thanks for your patience as we were figuring out some items on that last amendment. So we will now go ahead and return to Amendment 22B. Commissioner Moyer.
Thank you. I wish to make an amendment to change the program offer numbers for the program and the pay for, both to 40104.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
So now I know that we name different programs wildly similar things. What this does is it is taking from the Pathway Center budget to create these positions, specifically from the 1.9 million coming from the city of Portland. That program offer would be adding 10 new outreach workers. We would designate 2 of those outreach positions into this care coordination positions. So it is currently, we have not hired those positions. This is new positions, taking 2 of them for this care coordination work.
Okay, thank you. So we have a consideration of the amendment. Any questions or discussion on the amendment, to the amendment?
Will these 2 FTE take referrals just from the Pathway Center or also from Homeless Services?
They are eligible to take referrals from Homeless Services as well. That's why we didn't touch the state dollars.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, can we have a roll call vote on the amendment to the amendment?
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment to the amendment passes. Now we're back under consideration of Amendment 22B. Any questions or discussions on this? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. And please don't forget to turn on your mics when you're voting. Okay, now we are moving on to Amendment 23B. Do I have a motion and a second on this one? So moved. Second. Okay, Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds. Approval of Amendment 23B. Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Thank you. This is budget neutral and restores one FTE East Portland Neighborhood District Attorney. So while crime rates have generally decreased countywide since 2023, if you look at the statistics, East Portland continues to experience disproportionately high rates and impacts of crime. This amendment will restore funding for an embedded neighborhood district attorney in East Portland that partners with community to address safety concerns and connect individuals with community-led solutions, including treatment and restorative justice. And during the break, I just really quickly went to the Portland Police Bureau crime reporting statistics, and I just did, within my own district, a comparison between the east and west neighborhood. And the west neighborhood is Eastmoreland, and last year's, of all the categories of offenses, they had 95. In Hazelwood, last year they had 3,115, including 233 aggravated assaults, 8 kidnappings or abductions, 43 sex offenses, 196 motor vehicle thefts, 145 car prowls. I mean, you can just go through the list. Burglaries, 218, 23 arsons. So it's a highly impacted neighborhood. And just also, as I was going through my email inbox last night from District 3, I think this is in response to something I sent out. a constituent just responded, "Hello, I currently live in Hazelwood. I'm a disabled mother and have children. In the time that I've lived in this area, I've had bullets coming through my apartment, threatened to be shot a few dozen times, sometimes with a gun pointed at me with my child screaming, being traumatized. My child has been threatened to be shot, my car windows bashed out, dents from my car being hit or kicked, my front door kicked in, tires slashed, gas stolen, package stolen, neighbors have been stabbed," and it goes on. I know this is a resource that used to be available for, that has historically been available in different parts of Portland, and from a variety of reasons, budget-wise, those positions have been defunded, and I feel like really strongly this is a very important resource for East Portland. If you look at the band from Hazelwood, Powellhurst, Gilbert, Mill Park, Lentz, it's a heavily impacted neighborhood and community, and this resource is very important to for people to have an in-neighborhood and accessible resource versus going downtown. And so I am restoring it with a, this is Q1, vacancy savings excluding the health department for $279,000.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or discussion on this item? Okay. Hearing none. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the amendment fails. Okay, moving on to Amendment 24. May I have a motion and a second on that? Second. Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds approval of Amendment 24. Commissioner Moyer.
Thank you, Chair. This is an amendment to restore 3.9 FTE from in our health department in our direct clinical services. These are positions that play a really important behavioral health safety net for our community. As many of you know, we are very restricted now by the state of Oregon in how we can spend our local behavioral health dollars, and that did force our health department to move resources away from these types of services and almost exclusively dedicate our resources to the restoration of individuals who are, in order to prosecute them, which I think I've expressed in the past, my feelings about what happens in a community where you can't prevent people from becoming extremely ill. These specific positions are all working directly with or on behalf of youth. I have 1.9 FTE that work with CARES Northwest. They're culturally specific, working with families with children who have experienced abuse. This resource, I think I do understand that they are embedded with another organization. I don't think those services will continue. I don't think they will be replaced. And I worry greatly about making sure that children who experience abuse have access to appropriate behavioral health care, particularly in a culturally responsive way, especially if they might struggle to access such care. The second position, or the second type of position, same program offer, is individual who consults with the overall department with specialty in working with the LGBTQIA2S+ youth of our community, most specifically with youth experiencing
who identify as transgender, nonconforming, or other gender variation. It is an expertise that not everyone has, and this position is able to come in and provide consultation, not just for our internal staff, but the school staff and other staff that they work with, to make sure that youth are given the behavioral support that they need. And then the last position that I am looking to restore is a gun violence counselor who specially works with the Latinx community. This is a program offer where the chair was able to restore 2 of 3 counselors. This is the third. It is the only staff member who is bicultural with the Latinx and bilingual with the Latinx community, and I did not want to see that community go without this service. So, and this is paid for through Revenue Amendment 1.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, discussion on this amendment?
Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this forward. As somebody who, in my work history, has done the sexual assault crisis work for kids, it is such critical work that our community does. And I had the privilege of attending an event with the CARES folks with our DA, and got to learn so much about that program and how critical and important they are to the families that are being served. So I appreciate you bringing these forward. I know that we're paying for stuff with what we can, so I know it's one time only. I would just ask the department with all my heart to please try and find a way to, if we can find ways to fund this in the future, that we don't have to keep coming back to these particular KSAs and seeing these same reductions year after year.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussions on this? I just, and I don't know if this is a question for you, Commissioner, or for the department, but so can we just get some clarification on the CARES positions? Are those county FTEs, or are they FTEs with one of our partner organizations? There, okay, thank you. I wanted the clarity on that. All right, thank you, I appreciate that. Oh, yes, and I will just say, for those of you who did not hear in the room, it was confirmed that these are county FTEs for the CARES positions. Okay. I don't hear any other discussion. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon? Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega-Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, moving on to Amendment 25. Can I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. Consideration of Amendment 24, Commissioner Moyer, or I'm sorry, consideration of Amendment 25, Commissioner Moyer.
Thank you. This amendment restores a specialized position in ADVSD, LTSS, which is long-term services and supports. This individual specializes in housing placement for individuals who are Medicaid eligible and long-term care eligible, which means they are both significantly disabled and very low income. This housing navigation work is eligible for federal match, so we would be contributing $74,000, well, that's incorrect, $69,466, and matching that with federal funds. Why I think this is an incredibly important restoration is that this position, and according to the department, this position has helped over 200 placements per year, and I think overall, that connects 600 to 1,000 people annually. Oh, okay, it's way more than that. But I think this is another example of our ability to use somebody with specialized expertise to significantly improve the level of case management service that we are providing to our low-income individuals with disabilities. Successfully placing somebody in community is a benefit not just for them to live in the least restrictive environment possible, but it is also a benefit to the state because community-based settings are typically significantly less expensive than nursing facility. And we want to make sure that people are living in the settings that they are most comfortable and will be successful in. The pay for is not easy, but it is a 0.5 reduction to the communication staff for the Office of Sustainability. That is 0.25 of existing staffing and taking away 0.25 that was proposed in the chair's budget as an addition.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions on this or any comments on this?
Just the Medicaid wizard.
This is great. And we are a little bit, are we good? Are we?
This is slightly out of balance. What I think we've referred to as decimal dust. So at the end, we'll need to come back and adjust contingency at the very end of the process.
Okay. That's great.
This is one, and I appreciate, Commissioner, you talking about that it's not a easy pay for either. And this is one that I support the housing navigator position. I would love to look for another pay for, and honestly, at some point soon, I would like us to get an updated spreadsheet of where we're at on revenue amendments, because by my math, we have some ability to do some different things due to the failure of some amendments. So I know we don't have that right now, but I would love to find a different pay for, and I think we may actually have the ability to do that.
Okay, thank you, but no amendment at this time.
I don't want to assume that my hand math is correct, but I don't know if y'all have any updates on these.
We can, do you want to share right now, if you're ready to do that?
Sure, I think we've had enough breaks in time to do computer math versus hand math, so.
So if everything that is passed and then everything we have not yet voted on does pass, then for one time only, we would be overspent by $1.2 million. And then in the ongoing revenue amendment number 3, we'd be overspent by $75,000.
Thank you.
Okay. And I was just going to say, so, and I mentioned yesterday that, like, if we can bring things back for reconsideration, if anyone from the prevailing side decides to bring that back, because I do believe that we're going to have to come back to some of these once we get through things, and if we're still out of balance at that point. Okay. So no amendment at this time. All right. Any further discussion? Okay, Atasha, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, moving on to Amendment 26B. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Jones-Dixon seconds. Approval of Amendment 26B. Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you, Chair. So this amendment has been reduced from an original amount because of some work with the Chair's office to understand what the actual gap was in immigration legal assistance as well as mini grants. So it is for $100,000 total to make sure that we continue the work that we funded through contingency this year when we saw the impacts of this authoritarian regime on our communities and the lack of support that they had both around some of the community services, but also the legal assistance that is needed for folks in our immigrant and refugee communities.
Okay, any questions or discussions on this? Okay, I just appreciate your partnership in this and working to make sure that we can have these funds and build on the investments that were already there. So thank you, Commissioner. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes. The amendment passes. Okay. Now we're moving on to Amendment 27. Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds approval of Amendment 27. Commissioner Moyer.
Thank you. This amendment is brought forward. I have said every time that I did not think that this was an easy amendment for us to achieve the reduction in order to pay for, but I think it is doable. It doesn't read like this, but it is meant to be a one-time only infusion of money into some schools. Not because I don't want to permanently fund it, but because it has a dual purpose. So the first is to fully restore Sun Schools for this calendar year, knowing that we will be having important conversations with partners about what next year looks like in lieu of many different factors, and that the administrative savings that we would achieve through these reductions are meant to be passed on next year in savings for our indirect services. That is that the right word? Indirect services? The administrative services, which is the portion attached to each employee. The goal is, and I say this not just the 1.2 million, which I understand is going to be work for our leadership, but we have to do whatever we can to reduce the cost that we are associating with each employee that is administrative or indirect. I do think work was done. I will totally acknowledge that work was done in this budget, but we have several years ahead of us with some significant challenges, and we need to be operating at a higher degree of administrative efficiency. This is a step in that direction. I look forward to further communications, but I also think it is vitally important that we are supporting our families and our Sun Schools in a time in which working families are really unable to get by anymore. And we need to acknowledge the unbelievable disparity in our economy right now, and we have got to help families get through.
One point of clarification, Commissioner. In the sheet I have in front of me, it does have it as ongoing funding and not one-time only. My question to you is that a Scrivener's error, meaning that was just an administrative error, or do we need an amendment to your amendment to clarify that?
I think, Commissioner, that we made an error and put it in the wrong column. I think your intent, as you're stating at the dais, and then we can just fix that because it's not dealing with a revenue amendment or anything else. It has no impact because it's a contained amendment at this point.
Okay, and so that's fine from the legal perspective. So just for the record, we note that the documentation had 1.2 million listed as ongoing. That was a clerical error or a Scrivener's error, and it's actually a one-time only.
So I thank you, Jenny, and thank you, Christian, and thank you, Commissioner. The way that the impact is listed is that there are potentially FTE impacts to this because of the potential cuts across the administration, which are ongoing dollars. So
I think I think I misunderstood which column it was in. So when I gave it to the departments, I gave it to it as an ongoing reduction, and that's where the eight FTE came from. So if it is a one-time only reduction, then I think there's opportunity across the county to think differently as we're moving into 2028 and be able to hold that aside. We will need to figure out which departments take that reduction in the short term and then it would be theoretically restored in the longer term, just like vacancy savings. It would be treated very similar to vacancy savings.
Well, can I ask Chris to come down, because we have discussed this, and maybe I'm not saying it right, because the reductions are meant to be ongoing. Okay. The SUN funding is meant to be one time only. And then the ongoing savings is to be reflected in in administrative savings. Does that make sense?
That's very helpful for that clarification, Commissioner.
Well, then that's right back to what we originally were talking about then.
Yeah.
So if it's one time only, then like it's what Christian mentioned, which changes things. But if it's not, if it's what you just said and it's ongoing, then it is back to exactly the impact statement that we wrote.
Correct. Yes. So the impact is correct because the reduction is ongoing.
The funding being used for SUN schools.
Is one time, yes.
Okay.
Which I guess is up to next year's budget, Chair.
Yes. Yeah.
So whatever. I'm not claiming forever Sun School. I'm not, does that make sense? Did I lose people?
It is, we're going to be making cuts.
Yes.
Which might include FTE cuts.
That's correct.
And we are going to be treating those cuts for the purpose of this year's budget as one-time only dollars, but we'll be able to change the color of money for next year. Is that doable?
So if I'm interpreting you correctly, I think what we would do is we would use the offset to fund SUN one time only, and then when I come back in November to give the updated forecast, that one-time expense would not be carried through to the forecast. So we're like solving our 28 budget deficit a little bit, potentially. Okay.
Yes. Sorry if that's.
Okay, no, that's great. I just wanted to make sure we were able to make sure that we had it technically correct as we were adopting our budget. Okay. Thank you. So thanks for this. I mean, like I said, I think I said this when I said these were some of the hardest cuts that I had to make in my budget. I also, though, think that this is an ever-changing environment, especially considering we don't know exactly what PPS's school closures are going to look like next year. And so I think we just need to kind of stay in contact about what that means in terms of the impact of the potential closures on our SUN system.
So I'd like to speak to this. I'm very supportive, having served for 12 years in the school board and having been a parent of 3. The SUN program really fills an important role. I know, like Commissioner Jones-Dixon spoke to this about your kids, that for many families, it's a critical support for the family, but for a lot of families also, it is where kids after school have a safe place to go to get tutoring, extracurricular activities. And I will say that when I look at the list of schools that I know them all very well: Beach, Peninsula, Sabin, Buckman, Kairos PDX, Rose City, and then 3 that are in my district: Vestal, Whitman, and Creston. These are school communities that really need those supports, and so I'm glad we found a way to provide the resources. I will say, despite what PPS does, a building may close, but the students don't go away. And so I think as people watch from afar, or like I do on TV on Tuesday nights, if you see school closing, it may not be like, hey, there's not a need, but those students still exist, they just go somewhere else. And oftentimes, and I'll just say, speaking from experience, because I went to a high school that was consolidated when I was there, is when you have a consolidated school experience, that's exactly when you need programs that unite the community and bring people together, because you're often 2 schools, communities that aren't actually very happy about being consolidated. So I would just have that as a cautionary note, that just because if there are school closures, that doesn't mean the services are less needed. So I'm appreciative of the work that the COO office is doing to help facilitate this year.
I would just add, Commissioner, I appreciate the partnership as well, and looking at the Sun Schools and the budget note that will accompany this, I think speaks to what you were mentioning of, this isn't we're just going to do one time only, and then we're in the same place next year. It has some intentionality in the budget note to do some convening and conversations to actually figure out and work with PPS as there are closures to think about the Sun system in a way that might be a little bit different, and actually have those conversations with the county as a convener so we can come back in '28 and not be in the same position. I think the 2 years that we've been here for a budget, the same programs have been up for reductions, and we've had to try to find ways to refund a costly but really significant program. So I feel really hopeful when we get to budget notes that that will also pass so that we can do this work in '28 with more intentionality.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, thank you. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega-Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, moving on to Amendment 28. Can I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds. Approval of Amendment 28, Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So Amendment 28 that's before you, this is in regards to focusing on homeless services for the 3 smaller cities outside of the city of Gresham. It's to set aside, currently there's about $255,000 that's set aside for those services as far as outreach. And we are requesting, initially we were asking for $600,000 to supplement the cut of the HOPE team, but we're reducing that to $50,000 via an updated amendment that I'll be passing out to you all right now. Round 2. Right now, literally.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, I have
You
it.
have it? Okay.
Yes.
I was, yeah.
Open for questions.
Okay, so
Did this get to you?
since we have this on the table, is this going to be an amendment?
It will be, yes, it will be an
Amendment.
amendment
Okay,
to the amendment.
okay. All right, so do we have a motion to consider an amendment to Amendment 28. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for 28. And I think the commissioner explained it, just realizing what was actually needed for, to make this at the level that they were looking for. Any questions on the amendment to the amendment?
Does this add, because I know for East County Outreach, there's a dedicated provider with the peer company, and then we all have Urban League, NARA, and Portland Street Medicine that serve across the county. So is this going to specific outreach? Is it more staffing or placement dollars? Is there, not clear what the dollars are specifically for?
It's for all, it's adding to the pot that's currently there. It's adding.
I understand that. I think I'm just not clear on if it's staffing or client assistance or what the intention is.
It's outreach. So service outreach, and to be completely honest, initially we were going to use $400,000 for all of it for staffing, direct outreach services, but we cut that and we're going to allow the Director Vergao and the team to figure out services moving forward going into this next fiscal year with the current budget, and we're just adding $50,000 additional funds to that.
Commissioner, if I may.
Yes.
And I think this goes to what Sarah was talking about yesterday when they came up and talked about the work that is happening with some of the East County cities and the meeting that they have a little bit later this month with Director Vergao and others to really talk about what the work looks like and how the partnership can work in terms of doing this for the 3 East County cities.
So I appreciate everyone's responses. That doesn't necessarily answer my question. So I will just say for the record that I advocate for it going into placement dollars since it's coming out of placement out of shelter so that outreach workers have the funds to place people into housing.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer? Yes. Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. We are now consideration on Amendment 28 as amended. Any further discussion? All right, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. All right, moving on to Amendment 29. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Jones-Dixon seconds. Consideration of Amendment 29, Eviction Prevention Legal Services Support. Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
You want to? So this is co-sponsored with Commissioner Brim Edwards, and this is to fund eviction prevention legal services, and we're using funds from placement out of shelter. And that's through MPD.
Okay. Any questions, discussion on this?
I mean, I feel like I'm being redundant at this point around the additional placement out of shelter. I just want to say that I have operated a shelter that had no client assistance to move folks out. And it was probably one of the most challenging milieus I have ever worked in, where there wasn't a lot of hope because people weren't seeing anybody ever leave the shelter. And so I have a lot of concerns about the amount of reductions these budget amendments total up to in reducing that placement out of shelter. I obviously support eviction prevention legal services. I had it in an amendment with a different pay for, but because of the amount that we continue to reduce from placement out of shelter, I won't be able to support this amendment, but I'd be happy to talk about a different pay for if folks want to and bring it back later.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion on this? Is there anything else that needs to be brought forward on this?
Sorry, there was a question.
Just for, I mean, I'll just clarify what I was asking. For anybody who's looking at the packet, it says East County package because this was the package of several amendments, but it's eviction prevention support for the whole county. It's not just East County.
It's, yeah, for the whole.
As a clarification.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, and I supported the amendment earlier that had a different pay for, and I also am concerned about the placement out of shelter dollars. This is a more significant amount than the last amendment, and so I won't be supporting this amendment. I think it's probably still going to pass, but I just wanted to put that on the record. Okay, any other discussion? All right, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the amendment passes. All right. We are moving on to Amendment 30B. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second. Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Singleton seconds. A consideration of Amendment 30B. Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
In good form, I have an amendment to my amendment for 30B. It's a pay for the district attorney. Here you go. The Strategic Prosecution Unit. So this is, as you know, we have the district attorney's office here. We've heard directly from them as far as the overall impacts of this unit specifically and what it addresses. For me personally, being as a city councilor in East County and also just connecting with our police department, they have shared how it's been extremely helpful as far as being able to focus on the specific different, the challenges that we're facing within our communities, whether it's from home burglaries or like the illicit massage parlors and things like that, and funding all of these positions. I feel like I'm talking. We have the current amendment fully funds the strategic prosecution unit, and then it increases, and also they've made a commitment as far as around the work through specialty courts, and then also the restorative justice efforts that's been taking place over this last year and a half.
Okay, so Commissioner, you're making a motion to amend the amendment.
Correct.
Okay, do I have a second? Second. Okay, so we are under consideration now to amend the amendment as described by Commissioner Jones-Dickson, which is you're changing the pay-fors from not just the pay-for from Revenue Amendment number 1, but including Revenue Amendment number 4.
Correct.
Okay. All right, any questions or discussion on the amendment to the amendment to change the pay-fors?
I don't think Revenue Amendment 4 has $544,000 in it. It does? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong.
It has 800,000. I mean, it's overspent.
Yeah. Even though we've, okay.
Yes.
It's spent.
Yes.
Got it.
But it does have 800,000.
Just for clarification, the balances that we gave you, we're combining Revenue Amendment number 1 and 4 because that's the one-time only available. So when we're talking, those two are collapsed when we give you our update of where we are.
Okay, and just as for everyone's knowledge, after this amendment, I think we need to take another recess so we can true up where we are in the dollars, because the next one is a pretty big one. So I think it's good to know where we are going into that one. Okay. So, all right, so we're under consideration of an amendment to the amendment. Any?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that. I'm a co-sponsor of this with Commissioner Jones-Dickson as somebody, as a lifelong East Portlander, and also the chair of the Local Public Safety Coordinating Commission. I think this is absolutely essential to have these resources across the county. And especially given the fact that the for example, the East Portland District Attorney, the commission deciding not to fund that we have neighborhoods that need the support for workers who leave their truck on the street and have their tools stolen, moms who leave the car on the street at night and then come out in the morning and either their car's stolen or their gas tank's emptied. We have, I think, large retailers and grocery stores that are deciding not to be located in Multnomah County because of the level of theft. Again, I think this is part of our coordinated system of public safety in concert with the City of Portland, the City of Gresham, the Sheriff's Office, and DCJ. And without these, I feel like there will continue to be a high level of impact on many neighborhoods without many resources to get after the problem. So I'm very much supportive, and thank you, Commissioner Jones-Dickson, for bringing it forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other, so we're still under consideration of the amendment to change the funding.
Oh, I can wait.
Okay. Any other conversation on that? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dickson?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No. The amendment to the amendment fails. Okay, so we're back under consideration of the amendment with the pay for Revenue Amendment number 1.
So I just want to say that every department in this county has been asked to make reductions this year, and most took cuts of 7 to 8%. The district attorney's office is looking at a 4.5% reduction if no additional funds were allocated. And I cannot ask every other department to absorb reductions and have a carve out for one office. This doesn't mean, I absolutely believe in and support community safety. I think, as I've said last year, the DA is an independently elected official who can choose to spend the funds that we allocate in whatever manner that he chooses. And that if this is a priority for that office, then they can choose to do that within the allocation that they currently have.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yeah. I am worried we're into, and this amendment, I think, tips us over in certain areas. We are spending money we already spent, which to me jeopardizes the amendments we passed, which I'm not willing to do. I have said, and I continue to be open to restoration here with real pay for us. That's not what this is. If I am on the prevailing side and it fails, I am open at a further conversation to talk about a different pay for that is real. But I'm not willing to jeopardize amendments that have already passed, some of which I may or may not have voted for, and spend money twice.
That's fair. We'll revisit it.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, Tasia, can we do a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the amendment fails. Okay, so we are going to take a recess to give the budget folks a chance to catch up a little bit on the math. It is 6 p.m. Do people want to try to get some dinner? Should we do like 20 minutes? Half an hour? What do you? Popeyes. Popeyes? Popeyes is open. They've got a drive-through. You can order online. Yeah. Okay, 20 minutes. It'll probably be 30, but 20-minute recess. Welcome back. I hope everyone had time to get some dinner. We are still going through board amendments. So right now we are on Amendment 31B. However, before we jump into that, we were going to get an update from our budget office on where we are in terms of pay-fors and revenue amendments. Good evening.
Good evening. Okay, so we've given you all the updated revenue amendment balances. To start with, I want to clarify something that maybe we should have said at the beginning. So on the rightmost column within one time only, the available contingency amendment 40. So we're assuming that amendment 40 passes in order for that capacity to be there. If amendment 40 does not pass, then we don't have that contingency available. So what we're showing on this sheet is anything that has failed or been tabled, we've just taken it out of the math. Anything that has passed remains there, and then anything that we have not yet voted on remains. So for one time only, assuming that we have the available contingency of $429,000, if all the remaining stuff passed, we would be in the hole by $14,000 for the one time only. If Amendment 40 did not pass, we would be in the hole by $217,000. And then for the one ongoing revenue amendment 3, if amendment 44 passes, which is the only remaining one that uses that as an offset, we would be in the hole by $75,000.
So, thank you.
This is, well, what have we actually spent in each column? It's,
Yeah, I have that too. So for one time only, you've actually voted to spend
Hold on, Jeff, one second.
I'm missing a pin.
Oh.
Oh, my gosh. A D4 assist, a nice pin.
We have done.
I'll give it back.
Budget whiteboard math before. That one.
Yeah, I'm going to do.
Now you don't have a pin? Oh, hold on, I got one.
Guys, I have a pen. Okay. I have Advil, pens, Band-Aids.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Okay, so are we ready for Jeff to do the big reveal on how much we've actually spent so far?
So far, we've actually spent $755,000 of one time only. If you included the available contingency, that means we still have $2.5 million left to spend. If you do not include the available contingency, it means we have a little bit less than 2.1 to spend. And then on the ongoing side, we have spent $275,000, so that leaves a little bit less than $50,000 left.
I'm sorry, you combined all three of, you combined the first two columns, 1, 2, and 4, and that's $755 we've spent, and then how much of the contingency?
We haven't spent any of the available contingency yet.
Oh, because that's, okay.
Because we haven't voted on the amendment yet.
And then on revenue amendment 3, we've spent $275.
Yep. And I'm doing like a little bit of rounding, but yeah, that's basically what it is.
Okay. Thank you, Christian and Jeff. Any other questions for them on where we are? Okay. Let's move on to Amendment 31B. Can I have a motion and a second? Oh, so so we are not going to bring this forward. And is there a 31C that we want to bring forward instead?
There is.
Okay, great. So
True to form, there is.
So do I have a motion on Amendment 31C?
Sorry, go ahead.
Do I have a motion and second for
So moved.
31C? Okay, so Commissioner Jones Dixon moves, Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds. Consideration of Amendment 31C.
Okay. So for 31C, the only thing that we added is just the language around hygiene services and it's hygiene services out in East Multnomah County, to include everything, I believe, east of 82nd. And it's for mobile showers, laundry facilities, wound care, and it's connected to the employment services, and it's under the employment services package.
So I'm glad we were able to yesterday find some common ground on this. I think we all have seen the value in our district. Many of these services give people hope, an opportunity to earn income, get on their path to self-sufficiency, and often also a path to housing.
I would just add, I think folks are clear that workforce is a priority for me, and while my other amendment did not pass, this is one that I think is a focus on employment services in our homeless services department. As I said during work sessions, I don't think it is necessarily fair to just pull these dollars from these programs without doing some more intentional work with them. So you will see an accompanying budget note that has some work for us to do to pull together the providers of these services and actually help them design what low barrier employment can look like as a continuum. And so that will be some of the work that I think is important because we are using a significant amount of one-time only in this amendment. I just want to be clear that it is with the intention that we come into 28 with a more thoughtful plan on how we want to pay for low barrier employment services for this community.
I'm just going to say, go ahead. I've already spoken, so go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if this passes, there's going to be a lot of cheering in East Portland. These programs give people hope and I think the possibility of a better life. And I think there are many things that we could do to really quantify the impact, which we should do, just given that this has been the second year in a row in which the programs have been cut. I think they have huge value, but I do know that if this passes, this will be big for East Portland and East County.
Thank you. So I'm not going to be supporting this amendment. And it's not because I don't think that these programs are important, but it has to do more with what I've been saying for weeks now, including on the day when I released my budget, that I don't think we can over-resource one part of our homelessness services continuum at the expense of other parts. And with this one, for 2 years in a row, then we will have employment services taking no cuts when so many other parts of our system have been taking cuts, including eviction prevention, shelter, placement out of shelter, outreach, et cetera. And I might be, and I don't know that my vote matters on this one. I would rather see if there was going to be a restoration instead of 100% restoration, something that was more in line with some of the cuts that other departments have had. In my budget, I actually did add back employment services from what was proposed by the department because I do think these programs are valuable. But again, we are in a different financial situation with the resources we have for homeless services. I'm landing in a different place in terms of this. And I think specifically the pay for with the additional placement out of shelter, taking a significant part of that money for this. I'm again, just very concerned about the impacts for the rest of the continuum.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, I do support this amendment. I am very grateful for a tremendous amount of work that went into getting here. I, too, feel concerned about two of the paid-fors. I don't think that they are easy options. I do have an amendment that would, Amendment 41, which relates to a different buyback. But I really do think that employment is a key to ending somebody's homelessness, and that you can't go from a prolonged period of homelessness straight to expecting somebody to be applying for jobs online and ready to join a workforce. It is a process of helping people get back to work. Sometimes work is a motivator. I think we think that people address their barriers and then go to employment, but I've actually talked to a lot of people where it was getting a job that made them have hope to then address issues like substance use disorder. Hope is an incredibly important part of survival and growth, and employment creates that. I have spent a lot of my career fighting for people to give people with disabilities a chance at work. One, because we are perfectly capable of doing all sorts of work, but also because we want dignity too. And we want to be seen as everybody else, and as does people who are experiencing homelessness. And I don't think it's easy to quantify the value of that, because it's not just the dollars we spend, it's the doors we open.
This one is a true compromise, this amendment, right? I think I've been really clear about the placement out of shelter and my concerns there. And so this amendment is a true compromise amongst three folks who felt like these were important programs to restore, but didn't necessarily agree with how to restore them. I say this a lot, but it bears repeating. When we end somebody's homelessness, we don't end their poverty. And the idea that we're going to take away something that supports people's ability to not have to continue to need crisis services, again, doesn't make sense to me. Hindsight is 2020. I wish I had passed a budget note last year to say you need to convene folks and come up with what a true continuum will look like. I didn't, though. So that's why I think the restoration to the level that we're able to this year makes sense, and we need to give people an opportunity to figure out what that system can look like. I don't think it will cost us this much next year. I think we're paying a lot in different administrative functions in these different programs, but to cut based on outcomes, one of the things I was told was there's a program that maybe doesn't have a ton of employment placements, but it's also one of the few programs that serves our young people. And so to me, that's a critical program to keep. So that's the sort of conversation I want these providers to have and come to us with the department and come to us with a better package for FY28. And I just want to appreciate you too, because I know this was a lot of us trying to figure this one out, and it was definitely not the easiest amendment to get to agreement on. So thank you for sticking in it.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this?
Chair, point of procedure here. I just want to clarify for the record that the document that was passed out, you're referring to this as Amendment 31C. I just want to note that the document itself says 31B. So this is 31C being offered today, June 4th, 2026, if that's still the day we're on.
Is that right? Okay.
And that's what we're voting on now. Depending on the outcome of this vote, we'll also ask for clarification on what's going to happen with 31B. I assume it won't be offered, but that'll be a discussion.
So the intention was that we had a discussion that 31B was not going to be offered, so I thought the next one would be 31C, possibly a Scribner's error in not updating it. Okay, so 31C, that's what we're having. Thank you, Jenny.
Hey.
Okay. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Moyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega-Peterson?
No, the amendment passes. All right, moving on to Amendment 32B. Can I have is there any substitutions before we put that one on the table?
No.
Okay.
You got it right.
Then can I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second. Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds. Approval of Amendment 32B, Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yeah, it's a 32B. It's the reentry transition hub, just the build out for that. And we're using the funds from Vector Control and MCSO. They're the lead on it.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yeah, as the co-sponsor of this, thank Commissioner Jones-Dixon for bringing it forward. This is like the turkey shop.
The sandwich shop.
The sandwich shop amendment. And I am really excited about this because while it's a small investment, we've seen how other cities have created reentry and transition hubs near their detention centers, and they provide really assertive engagement. The opportunity for assertive engagement is for people as soon as they're leaving to get some resources, whether it's transportation, charge their phone, housing, connect to people. And having it right there, I think it's like in the moment that we can catch people. Again, it's voluntary, but based on experiences from other cities that we know, this is a resource people will use, and hopefully will give them an opportunity to reenter on the right foot with support from the county.
I have a question.
Yes. Commissioner.
Is it, my understanding is that we have asked our congressional delegation to get an earmark for $800,000 to operate this. If we don't get that earmark, is there money to operate this?
She has the earmark.
What does that mean she has it? Like it's arrived?
This is dollars that have already been out, the 800,000
I don't.
have already been allocated to the sheriff. Was
Is anyone from the MCSO here? Okay, well, we're going to check to see if they're still in the busy. So we had in.
This is not the 800,000 that is the earmark.
There's no operating.
So we'll see if somebody from MCSO is. We were going to have an amendment to add that to the budget, but we don't have certainty of those dollars yet. It's still in process. So we've been the federal administration's process.
I just need to understand.
Yeah. Oh, we have Stacy Cowan, Director of Government Relations, who's happy to come down and talk more about the federal administration's processes.
Hi, everyone. Stacy Cowan, she, her pronouns, Director of Government Relations. Thank you so much. So we received the initial, and I apologize, it's late in the day, so of course all the words are going to escape me, so I will get everything confirmed. We received the initial allocation for the $800,000 from our federal delegation. Right now, where we're at is we are waiting for the next phase of the process. So we've received authorization for the funds for a certain sort of scope of work. The next phase is we're waiting for the official application. We'll receive an application. MCSO will fill that out, send it back, and we'll receive further parameters in terms of how the funds can be spent. So there are always, right now we're at a stage where there are additional risks, that there will be certain criteria in terms of how we can spend the dollars and maybe attestations that might come along with those funds. So of course there are additional risks, as we have seen with this federal administration, but we are sort of in the in-between stages of receiving these dollars from the federal government.
Okay. So have the funds gone beyond a request from our congressional delegation? They have passed in an appropriation, but we are now jumping through the hoops, or the appropriation hasn't passed yet?
I believe that the appropriation has passed yet, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to ask about timeline, but I feel like they won't know.
Yeah, you don't have a timeline idea, do you?
I do not. I apologize. I'm happy to go and see what clarification I can get this evening for you, but happy to follow up. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I just needed to understand how real this money is, and it's more real than not.
I would say in previous administration, we would feel fairly confident that the dollars were moving along and that we have very clear direction on how the dollars can be spent. I would say, given the uncertainty that we've been facing with this administration, there is risk associated that the dollars may come with some additional strings attached, and we'll have to make a determination if we would like to accept the funds with those strings attached, or possibly if we continue to be eligible, depending on what those strings are that are attached. Okay. And maybe the additional caveat that I will just say is we did just see some additional rules being placed with the Office of Management and Budget at the federal level in terms of how future dollars will be administered in terms of grant funds, and there will be some additional criteria that could change our eligibility into the future. So it's a little unclear. Certain uncertainty remains with the federal government and continues to be more uncertain.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that.
All right. Great. Any other questions about this? And we don't need to wait for MCSO? No, we're good? Okay. All right.
No question, just want to say, as a former outreach worker, this is something that has been being tried to be figured out for quite a long time. So I am grateful for the federal delegation for doing this. And I think how we program it becomes really important in what that space looks like. And I'm sure that Steve Ciccotelli, wherever he is right now, will be very happy to finally have the transition hub that he's been fighting for a decade, it feels like.
Just want trans flags everywhere.
We can make that happen.
I am really excited about this as well. I think we have done some great work in corrections health with transitional services. I think this adds to it and is able to expand our capability. So as this is being built out, I think there are a lot of opportunities to figure out how we can leverage this investment and other investments to really make these kinds of resources valuable for our community, including, I'd hopefully to see some of the pretrial services and pretrial population be able to utilize this as well. All right. All right, Tasha, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes, and my gavel is covered in papers right now. Yes, there we go.
I have one in my too.
All right, moving on to Amendment 34B. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Singleton seconds. Consideration of Amendment 43B. So this restores culturally specific LGBTQIA 2S+ Day Center services. This is supported by every commissioner, and just appreciate the work that happened with our Homeless Services Department for being able to find some resources to make sure that this restoration could happen. I also want to appreciate the advocacy of so many people on this issue. Any other comments, questions, discussion?
I'm just impressed that they were able to put 5 sponsors' names on this. Good job. So I thank the chair for offering up, because I think we paid for this a different way. Thanks for coming up with a different way to fund this, and something that was clearly a priority for the whole commission.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Tasha, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay. All right, now we are moving on to Amendment 35. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. Approval of Amendment 35. Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Yes, I might have an amendment to change the pay for, and I'm just wondering from the COO if they have a preference at one point, and I'm trying to find the alternative language to the vacancy savings to give the COO more flexibility. unless you don't want it. Sorry,
This is Health Department vacancy savings.
right. And there was another formulation that I was given, I don't have it right, my paper, I don't have it right now. It's just a substitute for the vacancy savings. It's something similar, but it gives the COO's office more flexibility.
Oh, of not necessarily taking it out of the Health Department, but just in vacancy savings in general?
It's broader than that.
Oh.
It's like the Sun School language. It could be vacancies, but it could be something else. I don't know.
So it's about the administration, I think it said, or something?
Yeah. If you give me 3 or 4 minutes, I could find it. Or tell me what the Sun School amendment number is.
So
I guess you're sitting back down. Do you have an opinion?
So administrative savings are different than vacancy savings.
It is countywide administrative and support reductions.
So is the question?
COO, Neil, do you have a preference?
Yes, I have a preference. If I understand, what we're talking about is Commissioner Moyer's straight admin across the entire county savings. Is that correct? Is that what you're asking for, Commissioner?
Yeah, versus the specific vacancies.
Yeah,
You indicated that the other formulation
gives
has more flexibility for you.
That's correct.
Okay, so I would like to amend what number is the Sun School again? I'd like to amend this amendment to have replace the vacancy savings with the language that says countywide administrative support, countywide administrative and support reductions.
Okay, so my understanding is that those are ongoing dollars, and this is a one-time only pay for in the amendment as right now. So are you also switching it to ongoing pay for?
This can be a one-time.
This can be one time, okay. So, Commissioner, is your intention to give the COO the flexibility to decide the best pay for this based on where in the county this might?
Yes.
Okay, which may include vacancy savings?
I think it's very, very flexible.
So as the chair's outlining, if it's one time only, then it's different. If it's ongoing, which is what Commissioner Moyer was talking about earlier when I was back up here, that's a different pay for.
Hopefully the legislature will have passed their, this is the policy enforcement. Hopefully my intention is this to be one-time reduction.
Okay, well then it needs to stay with vacancy savings. When Commissioner Moyer's was quoted, that's ongoing.
Right. You can scrape one time versus having them on.
I'd prefer to leave it as vacancy savings if it's one time only.
Okay.
Okay, so if I can repeat the motion to amend, it's a motion to amend amendment number 35 to change the pay for to countywide administrative and support reductions. Is that correct, Commissioner?
And one time only.
Do we have a second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second to amend the amendment. Are we amending the pay for or just the language?
Just the pay for.
We're amending the, so he
No, yeah,
wanted,
we want to leave it alone.
Oh, you want to leave it alone now?
yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
I-
because it's
I feel
one
like
time only, not.
that's
okay.
right. That's
I
what
would like to strike the health department.
Okay.
That works.
Yes, that's.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, okay. So we are.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
Is the board clear on the motion that's on the table?
Yes, I'll repeat it.
Okay.
So we are now considering amending the amendment to strike the health department as as the words health department for the vacancy savings,
Okay.
and making it more general vacancy savings.
It's just Q1.
Okay, so we're striking the words health department. Any more discussion on the amendment? Okay, Tasha, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Moyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment to the amendment passes, so we're now back under consideration of Amendment 35 as amended. Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, Tasha, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, we're now moving on to Amendment 36. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I have a very important announcement. So if you are not a monthly parker and you're in the parking garage, your badge won't work, so please check out at the desk and security will go over with you and make sure you are able to get out of the parking garage. Okay, back to our regularly scheduled program. We are now under consideration of Amendment 36. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Singleton seconds, approval of Amendment 36. Commissioner Brim Edwards and Commissioner Moyer.
So this amendment it's budget neutral and restores one FTE, one represented FTE, clinical services specialist to the mental health court. Judge Nan Waller called to our attention that currently they had that 5 staff provided by the county health department that leverage grant funding to serve individuals with criminal charges who have serious mental illness and are high risk, high need. Because of some of the requirements from the state, 3 of the positions got repurposed and they were left with just 2. And so Judge Waller felt that if they had at least 1 added back, they would be able to sort of maintain the service, the current service level and capacity. But going from 5 to 2, unlikely.
I'd just like to talk about why mental health court is incredibly important and why the state's requirements for how we spend our local behavioral health dollars is so counterproductive. By so heavily requiring us to spend all of our money on individuals who are unable to aid and assist in their own defense being restored locally, we can't fund a program that creates meaningful access to treatment in a way that balances public safety with somebody's behavioral health need. This is the alternative that stops the cycle that happens to people when they become extremely ill and cycle over and over and over again in our aid and assist population. This is a tool and a docket that, and I don't pretend that we have enough resources to see this function as well as it could. We need to have more services associated with mental health court, and that is work that we are all trying to figure out how to do. But this is how you can stop the cycle and stop things from becoming so serious that we have a tragedy in our community that was entirely preventable. I again, cannot understand the state's approach because everything they are doing to us makes it harder and harder for us to stop people from getting to a state where an unbelievable tragedy happens and fills up the Oregon State Hospital. I wish that there was a way to get to 5, and I wish that we had the resources to really support this work, because it is a evidence-based approach to balancing public safety with the compassion toward helping somebody address a very serious illness. And so yet again, I am super frustrated with the state of Oregon and really wish that we were not in this position.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions or discussion? I have a question. So this is a restoration of ongoing dollars. So the pay for planned health department vacancy, that's not vacancy savings? Is that, what is that exactly?
That's a position. That's a position.
A position. Do we know which position it is, or is the health department aware of which one it is? Okay, we have Rachel Banks coming down.
As you might recall, I had that almost a week and a half trying to figure out what the vacancies were at the health departments.
Okay.
So I'm glad that we've got Director Banks here.
Hi, Rachel Banks, for the record, Health Department Director. It's an administrative position in the Behavioral Health Director's office.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. Okay. Great. Any other questions or discussion on this?
Sorry, just to make sure I'm understanding. So then it's a permanent reduction of that position for an ongoing funding for the clinical services specialist, correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay. We're moving on to Amendment 37. And I want to make sure that we have the 37.
10 and 10.
So, and yes, and 9. So we have several, so now we're moving on to pretrial. So we have a couple different amendments here. So we have 37, which is actually going to be a 37C. And was that passed out, or do I have it in front of me?
No, you passed it out at the beginning.
So I think yes. It has staples. So 37,
Okay, what's the other one? Sorry, I'm just one.
so there was a stapled section that came out that I passed out at the beginning, 37C, and stapled to it was 38C. However, I have an update to 38, which should be D. So we're going to just do 37C. Okay, so let's consider, do I have a motion and a second for 37B?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, 37C, yes. Yes. 37C. Do I have a motion and a second for 37C? Okay, so we have a motion and a second for consideration of 37C. Okay, so this is pulling together resources for our pretrial program. And because of the way that we are funding this, including some swap outs of some one-time only dollars that were originally allocated in my budget to make them ongoing, to have continuous resourcing for this for the courts and Multnomah County programs.
Chair, can I interrupt you for one moment?
Yes.
Point of procedure that we missed. As a presiding officer, you cannot make the motion.
Oh, I didn't make the motion.
You didn't.
Shannon did, and you seconded.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, thanks.
Can everyone please remember to turn on your mics when you motion and second?
Yes, we will. Thank you, Tasia. Okay. So I know that there's been a lot of interest and a lot of really important work on this, and this is bringing together some resources to try to make more of a whole program on this. Commissioner Singleton, I will turn it over to you as well.
So I joined the chair on this amendment because I think it's important that we fund not just the transition, but have some funding in for the ongoing program that will be needed. It also meant that I brought some additional pay-fors that were ongoing dollars into this amendment. That might be in 38, sorry.
That's 38.
So this is just really building on the work and the conversations. I think we've heard clearly from the courts, one time only being a challenge, knowing we don't have a lot of ongoing funds, really wanting to get to a place that we can get as much of the ongoing in here as we can, but feeling that it's critical to have the transition plan, but also then to have dollars in for the program when the court takes over the pretrial monitoring. So I just want to appreciate, I know this has been, the pretrial subcommittee who has done a ton of work and conversations on this, as well as all of the folks and the partners who have been a part of this conversation, and really trying to come to some common ground on what the future state of pretrial could be. I would say for me, there's kind of three phases. There's the transition plan for pretrial, there's the what we do for the remainder of FY27, and then there's the what we actually want this program to look like. And I don't think we have that solution in this fiscal year. So from my perspective, there's more work that will need to be done. I know there's a lot of different machinations around changing the assessment tool, but also the funding component is a piece that we'll need to continue to figure out.
Can I ask a question? Are we at the question asking portion of this meeting?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I'm having trouble following the Sobering Crisis Intervention Center. Is it a swap? Is it I don't know. And I both see it in this and in the 38. Are those in addition to, I'm just not following what we're doing.
So there will be an update to 38 that we'll hand out when we get there. So,
Okay.
but let's focus on 37, and yes, you're correct, there's a swap, and I'm going to let Jeff talk about how that's working.
Yeah, so I can try, and this is admittedly confusing, so I'll try once and then stop me or ask questions. So we need to fully fund the capital costs for sobering at $12.4 million in fiscal year 2027. When the chair was putting her proposed budget together, she basically spent ongoing as capital dollars in 2027, with the idea being that we spend it like one time only in 27, but then there's 3.2-ish that is technically ongoing, that's being spent as one time only for 1 year, with the idea being that that is ongoing operating dollars for the center. So what we're doing with the amendment is we are taking the programming, the Close Street ramp down, state courts, pretrial monitoring. We're finding a one-time only pay for it. And then we're taking the ongoing expenses, or the part of sobering that would be the ongoing capacity, and we're flipping that with the pretrial expenses. So essentially, sorry, I realize it was confusing. So it's leaving $12.4 million in sobering in fiscal year 2027, so we fully funded the capital. So essentially, we're taking the chunk, that 3.2 that's ongoing, that's sort of buried in there, and we're moving that to the pretrial services, and we're moving the one-time only into the sobering. So it means that in 28 and beyond, there's less ongoing capacity for operations and sobering. That's your trade-off there. You're trading future operating dollars in sobering for, or you're allocating them to the pretrial services.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, yeah, and I'd be happy to do it again if, it doesn't stick, yeah.
So, yes, and just to say, so in my budget, I had $1 million for one-time only dollars for pretrial. And then we also are using some of the revenue amendment, which is one-time only dollars for pretrial. We're taking those one-time only dollars and swapping them out and putting them in the sobering, and then taking those ongoing dollars into this to make them ongoing. That's just what Jeff said. I just needed to make sure I had it right in my head.
So does your budget contain from the city any money for sobering?
Yes, $1 million for sobering services.
Do we have that from them?
I'm sorry. Oh, wait, sorry. So go ahead, sorry.
I believe when we were looking at the Pathway Center, that currently $1.9 million is budgeted in the Pathway Center for sobering and deflection from the city of Portland.
Okay.
But that's budgeted. Did they actually give it to us?
They haven't passed their budget yet.
Is it in their budget?
1 million is. Yeah.
1 million. Okay, I'm going to have some questions about, because the budget amendment actually doesn't explain how pretrial services would be offered either in the transition or for the remainder of the year. So can you share exactly what's contemplated for it looks like you have $1.4 million, correct?
$1.4 million, yes.
And is my understanding,
Plus the additional dollars, and that will be an amendment for 38.
but those additional dollars are for like additional services, not actually for what currently happens with pretrial? That's what it looks like?
It's for case management and other services that were part of the pretrial discussions that will help with some of the activities that are currently being done.
Right. So when the pretrial committee had their report, there were a couple options presented. Lipstick also had several discussions, and in order to cover both sort of the end-to-end, including high-risk monitoring, there was a significant reduction in the cost from what we're currently paying because of the court restructuring and doing it from end to end, and also having less expensive personnel. And so that the amount that they came up with was about 2.6 million, plus they were going to be putting in their own additional resources to run the end-to-end system. And so how would the $1.4 million provide an end-to-end system this next year?
So the allocation continues the closed street supervision for the high-level care as the transition is happening. It allows for additional FTE hiring for the courts. And this is not meant to provide full long-term funding for the pretrial system. I think we are going to have to ramp up and see what that looks like, but it is transitional dollars to do that. And it recognizes the fact that both the MCSO and DCJ said that these are no longer services that the county can provide. And so we are trying to bring this more in alignment with what other counties do, with the courts taking on more of these services. And I think that we're going to have to continue to work with the courts to see what is actually doable with the budget that we have available.
So, but the 800,000 here is my understanding doesn't even quite get us to January, and that's for the high risk. The other, from what the courts have said, and we've had them here, they can come up, is, so this currently doesn't have any high-risk monitoring from January 1 to the end of to June 2027.
That is actually, I think that depends on how the courts decides to use the resources that we're getting them and what they're going to prioritize in terms of the pretrial supervision that they're going to do.
Okay, but you have in your amendment here that they're going to be for release assistance officers, and those are not the ones that do high-risk monitoring?
So there are counties that do high-risk monitoring with release assistance officers.
I'd like to ask the courts, because this is in some ways an allocation of, I think, to me, it's irresponsible for us to say, this is what we're going to get, like, when we're not the ones actually, they're not our personnel, nor are we the ones doing it. So I'd like the courts to come and speak to it, if you will, because I'm very uncomfortable, because I don't think we should present that we're going to get a pretrial system for a year with $1.4 million with any sort of high-risk monitoring.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, Barb Marcille with the courts. Yes, what we've explained is that the 7 positions that 478K would fund would be basically taking over the monitoring that the PSP unit is doing currently. They would not have the capacity to take over the enhanced monitoring, basically, that Close Street is doing. So in fiscal year 27, after Close Street terminates their services, we would not anticipate having the capacity with this level of funding to do enhanced monitoring, if that makes sense.
So with the additional resources, how many RAOs will you have total?
23.
So you'll have 23 RAOs to just do the lower level supervision?
Supervision is a very minimal part of what they'll be doing. They'll be doing all of the 24/7 handling of the pretrial risk assessment. They'll be doing the application of the release guidelines. They'll be doing the release assistance officer interviews that are necessary for arraignment for people who are held until arraignment, completing verification applications for public defense, as well as monitoring the people who are calling in.
So here, oh no, that wasn't about you. I'm trying to gather my thoughts. I don't have questions for you all. I don't expect to hear anything different than we heard earlier this week or this morning or this afternoon from you all. I think what I want to understand is if there is another, because I know we held the earlier pretrial amendment to have as part of this conversation. I'm not interested in having a conversation and doing a bunch of stuff that is just arguing around this. If there is a different way to get us there, then I would like to have that conversation now. This is about making sure that people do not have to sit in jail because we failed to figure out how to do pretrial services. And I've heard loud and clear from the courts that if we don't have a program, that will be the consequence. And we don't have the money to pay for more jail beds. The cost of a jail bed is about the same as the cost of a room at the Ritz-Carlton. Why? I don't want to sit here and just have a political conversation. I want us to figure this out. So if there is a different solution, I would love to have that brought forward so that we can just get this done and move forward in pretrial. Because as of right now, there's nothing else on the table that puts any more than 1 million into pretrial services. So this is not about you. My frustration is we have got to stop just staying stuck in this conversation and figure this out and move something forward.
So there's a framework that was put forward that had the courts putting in resources that actually provided the full spectrum of coverage from end to end that was significantly cheaper. The chair, and I would just say that the chair put $1 million in to pay for it, which is, I mean, I believe it's the responsibility of the chair. If you're going to cut something significantly and you're still expecting the service is paid for. What I'm concerned about is this, it makes it look like this is going to happen, and it's frankly not really going to happen, because there's no high-risk monitoring. So if we want to keep people, I think we all agreed, we want to have people have, not be kept in jail, that judges have the opportunity to know that they can release people that are high risk because there's a system in place. What I'm concerned about is, and this isn't political, it's just there's not the money. And again, my expectation is the chair, if the cuts were made to DCJ and accepting the sheriff's cut, that basically left no money for the program. And the chair's, I mean.
Commissioner, I put forward an amendment, this amendment, that actually adds additional funds on top of what was originally in my budget. There are no other proposals on the table to fund pretrial at anything above what was in my original budget.
But this doesn't fund pretrial. That's the problem. I mean, I'm just saying, we shouldn't.
I think the only thing that's missing is the funds for the high risk. Is that correct, Judge? That's what I've heard recently. It's just
Yes,
the high risk monitoring for the second.
Judge Michael Greenlick, Chief Criminal Judge, that's correct. What's missing is the approximately $900 and some thousand that we would need to do high-risk monitoring commensurate to what Close Street currently does. I will point out their budget for doing high-risk monitoring was north of $2 million. We think we can do it much more cheaply than what's currently happening, but there's no money right now for high-risk monitoring, and that's a significant thing for us. We've not done it before. There's liability that comes with it. There's going to be a complicated intergovernmental agreement that needs to be entered, but we just can't go down that road unless there's some commitment for the county to take that on.
So currently what's missing is the high-risk monitor, or the funding for high-risk monitoring for January on, for the rest of fiscal year 27.
Right. We've explained that,
and ongoing.
That the $478,000 would build the foundation of a pretrial risk, of a pretrial system that would allow us to have data, to have 24/7, to have one touch with all these different functions we'd be taking on, and doing low-risk monitoring, which is important. But that's the foundation. On top of that, there would need to be more funding to do high-risk monitoring.
Got it. All right. Should we do it?
So as Close Street was described, Close Street is really more frequent phone calls and some infrequent in-person check-ins. So what are the parts that you're most concerned about being able to do?
What judges anticipate enhanced monitoring would entail would be in-person check-ins, outbound outreach to connect with people to ensure that they are in good communication, electronic monitoring when that's been ordered, so SCRAM or GPS bracelets. So those would be the additional things that would be involved in high-risk monitoring.
And currently, if we don't have the funding for high-risk monitoring, folks will remain in our custody at the jail in 2020.
Well, the case would come before a judge, and the judge would have to decide whether the person weighing the statutory factors is a good candidate for release on recognizance or low-risk monitoring. And if the judge, because it's a more serious offense, there's more risk involved, if the judge decided that that wasn't an appropriate decision, then security would be set. And so we can't predict exactly how many more people would be in jail, but yes, I mean, I imagine the consequence, there would be many more people held, because a lot of the folks that we have on release that are supervised by Close Street have committed pretty serious offenses, DV cases, repeat DUI cases, major felony types of cases. And so there's, community safety concerns, victim concerns, and that's when the high-risk monitoring comes into play.
Got it.
I have been honest, this is not my area of expertise. So I don't know the research. I have not been provided any research that shows reminder calls for a low-risk population whose primary issue is not showing up for their court date makes any difference. I cannot understand, if we have limited resources, why that is the piece that there seems to be agreement on funding, and the area of which it is mutually beneficial and focuses on community safety, which I believe is a shared responsibility between the county and the courts around a higher risk population, seems to not have a plan in this. I know it has closed street for a period of time. I fundamentally do not understand why it is a good use of resources to call people for misdemeanors who, the reason we know that they are at high risk for not showing up is because they are homeless, they are mentally ill, they have a substance use disorder. I cannot think for the life of me how a phone call is going to make any difference to them showing up. And yet, I don't see the resources for the population that I think is who will stay in jail if we don't do something, and could pose a legitimate public safety risk if not under some form. Again, I don't see a huge value in phone calls, but I mean, am I missing some research that has just not been shared with me, that phone calling people with behavioral health issues and are homeless is going to actually move the needle for showing up to court?
I think this would be a good question for the answer, because I think it's much more than a phone call. Because that's certainly not just what DCJ was doing.
Commissioner Moyer, if you're talking about the lower risk people, we're not going to be making phone calls. This will be an automated court reminder system that we currently have in place, and they'll be required to call in into an automated system. And there is research that those sorts of court reminders make a huge difference, but there's very little marginal cost to it. We have the system in place already. We've been using it for a couple of years. The court runs the court reminder system already where people get calls. And so there's not going to be, these release assistance officers are not going to be calling people up on the phone. They're just going to be part of an automated court reminder system that we currently have. And we also have a new system in place that will also be run through e-supervision, where there can be behavioral messaging, where you can get messages to people how they could get help getting to court and so forth. So
then what do 23 employees do? But I think what Commissioner Moyer is asking is, like, what do the release officers do? What did DCJ do? Like, when somebody, that's what I think she's asking.
I thought you were asking about low-level offenders.
She is.
I am, but I don't know what 23 employees do.
Like, when somebody comes into the system, what do those people do?
So currently what DCJ does and what we do is they
Excuse me, Judge, I just want to say, we do have DCJ in the room if we need to call them down as well.
So their techs in the RECOG office, they administer the presiding release order, and they do a risk assessment, currently called the PSA. That's what they do. Their DCJ also has the PSP unit, which does the low-level supervision. We'd be taking on all of those roles with our RAOs, plus we'd be doing things that the court traditionally does, like the indigent defense interview, so we can make sure people qualify for public defenders. And there's a requirement that there be an interview done of the defendants who are held in custody, so a report can be written to the judge, the arraignment judge, so they have that. So they'll be taking on the PSP function that DCJ does. They'll be taking on the RECOG unit function that DCJ does, and we'll be taking on the traditional things that the court has been doing all along.
And if this doesn't pass, because I guess I understood your budget, we would keep the RAOs for doing the PSP. And does this amendment now give PSP to the court? I'm having, I can't track this.
So why don't we have DCJ talk about what's going to be staying here and what's going to be moving over? Hi.
Hi, Tira Hubbard. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Adult Services Division Director at DCJ. So I think the important thing about pretrial is we talk about it about a big system. There's actually different parts about it. So there's pretrial monitoring, which we're talking about quite a bit. There's also the pretrial work that happens while folks are in jail, which allows them to release from jail onto monitoring and helps with the jail capacity issues. And there's also, we talk about it as the assessment. So Senate Bill 48 passed, which was a bail reform bill to try and help manage, us not using money to determine who gets in and out of jail. That required that our local judge, through the chief, and I'm going to summarize things for the courts, and they'll correct me if I'm wrong, but the chief judge required that the local presiding judge figure out how we were going to do this in Multnomah County. We refer to that as the PJO. That's the presiding judge's order, which sets in place the way that people are released. It's complicated based on crime, FTA's history. Our RECOG staff conduct a PSA, which is kind of an automated tool, which gives us a score, which is the risk we talk about, which includes failure to appear. So RECOG staff do that. They also apply the presiding judge's order by looking at all of those factors to determine if anyone can release from jail prior to being able to make it into court to help manage that jail capacity. So when we talk about what RECOG staff does, they are dispatched for DCJ after hours and on the weekends. Then they also have this function, which we perform for MCSO and for the courts, which is conducting the PSI, applying the PJO. What the courts are suggesting is that they could take over those duties. Those are sort of our statutory pretrial requirements. Pretrial monitoring is separate from that, and that's what PSP and Closed Street currently do. Those aren't necessarily statutorily required, but they make us feel more comfortable as a community. They make the judges feel more comfortable, and they're meant to get services to the individuals on pretrial. So there's kind of those two buckets. What PSP does with those that are at a lower level is that they're doing intake with them, they're talking with them about the system, sort of getting them set up for success. Some of them are doing phone call-ins, we're doing automated calls. It's a lot of phone work. It's not the same as a parole and probation officer, which is going into their homes, doing case planning and that kind of thing. So I hope that answers the questions. Was I okay? Yeah. I'm getting nods of approval here, so we're in agreement.
Thank you. And I think it's also a choice of what level of supervision is prioritized to be started up first with the resources that are available to do that as well. So.
But we don't get to decide what the courts do, right?
We don't get to decide what the courts do, but we can provide resources to allow them to do.
But I think they've said, well, I don't want to speak for the courts, that they wouldn't just do high risk.
They have said that.
Because they do not have the funding to do that.
Commissioners, may I add something?
They would like to do both their part. Actually, I can't. You can speak for yourself.
May I add something? Thank you. I just wanted to add that one of the foundational advantages of moving to the system that we're talking about is a huge improvement in collection of data. And so the system that we're talking about being able to move to would allow the court to be able to collect in one system all the data about people being released at whatever risk level, and to be able to make better decisions moving forward about what capacity is needed, what types of monitoring are effective, and what components of that monitoring system need to be in place to really help with that jail capacity and ensure that people are released safely. So one of the huge gaps in the system right now is that it's a trifurcated system. The Closed Street Supervision collects some information, DCJ's PSP unit collects some information, DCJ's RECOG unit collects some information, and the court collects some information. It's It's very difficult for us to reconcile all of the information and really get a clear picture of what's going on in the system. So we believe that getting this foundational system set up with a 24/7 unit of release assistance officers that can run the full spectrum of those initial points of contact that Tara was talking about would really benefit the system overall. The funding for enhanced monitoring is a separate question, but we do believe there are a lot of real benefits to moving to this change in the system structure.
Can I ask DCJ a question? So originally we were talking about just moving the reminder calls. Now we're talking about moving additional dollars, so I am assuming that is FTE that you currently have, that up until today was not on a cuts or layoff list, is that correct? How many workers is that?
We have, at this time, 13 FTE in our RECOG unit. There are 4 FTE from that unit proposed for reduction. We require 6 FTE to cover our dispatch calls because it's not about workload, it's about hours of coverage, after hours and weekends. So for the 9 FTE, we are stretched pretty thin to try and meet all of the PSA and the duties for the courts. So they're proposing taking some of those duties over, which would still require, we still have to cover our after-hours calls when law enforcement calls us. That's DCJ specific. That's not a service for MCSO or for the courts. That is how law enforcement who are out in the community interacting with our clients, that's how they contact parole and probation, and they act, our RECOG staff in the middle of the night act as essentially dispatch to connect them to an officer to make decisions about whether or not someone is violating conditions.
Okay, but I'm still trying to wrap my head of how many positions would this fund shift impact the, up until right now, we were not aware of? Is it 0? Is it?
Good evening. Denise Pena, DCJ Director, she, her pronouns. At this point in our FY27 budget that was accepted by the chair, we did reduce our RECOG staff from 13 to 9, and that is because DCJ was no longer going to be doing the assessments on behalf of the courts, as in our efforts to get out of the pretrial business and focusing more on the post-conviction. Excuse me. And so with the remaining 9 that we had, that is where we did try to come up with a plan to continue to provide the coverages, but with only a remaining staff of 9 and a 24/7 program, we are unable to provide 24/7 coverage. There are going to be periods of the day in which we are not going to have staff available. And like I shared earlier this week, this plan allows for no room for errors or vacation or sick time. And so what Tier is talking about is, so again, with the 9, we could attempt to continue to provide those services because in addition, we do need to continue our after-hours dispatch to our officers. So we went from an FY26, we went from 13, and in FY27, we have 9 RECOG CTs in our budget in FY27 currently.
This amendment does not impact your FTE?
No.
No, those cuts were made.
But it does impact responsibility, is that what I'm understanding? Like we're shifting things that in previous versions.
Yes, I think what I heard from the courts is that with the additional funding in the REOs, that they would actually shift away that work from DCJ RECOG onto the REOs as far as those pretrial assessments that our staff are currently doing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to move we recess for about 10 minutes so we can take into this and look at what the options are for this one. So we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. think if everybody could take their seats again, I think we are ready to reconvene. Okay, thank you for that recess. I believe some good work got done. Commissioner Singleton. Well, I'm turning it over to you.
Oh, do you want me to talk
Yeah,
about
yes.
the change?
Yeah. Oh, wait, so hold on, we've got folks that are still coming to their seats. Where's Commissioner Jones Dixon? I thought he was right here. Maybe. Okay. All right, we are back in session now. Okay, and we appreciate, again, the courts being here for the conversation, the good dialogue here. There's an update to this that Commissioner Singleton is going to explain.
So when the amendment was updated, it dropped a pay-for that we had in the earlier version of this amendment. So this, we will be bringing back, or I would like to make a motion to amend Amendment 38D to add back in a pay-for of $475,000 from Revenue Amendment 1/2.
Where?
Nope, I said 38D, didn't I? Sorry, 37C.
So we have a motion.
I'm sorry, so you're going to have 800-something thousand from revenue amendments in this?
Correct.
So I have a motion, do we have a second?
No.
No? Okay. All right, then. Then we will just continue on with the amendment as submitted. Okay, so we are now,
Chair, just as a matter of procedure, and I'm sure you know this, but I just want to make sure you know that if you did want to second that, you could pass the gavel.
Oh.
That's up to you, of course.
well, what? You're doing a great job. Look who doesn't want the gavel. Yes, I would like to have the discussion on the amendment, so I will pass the gavel. And this is for consideration. Okay, so thanks, Jenny, and thanks for the reminder. Okay, so I'm going to second that and passing the gavel to the vice chair for the consideration of this amendment to the amendment. Commissioner Singleton, would you like to explain this?
So this is with the updates to the revenue amendment spreadsheet. This is already on there as a pay-for this particular amendment, so it does not change the balance of the revenue amendments in the OTO section. So we would remain at 14,000 out of balance, at least at the time being, depending on what else passes.
Yeah, so this isn't changing what has been, the board is sharing what we're doing is we would be taking it, instead of using it in Amendment 38C, we would be using it in 37C.
I'm sorry, when I'm looking at countywide amendment 38, it has a COO office reduction, not a revenue amendment. Or do I have an old one?
You have an old one, because we haven't gotten to 38 yet.
We're on 37.
But didn't you just say it's coming from 38?
So on the revenue balance sheet, it says that the pretrial monitoring transition is, that right now is allotted to 38B. And so instead the amendment is to use it as an additional resource for 37C, so that we have additional resources for the higher level supervision that the courts were just talking about.
Okay, that may be what the revenue amendment sheet says, but it's, where's the actual amendment where it says that?
It's not, I just amended it from the dais, so that's the motion that we're discussing.
Okay. I thought I just heard somebody say it came from 38. But it's not, and then you said you amended it from the dais, but maybe I don't have 38.
So it is only showing up right now on the revenue amendment balances sheet in 38B. So I'm only pointing to that to clarify that using it in 37C does not put us an additional $475,000 out of balance. It leaves the current revenue balances as it stands at the remaining resources line and total OTO balance at the bottom of the FY27 revenue amendment balances as of 6:02 PM today.
But it wasn't actually on the amendment, just a separate point. So on 38, and I know that's not the amendment I'm on, but since they seem to be paired, are you still taking 475 from the COO's office?
Yes, that's what we will use.
So what would the additional $475,000 go to?
Higher level supervision, because the courts have said that what they are not able to do right now is higher level supervision.
Okay, I heard $900,000 from the court. Have they agreed that they can do the high-level supervision for $475,000?
So it's additional resources to the court. The courts can do higher level supervision for less than what the sheriff's office can, because these are some of the sheriff's office is some of the highest level employees.
Just
come forward, please. I mean,
Barb Marcial again, hi. For $475K, what we'd estimated for the cost of a position for that higher level supervision, the FTE cost was $180K a year. So that would get us a couple of positions, about 2.5 positions. That would not provide much capacity for higher level supervision, but perhaps would allow us to foray into higher level supervision. That would not allow the expense for electronic monitoring, to be clear, but if I'm understanding correctly, the 475 that was in 38 would be added to the ongoing funding for fiscal year 28 as well. Is that what I'm understanding? It was
Unfortunately, they're the same exact dollar amount, but they're different. So this would be total, an additional $475,000 total in pretrial. So 30.
OPO, right? If it's from revenue amendment?
So we can, so it is, but we can do the same switch that we're doing with those dollars, what we're doing for the dollars in the other parts of this amendment, and switch out the ongoing dollars for, excuse me, these one-time only dollars for the ongoing dollars that are in the other program offer.
so who long-term would get the, in 27, where are those long-term, where are the ongoing dollars going?
So right now, everything.
You'd be spending it twice, right?
No.
No.
But it was zero out. Amendment, revenue amendment 1, 2, right? What, 14,000, you said?
Yes, so this, it leaves it where it currently stands, even though we haven't finished the rest of the amendments that take from those, but it keeps the current balance exactly where it is, which would be the negative 14,000. So if all of the revenue amendments that take from revenue amendment 1, 2, and 4 pass, then we will need to revisit dollar amounts so that we get back in balance, is my understanding of how the plan for the budget tonight is.
So if we could just clarify what we're going to do to change the sheets. So I think part of the confusion is the 475 was originally part of Amendment 38. In 38C, that's no longer there, and the pay for is now the COO's office. So then what we'll do is 37D will have both the 478 and the 475 as the pay for that amendment. So you're correct that based on the sheet that you have, it still has the 478, still has the 475. We're going to combine it into one on the same line as we shift where the offsets and the pay fors are.
May I ask a question? Are we talking the 678 plus the 475 for fiscal year 27? Is that what you're contemplating for the state courts?
It's 478 and the 475.
Wasn't there an additional 200? Is that?
Yeah. Pretrial. Yeah. Yes.
678 plus
Yes.
475? Okay.
Yes, plus the 800 for the closed street supervision.
Correct.
Yep.
And then the idea is that it would be ongoing
Yes.
once that transfer is
Yes.
made?
Yep.
Thank you.
I have got to get this rewritten so I can look at it, because I've been lost. Can we get a new version of 37 whatever?
And 38, if there's some adjustment to it. Because the one I have,
So we don't have 38, I mean, we haven't considered 38 yet, we do have an additional sheet.
but everybody they're talking, these sheets aren't accurate. And because on this sheet, it says 38B, you've got 475, and from the revenue amendment. And actually, on this sheet, it says it's coming from the COO's office.
And I think the plan is to do both.
Yep.
Yeah, the plan is to do both.
Okay, so let's get it cleaned up so that we know what it is that's being proposed, so like actually the courts can tell us.
Okay, so staff's updating it right now, so it'll be just a couple minutes. So we can be in brief recess. Oh,
Another brief recess.
yes, we can be.
We're going to brief recess for about 5 minutes.
Great.
Not that much.
don't have.
Director Elkin to update us on where we're at.
Actually, you can hand it over to me.
Hand it over to the
So what
chair.
I have is this 2 pages for each person, so go ahead and pass that whole thing down. And then this is updates. So the amendment under, the amendment to the amendment under consideration is about adding additional revenue to 37D. We also, so that people can see them both together, have included the most recent and updated 38D, because that does have a substitution paid for.
Is there an extra copy of 37?
There is. Here we go. And I have one left, if anybody needs it.
Yeah, Christian.
Christian? There's, they were collated. Okay, so this does what we were talking about before, which is to add an additional $475,000 from Revenue Amendment 1, swap it out to make sure that those are ongoing dollars, not one-time only dollars, and allocate that to the pretrial supervision program.
And Chair, this is 37C that you're talking about?
Yes, this is 37.
Well, we're still in 37C.
Okay, so this is an amendment to 37C.
Okay, so we had 37C on the table. Commissioner Singleton offered an amendment. So I think that we should still call this one 37C.
Absolutely.
And then this is just the written document so that we can all follow along.
Thank you. So we scratch out your D and write C on that. Thank you. Thanks, Jenny, for keeping us track. Okay, questions or additional discussion?
Questions for additional discussions?
Does this just pay for the contract for the electronic monitoring?
So there's the $200,000 that is in this amendment that says pretrial transition for state courts' future pretrial monitoring activities and services can be used for electronic monitoring.
That's what it costs?
Hi, folks. Natalie Minus, she, her pronouns policy advisor for the chair. So currently, Close Street Supervision uses about $300,000 for their electronic monitoring contract. I think part of what the future pretrial system is looking at is assessing our use of electronic monitoring. So this is not the same exact amount, but it is money that can be used for pretrial services and programs, one of them being electronic monitoring, but it does not have to be used for electronic monitoring.
I'm sorry, you said the annual cost for the sheriff's office to do electronic monitoring, their portion is 300, what a year?
300,000.
300,000. And then DCJ also has an electronic monitoring contract that would be shifted?
I don't know about DCJ's electronic monitoring contract. Okay.
I mean, that's been defended in your budget, correct?
I'm not clear on.
Should we have DCJ come up?
Yeah, DC.
One more time, Director Hubbard.
I know, I don't. Hi, Tara.
Tara Hubbard, she, her pronouns. PSP has about 25 individuals on electronic monitoring. That averages about $10 a day. So it's about $7,500 a month up to $90,000 a year.
Great, so it looks like the current total cost is about 400,000, and this has 200,000?
Yes, this has $200,000 that can be allocated towards that. It also had, not in this amendment, but in Amendment 38, we have additional allocations for other alternative ways of engaging with people who are on pretrial that are new resources that weren't previously funded that could be part of the new system.
Okay, so you're saying that you're just going to take half the people off of electronic monitoring? I mean, I'd like to hear from the judges about that, because my assumption is people who are on for like domestic violence or a whole host of other things, because most people aren't on electronic monitoring. I mean, could you comment on that?
Judge Green.
Hi, Judge Michael Greenlick back. Yeah, I think the most common use of electronic monitoring is to make sure that people released on domestic violence cases aren't going in an exclusion area around the victim's homes or work. It's also used through the SCRAM bracelet to make sure that people who are repeat DUI offenders aren't drinking while they're on pretrial release, and other serious offenses as well when there's really a concern that somebody who committed an act of violence isn't around people that they would be more likely to re-engage in that sort of behavior.
So I'm trying to see on your other amendment, who possibly would be doing that. It wouldn't be the Victim Assistance Program, it wouldn't be Corrections Health, and it wouldn't be contracts peers. So who would be doing, where would the second 200,000 come from?
Commissioner, if you have additional amendments that you would like to make to this to add more resources, you're welcome to do that. The judges can reduce the amount of time people are on electronic monitoring or reduce the numbers referred to electronic monitoring by resolving cases in a faster. There's other alternatives.
This is your amendment you brought forward, so I'm just asking how we're going to provide the services, because it sounded like what I heard your office say was we're going to just have less of it. And what I just heard doesn't sound like those are people that we should have less electronic monitoring, because actually that is a way that which they can be in the community versus.
So this is not about building the same, a duplicate of the same exact pretrial system that we have. That it was part of the entire discussion that the pretrial subcommittee had, was about resources, new resources that were going to be needed in order to do things in a different way, which is why we have the Second Amendment that does a lot of this stuff. This does provide resources for electronic monitoring, and it also provides resources for other things as well.
I never heard that we were going to stop electronic monitoring for people on serious offenses or domestic violence.
So this does not do that. This allocates funds to continue electronic monitoring.
But you said you're going to do it. It doesn't. They just said it's 390,000.
It currently is 390,000 for both low-level supervision and higher-level supervision.
But how is it going to be done for 200,000?
The judges can reduce the amount of time people are on electronic monitoring, or they can reduce the number referred to electronic monitoring by resolving cases faster.
Doesn't sound like community safety to me.
I
don't want to speak for the. I don't think we should be speaking for the judges of what they're going to do to try and fit something into a different amount. I mean, and I don't think we actually should be doing this at 9 o'clock at night either. Because what I see is an amendment that doesn't actually have a program. And so
Commissioner, this is the amendment that, the only amendment that we have had that has actually put in a template for continued work on pretrial monitoring that, with ongoing dollars.
So that's not true. There was another amendment. What I'm just saying is there's no actual description of a program. There is an ever-changing set of numbers. And I'm reluctant to agree to something that is, we think the judges can do electric monitoring for like half the amount, or the courts could do that for half the amount.
So I think, and Judge Greenlick, I would invite you or Barb to come back up. I had a little bit of a conversation about this current amendment with you all during the recess, and you indicated that while this doesn't get us all the way there, this gets us closer to what the courts are looking for and what we're trying to do. And while it might not be ideal, it is a step in the direction.
It is. The electronic monitoring piece, though, is tricky, for sure. Commissioner or Chair Vega-Peterson, you're right. If cases get resolved sooner, there's a lesser need for that. But these most serious cases tend not to get resolved sooner because the defense needs time to prepare for trial. There is the possibility that we could be more efficient with electronic monitoring, but the other possibility is if it's a limited resource, fewer people would be released because we wouldn't have that assurance for victim safety. So it's all, the give and take when it comes to all this. When I was looking at these numbers, I wasn't really thinking about electronic monitoring because that's really the hardest thing for us to do, the thing that carries the most liability, the part that will be the hardest to put together with the intergovernmental agreement. So there's just a lot up in the air when it comes to electronic monitoring.
And I think I just want to, because this happens every time we talk about this, but we're talking about two different kinds of high risk. We're talking about high risk of failure to appear, and we're talking about high risk of repeat offenses that might impact community safety. And when you're talking about electronic monitoring, are you talking about using electronic monitoring for people who are at a high risk for failure to appear, or for those who are at a risk to the community?
Risk to the community.
But currently, we have folks on lower level monitoring that are also on, lower level pretrial supervision that are also on electronic monitoring.
So that can happen because it's a DUI offense, and the only risk is drinking. There are people that are going to come to court. It's just a drinking problem. Or people who are committing acts of domestic violence who are pretty stable in the community also are going to come to court, but there's a risk that they're going to, cause harm to the victim. And so they can be they can have the lower level of supervision because we don't really need them.
Because they don't have high risk of failure to appear.
Right.
So I think that there's clearly not agreement on this. I come back to what I said earlier. This is, at some point, we're going to have to take a vote and move on in our budget. My concern continues to be that our failure to move means that we leave here tonight with no plan for pretrial services no funded plan for pretrial services in fiscal year 27, which means, as you stated earlier, the likelihood that more people would be held in jail because there isn't any place to release them to, depending on their cases, obviously. I would assume that folks who are on pretrial supervision now, the numbers that you all talk about are high enough for that to be a concern for those numbers of people to suddenly be in the jail system as opposed to back in the community. I understand that there's disagreement about this for many different reasons. I don't think that we need to continue to belabor it. I know we're not getting to the dollar amount that the courts want. I know we're not getting to the dollar amount that advocates might want. And this, again, is a compromise to move us out of the stuckness that we have been in for months at this point for how to transition pretrial services. I understand you have another pretrial services subcommittee next week, and I know that a lot of that conversation will also depend on what happens with this budget. So at some point, Chair, I think we need to call the vote to question so we can make decisions here and move on to the rest of our budget.
So we have
sorry, Vice Chair.
Call the question. Let's move forward with the vote on the amendment.
Whether to add an additional 475 revenue amendment to the to 37C.
Tasia, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones Dixon?
No. Amendment fails.
Okay, so now we're back on to the underlying amendment for Amendment 37C. All right, any additional discussion on this amendment? Okay.
This is just a request. If this passes, I would like to request that we actually get, in the next week, a detailed plan of what it actually would accomplish in terms of both the low risk, the high risk, and both the transition and then like from now to January 1 and then January 1 to July 30th. Because it's not in here, and I think we all need to know what it is that was proposed.
Okay, any other further discussion on this?
And for point of clarification, we believe we're on 37B, the original.
That is correct.
No, we're still on 30.
Yeah.
We're still on, we haven't voted on the underlying.
We're at
amendment.
37B.
We're on the underlying amendment, but without the 475. Correct, right?
Yep.
Correct. Okay, we're in agreement.
It's the board who needs to understand where they are. So if you're sure what you're voting on, then
So, as I understand it, and I definitely correct me if I'm wrong, this 37C was handed out so people could see the amendment in writing. That failed, but it doesn't change the underlying amendment that we haven't voted on yet, which was 37C minus the highlighted 475. Because that 470, that highlighted part failed.
It's the complicated money swap, which is the 4 yellow highlighteds are just struck.
So we are on, yes, so we are on 37C.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice coloring, whoever did that.
Yeah. Staff.
You just scratch out the yellow.
Okay. So we are back under the underlying amendment 37C. That is taking the additional one-time only money, adding some additional money, and making sure that it's all ongoing money. All right. So I will just say, this, the pretrial subcommittee has been meeting for over a year to try to get to some kind of program. That has not been successful in getting to something that all parties can agree to and meets the financial realities that we have as as local governments or as state governments, frankly. We also know that the state is not funding Multnomah County's courts for RAOs at the same level that other counties are receiving assistance from the state. That's because for years, Multnomah County has been funding a pretrial program with our county general fund dollars. Both our Department of Community Justice and our Multnomah County Sheriff's Office has dedicated employees who have been doing this work for years and doing it well, and yet our financial realities are that this is not lines of business that either of those departments can continue to be in going forward. This amendment is the best attempt to move us forward to a new plan, knowing that it is not perfect, knowing that there are still ongoing discussions about how this is going to work and what this is going to look like. What this does ensure is that the highest level of supervision is going to continue into the next fiscal year with $800,000 continuing the closed street supervision. This basically is funding 1 year of planning, 1 year of transition, and 6 months to start up the new program. The conversations are going to continue with all of our public safety partners, and we'll continue, and work will continue on the IGA between the county and the courts to make sure that we have a program that will work for people as this transition takes place. It is not perfect, it is not done, but we have to put some money on the table for this, and we have to have a starting point that we can go from. And that's what we need for our FY27 budget. Yeah, so any further discussion or questions?
I am at 9 o'clock, 9:05, at a total loss of how we are still pulling things together. I'm not blaming any particular parties. I don't support many of the pay-fors. I don't think we're getting the one thing. I again believe it is of mutual interest to the court and to Multnomah County to keep people properly supervised in our community who would otherwise be in our jail. I am very, very worried about that. I don't think any scenario I've seen prioritizes that work. I continue to have very real questions about the amount of energy and money we are spending on low-level offenses of people who are in various states of crisis, and why that is Multnomah County's priority that they show up or don't show up to their court date. I just fundamentally believe that that is a responsibility of the court. Where it is mutually beneficial is our higher risk population. I understand the court has said no to various versions of that. I think we need to keep having conversations. I would support setting some amount of money aside to have those conversations. But to me, nothing I've seen avoids matrix releasing, which is my #1 priority, and frankly, prioritizes services I think are of little to no value in either outcome or a priority of Multnomah County. I know we're trying, I get it, I actually want to land this plane too, but this does not land it for me.
I definitely appreciate that, Commissioner. I think that is part of why I made the last motion to add some dollars to get to what we're trying to get to. I feel like I'm just a broken record on this at this point, so I will just say one more time, I'm extremely worried about what happens on July 1 when we have passed nothing in this budget for pretrial. And just to put some perspective to this, if it is a 1-to-50 ratio for high-level monitoring, having added 2.5 RAOs would have been 125 lives that could have been diverted from jail. And so we're talking a lot about numbers and spreadsheets and not a lot about the human beings that are on the other end of pretrial services. And I'm deeply saddened that we're where we are and leaving all of that program up in the air at the end of today.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards? No. Commissioner Jones Dixon?
No.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes. The amendment fails. Okay. So now we are moving on to Amendment 38D.
Are we just going to skip the other one?
I'm sorry?
Are they standalone or were they a package?
No, okay, sorry, you're correct.
So we have, so 38D was the second part of that, which was providing some ongoing services to people for pretrial, which were taken out of the pretrial subcommittee work that happened. Is there any motion to consider this?
So board members, we have both a 52, I'm sorry, I went backwards in time. I think I got lost. A 38B and a 38D. And either could be considered or not. I just want to make sure one was passed out and one was on the original sheet.
I see, thank you. Well, I don't hear a motion to consider anything, so.
Okay. So then we would
You
move
can
on to
just skip it.
39.
Okay, so moving on, we are now at
39.
39. Is there a motion on Amendment 39? Did 39 get pulled?
Yeah, I'm going to pull it out, but I can provide context.
Okay, so we don't need to do anything, we just don't need to consider it?
I'm not sure.
Okay, if it's not on the table yet, and if there's no motion, then we can just move on to.
So you're not going to offer Amendment 39, Commissioner?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so we can move on to 40.
Okay, so we have Amendment 40. Do we have a motion for a motion and a second for Amendment 40?
I'm happy to move this now or later, but I will just ask if anybody cares about the timing. It's a revenue amendment in the middle of all of our discussions. So before I move it, I was curious about whether people want me to move it now.
So we just need a motion or not? I mean,
Okay, I guess I can move it now. And one of the things I would say is we could put the revenue in if it's approved. It may or may not be used.
And so we have a motion to consider Amendment number 40.
Do we have a second?
Sure, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for considering Amendment 40. Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Jones Dixon seconds. Consideration of Amendment 40, Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Yes, so I'm just going to go back to my earlier comments and actually comments I've made the last two budget cycles. And I've offered this amendment the previous 2 years, is that in years in which we have significant layoffs or reductions in services, I do believe throughout the organization there should be sort of shared sacrifice. And if I look back, and I know there's been discussion about this when this came up before, of debating whether or not there had been pretty exponential growth in the COO's office and that's also the Spark unit. I mean, they didn't. I think there was one person maybe in the unit, but they have expanded quite rapidly over the last several years. That's top of the pyramid. And again, in this budget, there's lots of cuts across the board, and I believe they should be shared by everyone. And this is one function that has had a very large growth increase over the last several years.
Budget Office, where are we in terms of the revenue amendments right now?
Okay, so there were, there were 3 amendments that just didn't go through that all used them. So if you do not count what we're considering now and you just consider revenue amendments 1, 2, and 4, the one-time only revenue amendments, if we passed everything that we have not considered yet, you would have almost $1.1 million of one-time only available. And then, and then based on what you've passed already, just under $1.3 million available.
So we still have $1.3 million in revenue amendments available.
Of one-time only. And then on the ongoing, you still have just short of $50,000 left, but there's an upcoming amendment that had used it as an offset that we haven't voted on yet.
Okay. Thank you for the update.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the understanding that we have other ones to vote on? What's the current?
One-time only is just short of $1.3 million. And that excludes the contingency that you're considering voting on right now.
So we're now in positive of 1.3 million in OTO? Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? Okay,
This is very similar to what was just in the last one that we didn't vote on, isn't it?
Yeah, this is one, I would say that I, as I've said earlier, support reductions in this line item. I'm honestly not clear on the moving it to contingency piece of that. And now that we have one-time only revenue, it feels a little, I'm just a little confused on what moving it to contingency is instead of just using it as a pay for some existing amendments.
It was designed to put it freestanding as a revenue amendment it can be spent out of contingency. Was there a reason it went in contingency?
Because it's not technically revenue. So what this does is it cuts an expenditure, creates expenditure capacity in the budget, and then it was not used by the commissioner as an offset. A portion of it was used, so then that other balancer still exists. So we move expenditures into contingency. That's how we handle that, because it is not revenue that we have brought forward that's unencumbered.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
No.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the amendment fails. Okay, we are going on to number 41, restoration to the youth crisis line. Do I have a motion and a second?
Can we, I'm requesting a 5-minute recess.
Sure, we can have a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
wait, Tasia, we're reconvening. Okay. We're all set? Okay. All right, hi, everyone. Welcome back from that recess. We are going to be reconvening at this point. And
I'd like to make a motion.
we have a motion. Commissioner Moyer.
Yes, I'd like to request that we reopen Amendment 30. Is that the right one? Did I do the right number?
Okay, so we have a motion to, for reconsideration
Yes.
on Amendment 30. Do I have a second? Okay, a motion and a second for reconsideration. Jenny Madcore, do we need to take a full vote on that? Motion for reconsideration?
Yes, it needs to be a regular vote.
Okay. Do you want to?
Do we vote before talking about what we want to do to it, to open it back up?
So in order to open that, take two. In order to have a motion to reconsider, someone from the prevailing side of the vote, and that's what I was looking back on, needs to make the motion to reconsider. It needs a second. There can be discussion, and then we vote on whether or not to reconsider. If it passes, then we move on to discussing the substance.
Okay, does the second have to be somebody who is also on the prevailing side?
No.
No, okay, great. Okay.
Do we have a second?
Yes, we had, it was, there was a motion by Commissioner Moyer and a second by Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
The intention of reconsidering Budget Amendment 30 is to discuss allocating $514,000 and restoring 3 FTE to Program Offer 15206, which is Strategic Prosecution Unit.
Thank you. So we have that. Is there any discussion on the motion for consideration?
Just what's the new dollar amount?
514,000.
No?
So we just need a discussion on the motion to consider, not
okay.
exactly on the other line thing. Okay? Great. Can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the motion for reconsideration passes. We are now on discussion of Amendment 30B. Commissioner Moyer.
Okay, thank you. I would like to amend the original amendment to read that it will allocate $514,000 from revenue measure 124. I think we're now pulling them. Are we pulling them at this point? Whatever. OTL. Thank you. To fund 3 FTE and Program Offer 15206, which is the Strategic Prosecution Unit in the DA's office.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moyer. Further discussion or questions on the amendment? So we need a motion to amend now at this point, correct?
Yes, we need a
Okay.
motion to amend.
Okay, so do I have a motion to amend?
I motion.
Okay, Commissioner Mosh, I can't second. Okay.
Second.
Jones-Dixon seconds. Okay, so the motion to amend Amendment 30B to add 3 FTE in the Strategic Prosecutions Unit using one-time only revenue amendment. Okay, any further discussion or questions on this? Okay, let's take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
No?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes.
Have it.
Now we vote on the amendment as amended. Okay, any further discussion? Okay. That's okay. I thought it was. Any further? Okay, any further discussion on the amendment as amended? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the amendment passes. Okay,
Chair, can I make a motion
yes, we have a,
for 37C, or reconsider 37C?
yes, we have. Okay, so,
We need another recess?
yes, so we have a motion to we have a motion to reconsider Amendment 37C. Do I have a second?
Jenny's.
Okay.
Well, so I haven't been involved in these conversations. We can reopen for reconsideration matters, or you can just make a whole new amendment if you're going to be, in the last one, we did a motion to reconsider, and then we did a motion to amend, so we had to have several votes. You do a little cleaner by just offering a new amendment off the bat and calling it Amendment 52.
Jenny, thank you for being helpful. Let's do this.
Lesser votes is sometimes a little
Okay,
easier.
so-
It just depends on what you're going to do.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to reconsider Amendment 37B. All right.
Thought it was C.
C, I'm sorry, C. Okay. Any discussion on the motion to reconsider? Okay. All right, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the motion for reconsideration passes. We are now on Amendment 37B, discussion and questions. 37C. Okay, I've got to update my spreadsheet that I'm looking at. Okay, 37C, we're all good now.
Great, yeah, so we bringing it back forward. I think the only thing that we should add to the amendment is just the requirement for the courts to come back and report to the board. I don't know if we should include that in writing, but I think it's extremely important as, building off of what Commissioner Singleton stated, it would be horrible to leave here today without having a plan, some type of plan or a start as it pertains to pretrial. Obviously, the courts have been here for three plus hours. They're committed, and we as a board are committed as far as the work and building this out moving forward, so.
Can I ask a are you motioning to amend that the IGA has to come back to the board?
Yes.
You said the court's coming back.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question, Commissioner. So nothing is changing in terms of the pay-fors and what is being paid for. It is just adding additional language requiring the courts to come back?
No, the IGA to be approved by the board?
The IGA to be approved by the board and for them to come, yes. The IGA to be approved by the board.
Like, read it.
Is it? Thank you for the, yes, for the IGA to be approved by the board and reviewed at ICB.
Okay. So in the amendment description, we will be adding a line that says, the board requires that the IGA be brought back to the board for approval?
Yes, so what I'm hearing is that we have a motion to amend from Commissioner Jones Dixon, 37C, to add a line that makes clear that any IGA between the state and the county will be approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Is that?
That is accurate,
That's
yes.
okay. And then, so that will be the motion. We'll need a second for it. I could also add that such a line item could be in a budget note as opposed to in the budget amendment.
Okay, but we're here. We're here,
I understand.
Jenny. So
that is the motion. I think I properly summarized it. And so then Commissioner Jones Dixon would need a second.
I will second.
Okay, so Commissioner Jones Dixon moves to amend Amendment 37C, and Commissioner Moyer seconds it. Okay, any discussion on the proposed amendment, to the amendment?
Yeah, Christian has it.
Christian has a question. We now recognize Commissioner Elkin.
So just for clarity, when 37C came before, I have two versions of it. I have the version that was the original version, and then I have what I fondly am calling the version with the yellow boxes that added $475,000 to the 37C. So I just want to be clear on which version of 37C we're considering and making sure that it's put on the record in the right way.
My understanding is that it is the non-yellow line one that we are considering, the original one that was put forward.
So it's 800, 200, 478, 1.478 in that one column in the ongoing, and then the one-time only, it's the 1.478 million, and then 1 million, and then 478?
So we tried to amend this, that amendment failed, so the yellow boxes are no longer in the base amendment. If there was additional dollars that we wanted to add, we would have to amend, go through that whole machination again.
Okay. So
I thought we were creating a new amendment.
we are reconsidering the motion was to reconsider Amendment 37C, and that's what we're doing right now. So I just want to be clear. I just want to make sure that the county attorney and the budget office is clear on the language that is being, not that one, the more simple one here.
This one.
Okay.
It's the same, but just yellow stuff's crossed out.
Got it.
Okay, so are we clear on the language that needs to be added to this amendment?
Yes.
Are you clear on the language that needs to be added? And Jenny Madko, are you clear on the language that needs to be added to the amendment?
I am.
Okay, great. So we will make sure that the amendment is updated with the additional language. IGAs come before the board for?
Some IGAs come before
Okay,
the board.
so we'll make sure that this one is done. Okay, great. I just mean from the implementation standpoint, I want to make sure we're square. Okay, any further discussion on this?
So I think this one still leaves us, it puts us back at the original, which leaves us even further away from what the courts were asking for, correct?
This adds an additional amount to the $1 million that was in my budget. So that adds an additional $1.478 million to that.
Is there an intent at some point tonight to add other money?
I can just back that up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
In this one, in this amendment?
Likely.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Add it in.
Okay, so we have, okay, let's vote on the amendment to change, to update the language. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes. Okay, the amendment passes, so now we're under consideration of 37C as amended. Open for further discussion. Right, that was the vote to add the language. Is there any further actions or motions or discussion on this item?
May I ask a question of Christian? What is remaining under vector control?
I'm going to pass that question to Jeff with his super spreadsheets. And then I just want to clarify what's currently in 37C is allocating out the $1 million that was currently in the chair's proposed budget and adding $475,000. So it's one.
I misspoke.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Okay,
make
I'm
sure
so-
that
you
we're
can tell me
clarifying
when
that.
I make mistakes. It's like 9 o'clock. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 10 o'clock at night.
So right now, vector control, we have $250,000 remaining. We still have Amendment 42, which we've not voted on, which uses $250,000 as an offset.
It's the correction facilities study that was recommended by the corrections grand jury.
I would suggest we put that money in here. Okay, I'm a little confused. What I believe our current pot is the original million in the chair's budget, revenue amendment money of $478,000, and then an additional 1.478 from.
No, that 1.478 is the swap out to make those ones.
Oh, to make it, okay, so we only have 1 point, okay. So I am suggesting that we add 250 from Vector.
We have a motion to add an additional $250,000 to Amendment 37C from the Vector Control Program offer.
Second.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
And I also suggest that we ask the budget office to swap that money to make it ongoing dollars.
If you can.
Okay, they can. They're
Right.
magicians. Okay.
Who seconded the?
Shannon.
Commissioner Singleton.
Any other pots of money?
We are at discussion on the amendment.
So I recognize that if I vote for this, which I likely will, it will use the remainder of the vector control. I also feel very strongly that we need to get after the corrections facility study. So while as I am going to vote for this, I am also going to be looking for ways to find the money to, and it may not be now, but maybe some future Bud Mod, to fund this because, again, the jail is not a great place for adults in custody or our staff, and we know it needs to be replaced. So I'm just going to, I'm going to support the pay for, which means there won't be a pay for in the corrections facility study unless other people want to entertain that. I just think it's very important that we, at some point, get that started because the can's been kicked down the road on that, so.
Commissioner, I appreciate all of your work and effort to follow through, and we have heard that from the grand jury. I would suggest we have conversations with the sheriff on finding $250,000 of existing dollars in the sheriff's office budget to see if that some work on this can happen. I mean, just
turn over the rocks.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. But thank you for that. Okay, any further discussion on the amendment to amendment
I'm sorry,
37C?
that, I got confused on that piece. We're talking about a different amendment. So what's going on with 42?
I was just saying that the pay for the corrections facilities study was that 250 of vector control, which we're about ready to put into pretrial.
Gotcha.
Just acknowledging it.
Gotcha, okay. I thought it was from something else. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just saying I'm still committed to doing it at some point in time.
Okay, can we?
No, I appreciate that. I just was confused because I thought the 250 for this was coming from a different amendment that didn't pass. So
Yeah.
I appreciate that clarity. Thank you.
It was a future amendment. It's coming from a future amendment. Yes. Okay, any further discussion on the amendment to Amendment 37C? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes?
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes. The amendment passes. Okay, we are now under consideration of Amendment 37C as amended and amended. All right, any further discussion on this? Any further amendments or questions?
I'm going to have the same request that I had last time, is that while this is primarily a financial sheet, that we really clearly lay out in the next week sort of what our expectations are, and obviously there's going to be conversations with the court, but just so we can see all the pieces to make sure that we have the things covered that we need to have covered.
Okay.
Is that something that,
So I don't know I don't remember the exact date of the next pretrial conversation. I think that that is going to be an important conversation for that. So I think after that one we could, which I think is just.
yeah, I guess I don't see the pre-trial subcommittee designing that. I think our staff should be saying what we're going to present to the courts. I mean, the pretrial subcommittee is not a decision-making body.
I think that if we have our staff work together on this, that would be absolutely fantastic. So I will commit my staff to participate in that conversation.
It's just we should understand what we're all agreeing to.
Yes.
Thanks.
Go team, go. All right. All right. Any further discussion? Okay. Tasha, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Moyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Aye, the amendment passes. Okay, we are now under consideration, I believe, of Amendment 41. Is there a motion?
There is, I actually have a substitute.
Oh, can you, Mike?
Actually, I have a substitute. This is $386,000 for, oh, I'm sorry, no, that's not. Hold on. Okay, sorry. I've got too many options here. This amendment is budget neutral and restores the youth-to-youth crisis line that delivers life-saving support and connects every day. That includes training, support, and supervising youth volunteers to answer crisis calls, texts, and chats from other young people. The youth line serves thousands of youth in Multnomah County through the crisis line via outreach and engagement, including delivering prevention education via classroom lessons on mental health in schools across the county. And the pay for is, this is the flexibility language from the COO, reduce countywide administrative and internal services support. And I will note that the three positions that are being Yep.
I'm sorry, we don't have a motion yet. So
Okay,
before
sorry.
we get, okay.
You
So-
should have cut me off earlier.
Yeah.
I was on a roll.
Yes, you were, which is fine, but.
Okay, so I'm going to, oh, sorry. The reason I'm offering an amendment is a different pay for.
Okay, so we don't need to have an amendment because we actually, we never moved Amendment 41. So if you want to have, if you want to
Okay.
move Amendment 41C or B or whatever it is.
41B.
Okay, so we have a motion to consider Amendment 41B. Do I have a second? Second, we have a motion and a second to consider motion 41B, which is being handed out right now.
Okay, but I was just going to say, I've already described what it is. I think most people are familiar with youth lines. This is something in Portland Public Schools that there's a lot of youth engagement, and it's very much a peer-to-peer model. And this amendment would restore some Local 88 or AFSCME jobs, also at Lifelines. The youth are volunteers, and these are the people who supervise them and organize the crisis line. And it's $226,000.
Okay, so we have a motion under consideration. Any questions, discussion on this?
Yeah, I totally appreciate the importance of this youth line. I will not be supporting this because again, we are cutting really core functions of the county, and although this is an important service, it is a statewide service. I was a little shocked by the number of legislators who reached out. I would say, why are you not funding it? And I don't know how we can continue. I also wish to say that although no organization takes cuts lightly, this is a very well financially supported organization, and I'm not willing to cut deeper into our operating revenue, our operations to fund this.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on this?
Yeah, just for me, I'm extremely supportive of the Youth Crisis Line. As most of you know, I have a teenager, and then also our intern from last year, he actually volunteered or worked for the Youth Line as well. Just last week, I had actually that's personal. My challenge is the same thing that Commissioner Moyer mentioned as far as the pay for and how they're supported initially, or just the fact that they have funding currently, and just I just can't support it with the amount of cuts. That's I know it's okay, but I just feel like I have to explain it because it's personal for me, you know. So thank you for bringing it forward, and hopefully we can partner and support them in other ways.
Thank you. I feel the same way. I appreciate, and I don't think I can say it better, especially at this hour, than Commissioner Moyer did. Okay, seeing no further discussion, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
No.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the amendment fails. Okay, Commissioner Brim Edwards, the next one is Amendment 42. Were you still planning on bringing that forward, or did you want to hold that?
No, I think I already got the commitment that you're going to help me go try and find the money.
Well, you and I can meet with the sheriff. You and I can meet with the sheriff together.
I will just add a friendly amendment to this conversation, even though it's not a real amendment, Jenny. I would really like to see an actual longer-term plan. I think that we need to, I don't want us to do a study to find land when we have no plan of how to actually construct and pay for it. I don't think we have to have all the money, but I would like to push us to move from saying we need it to an actual plan of action, because I feel like this has been in the grand jury report for years. So when that conversation with the sheriff happens, I will also be pushing to say we need to start figuring out how we're going to pay for this and how I think there's a lack of communication strategy, lots of components to it, for sure.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Tracy Massey, I don't have my glasses on, but I'm sure she's out there somewhere. But ever since I got on the commission, it was, we really need to have a long-term capital plan, which we have. I'm really appreciate now I see you, Tracy. And have that married with a financing plan. And this is how, for example, Portland Public Schools, we had a 40-year, basically a 40-year capital plan. We're 30 years into it and have funded like $6 billion in school modernizations and improvements. But it was like, here's the vision, not we're cobbling a whole bunch of things together, but here's the larger vision about how we're going to take care of our facilities and then marrying it with the financial plan.
Okay, great. I think we have that commitment. Thank you for the good discussion. We're moving on to Amendment 43B. Do I have a motion?
I want to see.
Okay, I'm looking probably at an old spreadsheet. 30,
well,
sorry.
This is one that I handed out so folks had it at the beginning because it's updated, but I did not formally introduce it.
Okay,
so instead of considering 43B, I need to say something.
You would like to make a motion to consider 43C.
I would like to make a motion to consider 43C.
Great. Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to consider Amendment 43C. Amendment 43C is under consideration. All right, Commissioner. She should speak to it first, and then we'll have discussion.
So this amendment restores some funding that was cut actually last year for the case management peer navigators in NPD. This is in a DCHS program offer, and it I've removed District 3 per our conversation, so it is reductions from elected offices for a total of $70,000, not the 75 that is in the narrative. Sorry about that.
So I had, earlier, I dropped that amendment, I think, which would have, I think I did it at the very beginning. That, again, in terms of everybody taking a cut, I'm happy to take a cut. I want the money from my district office to go to something in District 3, and I came up with a replacement, 10,000. There's so many people in my, and I know this is true for other districts as well, specific requests that if money's coming out of my office, I would like it to go to a District 3 project that I directed. So I don't know, do I need?
I don't.
You're not included.
Well, there was another amendment dropped, but we did not, oh, it's now 52. So we numbered it at 52 when that was dropped earlier today.
So I believe that we need an
So we just
amendment.
Consider them separately?
So I think, so does 43C, and I can't find, I know you handed it out, but I can't find it, but.
District 3 is not in it.
District 3 is not in it, so, yeah, so Commissioner, we don't need any amendments to this one,
Because it's, 43B has me.
but we're on 43C.
I handed that one out, so
Okay.
it's not in the stapled packet.
Yes, okay. So we have, so.
Can I just see it?
Yes, you can see it.
I'm not going to find it.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, any further discussion on Amendment 43C?
Yeah. It just means I'm fully supportive of this, but similar to Commissioner Brim Edwards, I already had funds allocated for a Justice Fellowship through my office. So I would like to put forward an amendment as well for the funds,
You can piggyback. You can piggyback on the other one.
But it's not direct, it's not connected to MPD at all. So it's
What?
So you want to make a motion to amend the current amendment, other consideration to remove District 4 dollars?
Correct, yes.
And you could, because I have a swap in.
Tell me what you did.
I have a swap in, you could add on to that, so you get to the, Commissioner Singleton, I think, indicated that wanting to make sure that there was enough for the position.
So you have a swap-in of about $20,000?
Well, I'm just saying it's, I don't know what number it is, I dropped it hours ago.
I think we numbered it Amendment 52.
And then there's a loose amendment somewhere where I actually designate my D3.
Okay, so what I'm hearing right now is that we need a motion on amendment to remove District 4's $10,000 from Amendment 43C. Is that correct? Are you making that motion?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have Commissioner Jones-Dixon moves the amendment to 43C, Commissioner Singleton seconds it. All right, now we're under discussion of the amendment to remove $10,000 District 4 from this amendment. All right, any further discussion? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, we are now under consideration of the amendment as amended.
Okay, 43C.
So 43C is now at $60,000 paid for, just for tracking purposes.
Any discussion on this?
I think I'll just say on this one, I know that a lot of folks value this work. I appreciate that folks wanted to do something different with their pay for. It feels important to say that these these positions serve people countywide, absolutely. And I know that we all think that they're critical. I think we'll consider additional adds to this in future amendments. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any further discussion?
No.
Okay, Tasha, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner. There we go, I found it. Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer.
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton.
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson.
Yes, the amendment passes, Amendment 43C passes as amended.
Just for what it's worth, the other amendments, the trailings will be 50 and 52.
Okay, great. So we're now on Amendment 44. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved. Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Jones-Dixon seconds. Consideration of Amendment 44. Commissioner Singleton.
So this amendment restores funding for fair housing testing in East Multnomah County. It is something that we did last year with one time only, so I don't want to act like it was a intentional cut. It just was one time only funding last year. This year, Commissioner Jones-Dixon and I are looking to use Revenue Amendment 3 to put some ongoing funding there, and then some one time only of $3,000 to restore fair housing testing for East Multnomah County. I think we heard from folks during public testimony that there aren't other fair housing investigations happening outside of the city of Portland in our county due to HUD cutting fair housing investigations over a year ago.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Any further discussion on this amendment?
I'd just like to talk about, I appreciate this being brought forward. I think a lot of people don't know that a majority, just over a majority of complaints related to fair housing are related to landlords' refusal to make ADA accommodations. And it is an incredible challenge for people with disabilities to find housing, and I appreciate my colleagues bringing this forward, and it is really important work.
Thank you. Okay, Jenny Christian.
So just where we are with the revenue amendments, this one was using ongoing revenue amendment number 3. We only have a balance of $50,000 in that amendment based on the votes that have happened. So if we want to fund this, we'll need to shift the ongoing to be $50,000 and move $75,000 into the one-time only amendments.
Fine.
Singleton, would you like to make that amendment?
No.
Okay, I can't make an amendment, so.
I'm joking, sorry, I'm a little punchy. I will make a motion to amend 44 to what Christian said.
To 50,000 in ongoing, and then that would be 78,000 in one-time only from both from the offsetting revenue amendments.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, Tasha, can we have a roll call vote?
Is this on the amendment?
This is on the amendment to change swap the revenue.
Okay. Commissioner Moyer.
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton.
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson.
Yes, the amendment passes. And just a reminder, please turn on your mic when you're voting so that Tasha can track it. Okay. Okay, great. So now we're back under discussion to Amendment 44 as amended. Any further discussion on the amendment? I will just say, Commissioner Singleton, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I really did think that this was something we had funded in my budget, and so I appreciate you bringing this forward. Thank you. All right, Tasha, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton.
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer.
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson.
Yes, the amendment passes. Just shout out to Christian for keeping us on the straight and narrow with our revenue amendments. Thank you. All right, we are now at Amendment 45. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Singleton and a second by Commissioner Moyer. A discussion on Amendment 48. Commissioner Moyer.
I'm going to talk about Amendment 45.
45. I am so sorry.
You're like, we're done.
We're done.
And
68, we're done.
This moves from contingency into a contingency. That's actually not how we talk about it.
Earmarked.
Earmarked contingency, thank you. A sum of $250,000 that the board can consider allocating to a restorative justice project. There will be a budget note that talks about a work group that would convene to discuss how to greater implement restorative justice. We will talk about that when we move to budget notes. This is earmarking contingency. Obviously, for this sum of money, any plan would have to come back before the board before it was released.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moyer. Any further discussion on this amendment? So, Commissioner, I am just going to let you know, I'm going to be voting against this amendment, and not because I don't think that this is a good thing. I just know that we are making some assumptions about the city's budget in terms of severe weather, and that budget is not going to be passed until June 10th. And so I just want to make sure that if they don't fully fund it, we're going to need to use contingency dollars for that. And I just want to make sure we have all the resources available in contingency in order to do that. So.
I'm sorry, so this is for this year's contingency, or?
No, this is for next, it's setting aside FY27 contingency for this earmark.
This is coming from our regular $2 million of contingency that we have every year.
And I'm sorry, was your point that it would be released after the peak of the hot weather? No.
So my concern is that we have some unknowns because it reduces our emergency contingency. And so the ways that we used it in this fiscal year were some of the like federal impacts and some of the dollars that we used for that. We don't know, one of the assumptions in our county budget is that we have enough dollars for severe weather based on the number of one-time only shelter beds that is in the city budget. That budget is not going to be finalized until later this month, and I just don't, and so it just makes me uncomfortable to set aside any of our contingency dollars for something that is still TBD when we may have need for those dollars. Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the amendment passes. Okay, we are now on to Amendment 46. Do I have a motion and a second on that?
So moved.
Okay, so we have a double. So Commissioner Jones-Dixon moves, Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds. Consideration of Amendment 46. Commissioner Moyer.
Thank you. This is a fund swap from one program in supportive housing to another program in supportive housing that both are run by New Narrative. So this would be, and they have identified savings in one area. I don't want to call it savings. A belief that they cannot spend that money in program offer 30400D and are losing money in 4007 for A, which is Bridgeview. This again is really frustrating because these are very high acuity individuals who experience homelessness and severe persistent mental illness, and many also have co-occurring serious health conditions. This is the population of individuals that are legally entitled to Medicaid long-term care, and the state is not processing their applications and allowing them access to an appropriate level of service. Bridgeview really does provide an enhanced level of service over most permit-supported housing, but is not able to break even in doing so, and this is to get them through the 2027 fiscal year. I really do not want to have to be back next year advocating for the residents at Bridgeview who live in my district. I am ever hopeful that our state will do the right thing here, but this is to get us through another year.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this amendment?
Yeah, I'm a co-sponsor, and once again, I'm eternally grateful that Commissioner Moyer is willing to explain the fund swap. But this is an important swap to occur to make this all work. So I hope the commission will approve it.
So I completely agree with the need for these types of services. I used to run a very similar program at the Royal Palm, and at the same time, we are taking from PSH that we're trying to move forward. So while I support where we're trying to go, I'll be a no on this amendment, not wanting to take from PSH projects that we have in our pipeline.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is a tough one for me because I actually have funded this with one-time only dollars in previous budgets each year, the promise being that there is going to be a solution to the gap that they find themselves in, and that has yet to materialize. So there has been at least 2 years that I know of where we've continued to fund this with the hope of a solution. To me, the Homeless Services Department's impact statement was very compelling in terms of the precedent that this sets for reallocating Homeless Services Department funds to a project outside the portfolio and outside the funding allocation process they have set up, when if there is normally funds that are unallocated, we would look to how we can reallocate those funds within some of the providers within our system. So this is a really tough one for me to continue funding this when there have been, other previous one-time only allocations that hadn't led to solutions on the funding gaps that they are experiencing. Okay, any further discussion on this amendment? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones-Nixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega-Peterson?
No, the amendment passes. Okay, we are now moving on to Amendment 47.
I'm going to pull 47.
Okay, we are not moving on to Amendment 47. We are moving on to Amendment 48. Commissioner Brim Edwards. I'm sorry, nope. Can I have a motion and a second on Amendment 48?
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. Consideration of Amendment 48. Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you, Chair. So as part of the pay-fors in the employment program, we used some dollars from the North Portland Day Center. In speaking with staff there, at the frontline staff with the Day Center, there's a desire for at least some sort of ramp down, so this provides some dollars from a revenue amendment and $5,000 from my office to provide 3 months of operations for that day center.
Okay, thank you. Do we have discussion on this item?
Where are we on revenue amendment 4?
Yes, so where are we? It probably is a good time to get an update. Do you guys need a minute to do that?
No, I think we're ready.
All right.
So without Amendment 48, you would have just short of $215,000 remaining in one-time only. With Amendment 48, which I just deleted, you'd have about $62,000 of one-time only left.
So this leaves $62,000 in the one-time only revenue pot? If it passes.
If it passes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, otherwise it's 215,000?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, further, any discussion on this amendment? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay. I have a really technical placeholder amendment. I'm so excited to hear what this is.
We have to have that so that any amendments that you all do that add like FTE or something like that or change internal services, that gives us the authorization to go and make those adjustments in our risk fund and all of those other places.
Okay, do we need to consider it or pass it?
You
or-
do not.
Okay, great. Moving on then to Amendment 50. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Moore seconds. Consideration of Amendment 50.
So this is, as referenced earlier, a taking $10,000 from my District 3 budget and committing it to a culturally specific mental health service in District 3 that is taking other cuts just that are rippling through the county. So this is just doing that offset. So this is just dedicating money from my office to that cost center.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, any further discussion or questions on this amendment? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, we're on to Amendment 51. Do I have a motion and a second?
A motion?
Second?
Okay, Commissioner Moyer moves, Commissioner Brim Edwards seconds. Consideration of Amendment 51. Commissioner Moyer.
This is looking to restore some funding that was it not? I thought it was taken in employment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so,
294, sorry.
okay. This would restore somebody that was taken out of eviction prevention, and instead to substitute a reduction in Homeless Services Department by implementing a span of control reduction, and then it also would appropriate a 0.5 FTE back to Bienstar. The 0.5 was lost in a different budget cut that was Family Navigator. This is the 0.5 supervision from Family Navigator, but necessary in order to make sure that we're still able to do the work at BNSTAR. And so the total reduction from Span of Control and Homeless Services Department is $400,300 to restore YFS eviction prevention, and $92,784 for that 0.5 FTE.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or consideration of this? I have a question, I think, to the department. So I was just reading the impact statement, and it says that it will convert an LDA to ongoing. It is in the Family Resource Navigator program, but that program is not continuing as funded. So where would this position live?
It's in BNSTAR.
Okay.
And it would live in the 25133B in the eviction prevention.
In eviction, okay, that, it just threw me because it said Family Resource Navigator in the description.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm Rachel.
Oh, and you're Rachel.
I think.
And I would just like to, just to put it, what does $300,000 do in eviction prevention? That is 85 families that we could serve with this restoration.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Director Pearl.
Commissioner Moyer, what did you say what the current span of control is?
I'd have to look that up right now. I think one, overall, it's not great, but, and maybe the department has that off the top of their head, or Christian does from when that was sent out. But specifically, there is a cluster of, when they showed the breakout, there's a cluster of very low ratio.
I have found it here, but I would like the department or the DCOs. So there was, their span of control right now, including all employee types, is a total of 5.15. But there's also a lot of discussions from the department about they have, with their FTE reductions and some of the other things that are going on, so they did want to, they had notes when I included this initially that I can't speak to competently, but if they want to come and speak to those, I would invite them down.
All right.
Where you been all night?
Welcome. They have popcorn back there.
Yeah. So Sarah Morrissey, she, her pronouns, DCOO. So the question specifically on the 5.15 is the current span. We have a lot of department leads that are actually doing work as managers. They're not just managing people, but they also have portfolios that they are managing. And so part of the discussion that we are doing evaluations with HR and with the new director is how to get to a higher span of control, but we need time to kind of do that work. And additionally, we're having the conversations with shared services as some of the positions in the department will be shifting to the central portfolio. So we need to make sure that we have that understanding, because that will also shift the organizational structure of the department. So I think those two factors, we have those project managers with small spans, but they do high-risk work, specifically around SHS reporting, as well as other kind of federal compliance. And then we have the shared services work that's ongoing as well.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions Matt?
I think, I guess because it's just 2 FTE and we don't know what specifically that is, it doesn't speak to what are potential impacts. The things that you're talking about are things that, like, we need to do SHS reporting, right? So there's, I guess I'm not clear on what the actual impact to the department is, not the way it's written, but in the work that needs to be done, if that makes sense.
So the department, in terms of which positions would be impacted, the 2 management?
Well, the type of work you mentioned sounds like some specific positions, and so wanting to understand if that's the actual, what is the impact of that work?
And that was to the general span, so really so it's the SHS reporting and shelter management. Those would be the 2 teams.
Gotcha, thank you. Christian, where are we at this point in the COO office reductions? That is, I know, not an easy question, so it's fine if it takes a minute.
This team is tracking it. Jeff just needs to open his spreadsheet. They're like having a whole conversation up here, quiet conversation. So I believe that's been updated. But if I got in there, I would just ruin their flow right now, so.
It's only the Spark position, I think, the 170.
I believe that
6C.
I believe that might be true, and we'll just confirm. The 170 and the 1.0. So that is a true statement. Thank you, Commissioner Brim Edwards, budget analyst.
Deputy budget. Deputy budget.
So I feel like I already said this, so apologize. But the eviction prevention work, I do think is critical. I know I used it as a reduction, and so it's one that, to me, is a trade-off. I don't think the span is where we want it to be in HSD, but I also want to acknowledge that there has not been any time for this director to look at what the organization and department should look like. And I want to come back to the earlier conversations that both Commissioner Brim Edwards and I have said around sharing the cuts, and I think that the COO's office, particularly in DCM, would not be as impacted by additional reductions at this time as what's in this current amendment. So I don't know if you are open to a friendly amendment or if it doesn't, if it feels hostile.
This isn't intentional. I would also like to just make it clear that I am not saying that this has to be done on day one.
Need that amount of savings, though? I mean, I just want, because the farther you go into the year, the bigger the cut has to.
2 FTE is more than this amount of money. Well, it depends on the position.
Can I clarify? So for 2 positions for the 400,000, the reductions would be made at the first of the year. So it would be July 1 to capture the full 400.
I never put 2 positions. I just want to make that clear. I had a dollar amount and a goal. You're saying it's 2 positions, and it could be more. I don't know how many it takes to get to 7-to-1 ratio in homeless services. Is that 2? I mean, does 2 get us to 7-to-1?
To be able to capture that level of savings within the department, it would be 2 positions that we would take July 1st.
Or could it be 3 staggered as you work through? I mean, I guess does 2 positions get you to 7-to-1?
So I have a question, Commissioner. So there's nothing that I say in the amendment that says that the that the ask of HSD was to get to a 7-to-1 ratio.
No, but it also doesn't say it's 2 positions on day one.
Okay.
That's their discretion. But the saying that it had to be that on that date is how they wish to operationalize it, not what my amendment says, is what I'm saying. You could accomplish it in a variety of ways. It's, as long as it's addressing span of control. I'm not dictating to the department how they do that.
If I may.
Which I'm just saying, to get to an improved span of control for that high number of 400,000, the cleanest way for the department would be to take the 2 positions July 1. We would not get to 7-to-1 by taking 2 positions, but we would get to a higher span of control.
If I may, Nathaniel Vergao, Director of the Homeless Services Department. So, I mean, there are multiple ways that we could get to the span of control of 7-to-1 that could include no reductions in staff. It could mean transitions of staff from management positions to represented positions. And so a straight reduction does not necessarily mean that we're going to get to a 7-to-1. $400 reduction, a $400,000 reduction just means that we have fewer staff to conduct the work that we need to do as a department. So that would be my pushback on this, is it does not necessarily allow us the staff that we need to continue to do the work that we need to do. That is actually more challenging this coming year than it has been. We have as many contracts with essentially the same number of contracts, plus we need to be demobilizing shelters, plus we need to be figuring out how we're going to adjust to the new normal of lower funding, rearranging our allocations, and also we are in a NOFO year that will likely have dramatic changes to funding and have a huge impact that will require high-level staff to help us manage. So that would be my pushback in terms of the effectiveness of a $400,000 cut to achieve what you were saying, which is the alignment of staff supervision ratios.
I would argue that during this budget cut, Homeless Services did not do an appropriate degree of internal slimming. We're losing 30% of direct services. We are only taking a 14% reduction in staffing, which I don't find equivalent. And it is not sustainable. I think the Homeless Services Department, which does not directly deliver service, is out of proportion with the level of reduction we are doing. And that is reflected in both the span of control and the percentage of staff reduction compared to the percentage of reduction in direct service. This is a commentary on the work that I think was done by Homeless Services Department before you joined, that it did not cut itself enough. So I get that this is not fun. It's not fun for every other department that took massive internal cuts to avoid, and there's nothing you could have done that would have stopped the 30% reduction. Like, maybe it'd be 29. Like, I get there was no internal degree to which you could have cut that would have saved 600 shelter beds. But I cannot look at the Homeless Service Department and say that is an appropriate administrative reduction based on your span of control and the degree to which we are butchering services. Again, not your fault. That's a huge revenue loss. So I get it, it's tough, but this work should have been done before this budget came to us. Okay. So like, I don't feel like this is an unbelievable burden task.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Is there any amendments or discussion or questions on this amendment?
So I will say I agree around span of control. I think you all know that that's been an issue for me. I will not be able to support this amendment as currently written. I would prefer a different pay for and expect the department to come back to us with a more appropriate span of control. There's a number of places where people are not at a specifically 1-to-7 ratio across our enterprise, and we're not demanding the same 1-to-7 of them in this budget process. I do think we need updates on span across the enterprise to get to what we're looking for. I also don't want to pretend that all of them should be 1-to-7. I think some of them, and so I think the health department has some insane spans of control where they need more supervision, especially for folks doing direct service. So I just say that to say, Commissioner, I support what you're trying to do, but I'll have to be a no on this tonight.
I'm just curious, Commissioner Moyer and Singleton, could there be a half from each?
Oh, DCM?
Yeah.
I won't support that amendment, but you certainly can offer it.
Would you like us to vote on your amendment first?
If we vote on the amendment,
And it just dies.
yeah, if we.
Or it passes.
Or it passes.
Yes, yeah. Those are the two things that could happen, yes. Okay, so I would say that if folks want to bring amendments to this, to Amendment 51, now is the time to do that.
So I would like to make a motion to amend Amendment 51 to reduce the pay for from HSD to $200,000 and add $200,000 reduction from DCM.
Is that DCM or COO?
It's the COO's office, but it's that specific program offer that's for DCM.
Okay, is there a second?
Be a second to advance it, but I'll want to
Consider.
think about it.
Yeah, okay.
Get it on the table.
Okay, we have Commissioner Singleton moved an amendment, Commissioner Brim Edwards seconded it, so we're now under consideration on the amendment for Amendment 51. Commissioner Singleton, any further?
No.
Explanation? Okay. Any further discussion on this?
I do have a question. So I appreciate the goal of Commissioner Moyer's amendment, and also that it could be a lot, because I don't know how many individuals are involved to do it on very short notice, because even if it wasn't July 1st, then it's, like I say, then it's more people. So I'm curious if this amendment passed and it was just half, would you anticipate coming back in 4 to 5 months with here are steps we could take to further improve our span of control?
Yeah, the department would be open to that. We spoke about that in our budget presentation, recognizing that we had a low span of control, but with a new director onboarding, we wanted to give the space to have him do an evaluation and make a recommendation in terms of having a higher span.
So what do you think would be reasonable, September?
I would ask for October, just because we are going to be doing the NOFA, which will be a high demand over the next 2 months, would be my request.
So, Director, I think you might have to explain a little bit more the HUD NOFO and the kind of time commitment because of the swaps that you need to do.
Yes, apologies. So the HUD just released its continuing of care notice of funding opportunity on Friday last, and we have just under 90 days to conduct a competitive procurement to be able to submit an application for those funds as the collaborative applicant. So that will be a tremendous amount of work across the system to be able to bring together providers and conduct that procurement, as well as considering what program swaps we might need to do based on the requirements of that NOFO that has changed what our likely renewal availability will be. So it will likely mean some significant redesign of our system and looking at significant changes in terms of how everything from permanent supportive housing to shelter are funded.
Thank you. So I think Commissioner Brim Edwards was asking, so you're saying you would come back to the board in October with an update about how you're going to get to a better span of control?
Yes.
Because it may even be that it's higher than 1 to 7.
Are you okay with that, Commissioner Moyer?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. And I will just say, in addition to the considerations of the NOFA and the updates there, I think HSD has the most budget notes under consideration, and I have concerns about their ability to be able to deliver on what the board is asking them to do on that. So I want the new director to be able to consider that as he's thinking about the workloads.
I deeply appreciate that consideration.
Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
No.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega-Peterson?
Yes, the amendment to the Amendment 51 passes. So we're now back under consideration of Amendment 51 as amendment. Further discussions? Okay. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega-Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. All right. That brings us to the end. However, wait. I think we need an update from the Budget Office on where we are on our amendments, if we are balanced.
And I believe we have one more amendment.
Oh, we do have one
I
more
also
amendment.
have something to bring back.
Okay, so we've got a couple of things. The one that we have is 52. Okay, did we get that passed out?
Yes. Commissioner Brim passed it out.
I think we already did that.
Did we do 52?
Oh, no, we did.
Yeah,
No,
we
did.
passed it out, but we didn't, yeah.
Okay, so do I have a motion and a second on Amendment 52?
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Singleton seconds. We're under consideration of Amendment 52. And I can't find my paper. Yeah, okay, so. Okay, so Commissioner Brim Edwards, would you like to explain this?
Sure. I forget the amendment number, but there was an amendment that money was offered from each of our district offices, and because there was an advance consultation, my preference was to, I was okay with taking, I supported taking a $10,000 cut, but I wanted to put something back into my own district. I did tell Commissioner Singleton that I would swap something in because the concern was that the whole amount was needed to pay for the position. So this is just the backfill of the District 3.
Okay, great. Any further discussion on this amendment?
Did you want to put yours in? Okay.
I'm sorry?
I was going to say, can I do the same thing?
You could just, if Commissioner Singleton, do you need the full 70,000 to, because otherwise you have an amendment with 60,000, I think, versus 70.
No, but then another 10 was taken out, so it was 60.
Yes, but you get this 10 or you?
If I get this 10, we're at 70. If I get another 5, we're at the full 75, which was the original amendment.
So do we need an amendment here to bring this up by $5,000?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Would someone like to make the amendment?
I would like to make an amendment to add an additional $5,000.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second?
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Jones-Dixon and a second by Commissioner Brim Edwards to add an additional $5,000 from, I don't have the paper in front of me, but I think it's countywide administrative and internal savings to this amendment. Okay, any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner's tracking, that was a lot.
No.
No,
Okay.
honestly, no, and we lost the.
It's just changing it from 10 to 20,000.
15.
I'm sorry, 5.
And the offset is reduce countywide administrative and internal support services, or it's District 3? It's the first.
That one, what you just said. Reduce, it's
It's
reducing
reducing
countywide
countywide administrative and internal support services.
By 15, okay,
instead of 10, yes.
thank you.
Okay. I'm waiting for them to put their pencils down, but it looks like they've got it. Okay, any further conversation or discussion on this? Okay, Tasia, can we have a vote on the amendment to Amendment 51?
Commissioner Moyer?
I'm sorry, what?
It's Amendment 52.
52.
Oh, I'm so sorry, 52.
I'm still a yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes. The amendment to the Amendment 51 passes. Now we're back under consideration of the Amendment 51 as amended.
52.
Gosh, dang it, 52. It's my spreadsheet. I don't have a 52, so I'm just stuck. Okay. And it's 11 o'clock. Okay. Any further discussion? Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, Amendment 52 passes as amended. All right. Can we take, does Budget Office need time to like true up where we are? Hold on.
Madam Chair, I'm going to have an amendment also that I'm bringing back.
Okay, 1 second. I just want to, do you guys need time to true up where we are? 5 minutes?
I think we're cool, but just let us double check if we're ready.
Okay, you guys are always cool. Why don't we take a 5-minute recess while we find out where we are?
Oh, there it does.
Wait. Where's Commissioner Jones-Dixon? Back in session now. So we are still under consideration of board budget amendments. We just finished Amendment 52, and now we're going to get an update from the County Budget Office on where we are in terms of the amendments.
So we still have $62,000 of one-time only available, but everything that didn't use a revenue amendment is balanced, so we're close.
Okay, so we have $62,000 of one-time only, and the ongoing were balanced?
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so are there any budget considerations for that amount of money that we should be thinking about in terms of, I know that there were a few amendments that we needed to true up, for instance.
I believe there's a $5,000 unbalanced amendment, so that would take that 62 down to 57.
The Moyer amendment.
Yes. So 57. Okay, so we have 57 about, okay. All right.
Can I offer amendment?
We have an amendment. Okay, we have a motion for an amendment. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have Commissioner Brim Edwards moves, Commissioner Singleton seconds. We're under consideration of Amendment 53.
Okay. So this is going to look familiar because it was 5C. The pay for is the same, and it's the same proposal. But the reason why I wanted to bring it back is when we had a discussion and a vote on this before, this restores 3 FTE senior legal assistants in the DA's budget to meet the shift in administrative responsibilities from the deputy DAs to the legal staff, to fully utilize the attorneys and the legal assistants' expertise and improve efficiency in case handling. And I had mentioned that these were local 88, 3 local 88 positions, and there was a statement that the positions were vacant, and I know when I'm voting on things that whether a position is vacant or not vacant does make a difference to me. The reality is those positions aren't vacant, so I'd like to have a revote on it with just everybody knowing fully that those positions have people in them, and I'm not going to read the names of the people in them, but have confirmed both with the district attorney's office and also talked to Local 88 about those people. So I understand the district attorney, somebody from the staff, Marielle, or someone can explain if people want an explanation about those particular roles, but there are people in them, and the statement that they were vacant is not accurate.
Okay, I would love to have the district attorney's office come up to explain this because we actually confirmed with the district attorney's office at the beginning of March that in fact those positions were vacant.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Adam Brown, Chief of Staff to the District Attorney. So when we created these positions, we created them through an internal reallocation to eliminate a Division Director 2 and 1.5 Office Assistant 2s. And when we originally did that, we contemplated them as being new and additive positions, but we also we were carrying a number of unbudgeted positions. So as the budget process has gone on and it's clear that our budget is very tight, we aren't able to sustain those unbudgeted positions. So the resources here would go to sustain those, which is why in the impact statements, we reported that this restores 3 legal assistants and prevents layoffs.
So Adam, why was my office told that these positions were vacant?
So I got caught up in the idea of the internal reallocation being additive, but our budget has been very tight year to year. And part of that reason is because of carrying unbudgeted positions. So as that picture has become more clear, we recognize we can't sustain those out of budget positions. And so this would go to do the right sizing of our budget that we've long talked about and get us back to a place where the spending isn't so tight year to year.
So these were unbudgeted positions that you created 3 new positions that were vacant when they were being added, and that was the communication that was shared with my staff in my office as we were finalizing my budget.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to be crystal clear on how that happened.
Yeah, Chair, and that's why I stepped out in the hall and talked to Jenny, because what you represented was true at the time, and so I want that to be reflected on the record that you weren't inaccurate, that's what we reported to you in March. But it is also true that we have existing unbudgeted positions that will be subject to layoffs if this isn't funded.
Thank you for clarifying.
So this just raises more questions for me about your budget. Last year, there was a number of additive positions, so the DA's office left the budget with more money than any department. And to understand now that there's positions that you've been carrying that are unbudgeted, it feels like there's a lack of transparency to your budget that just has me a little confused.
Yeah, sure, Commissioner, thank you. So last year, we did take a net reduction in funding and in positions. So we had a net decrease of, I believe, 1 FTE last year. The positions that were reallocated to fund these 3 positions have been vacant for the whole year. So the Division Director 2 position has been vacant the whole year. The 1.5 office assistants have been vacant the whole year, and we've been using that vacancy savings to pay for the positions that exist outside the budget. And Commissioner, I'll just say, and I think my budget office colleagues would back this up, and we've had these conversations with the chair, that there has been poor position control and budget hygiene in the district attorney's office that was inherited by this administration. And we've been working super, super hard to clean that up. And frankly, this confusion here is a result of that, because doing the reconciliation between what was budgeted on paper and the positions that have been carried outside of the budget in our office has been quite a challenge. I feel super good about the footing that we're on going into fiscal year 27. And, the transparency that you talk about, frankly, that's something I've been working towards, because we've even had a tough story to tell internally about the management of the budget because of those issues. And I'm just pulling back the curtain a little bit, that it has been quite a challenge, that there's been poor position control in our office, and we have a lot of work to do to improve what I refer to as the bureaucratic rigidity around how those things are managed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know you used to be my budget director, so I know the work that you're capable of and how you like to show up. I will say this just gives me pause for the reasons I've already stated. And I think we'll have, when we have further check-ins, I have frankly a lot more questions about your budget now.
And we'd be happy to answer those, Commissioner.
So I noticed that these are ongoing dollars. This restoration is ongoing dollars. So we had another amendment that was an ongoing restoration that used this same pay for reduced countywide administration and internal support services. That was going to result in approximately an 8 FTE reduction across the county. So with this, I know we're trying to save represented positions by this. However, my concern is that we're actually just going to be cutting other positions because of this pay for. So I'm wondering if we can have the COO, Chris Neal, come down and speak to that.
Christopher Neal, COO Chair, that's correct. I would address this the exact same way we did the previous one, the amendment that we talked about earlier, which I think was at the 1.2. So this will add on to that.
So there will be additional, so there are potentially additional positions in other places of the county that would be cut to pay for this one.
That's how I would approach it, the same way I was going to approach the other one that we talked about a couple hours ago.
Okay. Well, I'm
just
very,
say, this is.
so excuse me, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
So I will just, thank you, Chris. I will say I'm really uncomfortable with this, using this pay for when we don't know which positions were going to be impacted by this restoration.
How are you getting 8 positions? And I'll just say, it was in consultation with the CO's office that I used that language.
So the 8 positions were regarding the last, a previous amendment that paid for using this, and the impact statement that was created for that said that $1.2 million reduction of ongoing funds, which I know are treated as one time only this year, but would result in 8.0 FTE reduction at the county. Any further discussion on this? Okay, Tasia, can we have a vote? Thank you.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
No.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Commissioner Singleton?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
No, the amendment fails.
I have, oh, sorry. I already wrote 54 on it. Thank you. I have an amendment to restore the Office of Sustainability that was reduced earlier and pay for it with a reduction in Office of COO/DCM Director, Program Offer 72000.
You're also restoring the chair's budget addition of 0.25? Yes.
Repeat that with the mic on, please.
Yes, I said I would just ask a clarifying question. If this was a restoration, both of the 0.25 reduction and the 0.25 addition that was in the chair's budget?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we have the motion. Do we have a second?
I'm so sorry. So we have can we have a motion and a second on this? So Commissioner Singleton moves. Okay, it doesn't sound like we have a second on this, so we are not going to consider this amendment. Okay, any other amendments?
Yes.
Looking at you, D4.
I would like to bring back amendment number 47, the Justice Fellowships. It's $50,000 to for 8 of the Justice Fellows through our LIPSIC program, and I would be taking whatever's remaining in the, I think it's, which one is it? Could you help me out? Director Elkin.
It's 57,000 remaining in the one-time only.
Okay. So I would
Okay.
just be requesting 50,000.
Okay, and can you, what was the number on that one again?
It's amendment number 47.
47. There it is. Okay, great. Do we have okay, so we have a motion to consider budget amendment 47. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Jones-Dixon moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. We did not discuss this, so it's not right, exactly. For consideration on amendment 47. Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yes, and again, this is, as you know, we have a MacArthur grant that funded our Justice Fellows. It ends at the end of this year. The $50,000 will allow us to have 8 additional fellows go in fiscal year 27. An additional cohort for the program.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Any discussion on this? Okay. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the amendment passes. Okay, you have $7,000. Don't go crazy. Okay.
Put it in contingency.
You put it in contingency. All right.
Can we just ask very quickly, because I think we both blacked out up here? Did we do anything with amendment number 53?
No.
Sorry.
54?
54.
We did not do anything with amendment 54.
Okay. So we,
Okay, I am looking at my scripts. Okay, so we have gone through all of the board amendments. Okay, so we have now, thank you for the cheers. The attached A, Section 1 Department amendments are approved. We will now go on to Attachment A, Section 2, FY27 Department amendments. The department amendments include technical, staff, revenue, and program amendments that were reviewed with the board on June 2nd. The board can consider these as the package, and I will strongly recommend that we consider these as a package. If the board would like to do that, we would need a motion and a second to approve. This is the department amendments that we had a briefing on June 2nd.
So it's not the fee schedule or anything?
Nope, that's still to come. Okay, so we have a motion to consider the department amendments as a package. Do I have a second? Okay, Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Jones-Dixon seconds. We are going to consider these approvals as a package. Christian, do you need to do that, or can we just pass them? Okay, any discussion on the department amendments? We had a pretty thorough discussion and overview from each of the departments as these were brought forward on June 2nd. Okay. All those in favor of approving the department amendments, please say aye. Aye. Okay, the department amendments are approved. Okay.
We're rolling now.
Yes, we are. Okay, the Attachment A, Section 2 Department amendments are approved. We now have Attachment B, which is the FY27 appropriation schedule. Christian. Are we okay? Or I have some green words on.
I'm just one behind. I'm caught up now.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're on Attachment B, the FY27 appropriation schedule. And Christian, there are a few words in green for you to say.
fantastic, thank you. This schedule authorizes the spending limit by department by fund. The numbers in this schedule reflect the approved budget. We will update this schedule to incorporate Attachment A, Sections 1 and 2, as they are adopted by today's actions. And then we will resubmit that schedule based on all of these math changes that we're going to make.
Okay, so we will need a motion and a second to approve Attachment B. the appropriation schedule as amended by attachments A, sections 1 and 2.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. Do we have any discussion on this amendment, which is attachment B? Okay, thank you. All those in favor of approving attachment B, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the attachment B is approved. The appropriation schedule as amended by attachment A is approved. Okay, now we have attachment C, which is budget notes. We have several budget notes. What I'm going to ask is that we treat these the similar way that we do with consent agenda items, so that board members can pool things that they would like to be considered separately from the budget notes, and otherwise we will vote on them as a package.
Can we take a break just to go through them most efficiently?
Could I hand out, I've got some updates that I was waiting on some dates for, that I just wanted to hand out before we do that.
Yes.
I've got a couple too, might as well.
Yeah, and sorry, and thank you for saying that, Commissioner Singleton, because I did want to ask if there were any updates to budget notes. So why don't we pass those out and then we'll take a quick recess to consider those and organize those.
But then can we also take some time just so we can go through them to see if there's any that we want to?
Yes, exactly. So so everybody can share any updates that they have, and you have this one?
Yes. So that is update to the PSH budget note with dates after our discussion the other day. This is an update to the budget note around HMIS access for Department of County Human Services case manager assistance, as opposed to saying all DCHS case managers. I just didn't have the paperwork when we discussed it yesterday, or whatever day. I have an update to the homeless response system work around the convening for workforce investments. Sorry, Chair, I'm trying to hand you something more. That's okay. To add a date, it did not have a date previously, or it had a different date, and they didn't want to do it for me in October. No, I'm just playing. And then I have an update to the budget note about Sun Schools that includes edits from the department. I have a sorry, these are two new budget notes. This one is around, it is asking to explore the span of control in our contractor providers, our CBOs, and understand what our spans are there as well as starting a discussion, not making decisions, but looking at what a process would be to discuss what are the types of services that could be administered by the county versus contracted out. This is something I mentioned but did not have paperwork for before, so happy to answer questions if needed. And then I have, I believe, I have a restorative justice budget note. And this one is based on conversations with Lipsick, as well as the DA's office, and I think gets to, it was initially, I think, a little duplicative of one of your budget notes, so this is a pared down version, and I think Commissioner Moyer has a similar budget note that will come off the table, so this will be the only restorative justice budget note. There will not be two.
Commissioner Moyer, is that budget note 25? Yeah. Okay, so
So just a question on this. This requests the chair to direct the local public safety coordinating council, and I'm wondering if we looked at the bylaws, if that's, if the county chair can direct LIPSIC.
I mean, I can direct the LIPSIC executive director.
Pardon?
I can direct the LIPSIC executive director.
But that's not what it says.
Okay.
It says it's directing the council.
Great, then it can be directing the LIPSIC ED.
So why don't we,
I think it would be requesting LIPSIC launch a restorative justice work group.
why don't we just take the chair out of it? In this case, I appreciate the intention of that. This budget note requests LIPSIC to launch a restorative justice work group.
I think LIPSIC would be very happy to do that.
Yes.
Well, considering you're on the budget note, Commissioner Jones-Dixon, I would hope so.
I'm just saying as the chair, but I think that I forget what the bylaws say, but we just would need to bring it to the recommendation.
No explanation needed, I'm good.
Okay, so this is an update to budget note 14. We are removing budget note 25, just for, as people do that, okay? Other updates to budget notes?
So budget note 25 being the community-based restorative justice programs?
Yes.
Okay. And then other point of procedure, Commissioner Singleton, on the notes you passed out, for example, budget note 3, doesn't seem to correspond with the packet of budget notes that I have.
I think the numbers are based on what was in my document. We
Okay.
didn't get the same.
So if we can have staff go through and correspond the ones that Commissioner Singleton passed out with the actual budget notes so that we're all talking about the same thing.
I'm getting hand signals. I think staff is able to do that. Is that, yes, I'm getting thumbs up. Staff will do that.
Thank you.
While we're on our break. Okay. Any other updates to budget notes before we recess?
I do.
Okay.
Okay. This is, I'm just amending budget note 3B. I'm adding Commissioner Singleton, and I'm also amending the last paragraph of this to incorporate or integrate the countywide amendment we passed earlier on the electric vehicle charging at the Juvenile Justice campus. Then I am also amending budget note 4B. Based on the conversation I had with Commissioner Moyer, this removes the reference to the affordability study, and just want to make clear that this is specifically related to Multnomah County, not some comparative analysis with other counties. It's looking at it to inform our work about sort of the cost of living and affordability here in Multnomah County and the things that we might be able to bend the curve on. And finally, this is budget note 12B. This is the one that relates to contractual services and responsible contract performance management and fiscal management. This relates to the auditor's audit recommendation that she had. And based on work with the Homeless Services Department, our Chief Financial Officer, that the addition, that the change that's been made is the DCM will recommend financial policy language. We're trying to look at how to standardize any of the language that would, so that it would live somewhere, not just in individuals' computers, but that it actually exists in our policies, and that they would also, HSD would also develop a process to conduct invoice review for high-risk much of what you saw before, but with some further work informed by, again, the CFO and HSD.
And Commissioner Brim Edwards, these numbers also don't match up with our packet, so at the break, we'll have staff, we're going to go and match it all up so that we're all talking about the same numbers.
Okay.
Okay, any other budget note updates?
Chair, can I ask a question, please?
Oh, hi, Jenny.
Hi.
Yes.
Jenny Smith, Chair, Chief of Staff, she, her. I want to make sure we don't miss anything, and it's almost tomorrow. So I'm hoping I can get the whole packet and just read off a bit of each one, and you all tell me if I'm missing any that you've handed out. So I want to be 100% sure we have all of them. Okay, you have them all?
That everybody's just been talking about?
Yes.
Yes, I have all of them all.
Okay, great.
Okay, great. Hold, please. Okay, look at the power that was. Okay, so no other updates? Okay, we are going to be in recess for 10 minutes so people can take a look through these, see if there's any that they want to pull out, and then we will reconvene tomorrow. Thank you.
So.
right, welcome back, everybody. We are now under consideration of Attachment C, Multnomah County FY27 budget notes. We are going to consider these as a package, unless there are any that need to be pulled. I had a few that I was going to pull, at number 7, number 20, number 23, but I've talked with Commissioner Jones-Dixon, and we are going to work on these as resolutions for the board to consider in this next fiscal year. So those are going to be pulled from the package.
Sorry,
And
just to confirm, 7, 20, and 23?
7, 20, and 23.
Thank you.
I am pulling them from the budget note package, not for consideration, though, just putting them to the side, and we will have a commitment to work on them as resolutions for the board to consider. Mike?
So we are not considering them tonight?
Exactly.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Okay, are there any other? Okay, if there's nothing else that needs to be pulled, then can I have a motion to consider the remaining budget notes attachment C as a package?
So I will second.
Can you move? Oh, you're moving? Okay, Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds. Approval of attachment C budget notes as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, attachment C budget notes are approved as amended. Now is the time for the final vote on the FY27 budget. So I'm going to call on commissioners by district, starting with District 1, because we're back to District 1 on R5, for any comments on the budget. Commissioner Moyer.
Well, this has been a long day. Thank you for everyone who's been forced or voluntarily chose to stick with us. I just want to reflect on, although, you know, I have made jokes through this as a coping mechanism. This is a very difficult budget, and nobody likes the cuts that are in this budget. I want to thank every worker, every provider that we work with who have consistently day in and day out delivered on behalf of the county. I am heartbroken if you are losing your position. I'm heartbroken for the services that we do not have the resources to continue to provide. There are some really wonderful things that we could not find ways to bring back, and nothing in this budget is a reflection of things that were not worthwhile. We had an incredibly difficult fiscal reality. I think we tried to thread the needle as best we could with the resources that we had, knowing that they are inadequate for the needs of our community. I know every commissioner has worked very, very hard to try to find solutions to impossible problems. And there is going to be pain associated with these reductions, and I don't take that lightly, and I hope that the community will look at this budget and the work that we've done and see how hard we tried to preserve services, knowing that this is a very difficult time for our community, particularly those at the lower end of the economic spectrum. I hope that this is not our reality into perpetuity, because this budget is already cutting to a degree that is compromising our ability to perform our core functions in this community, which is we have many, but I think a lot about how we deliver either directly or through our partners the safety net for our most vulnerable. So I want to just thank everybody at the county for a hard year, that we got through it. We continue to do good work. I know this is hard, even if you are not being laid off. I'm sure you know somebody who is being laid off, and that is incredibly difficult. I thank everyone for their service, and I wish that we were not in the situation we are. But you are appreciated and your work is seen and valued, and I'm sorry that it's going to be harder next year to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner Moyer. Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you, Chair. So I came into this process representing the voices of District 2 and communities across Multnomah County who deserve our best. And even when those voices didn't prevail in a single vote, they are never lost on me. I'm proud that investments in housing stability, placement out of shelter, sustainability, and support for our immigrant neighbors are now a part of this county's commitment. I'm disappointed that the workforce investments I spent a year building with unions, trades, and community organizations did not make it into this budget. That work was real, those workers are real, and that fight is not over. I will keep fighting for workforce opportunity, for a more equitable justice system, for approaches to homelessness that actually meet people where they are with every tool that I have as a commissioner. Before I close, I want to acknowledge something that often goes unsaid, but Commissioner Moyer also spoke to this. In a cuts budget, there are no good options. We use language like FTE reductions because we have to, but I never want that language to let us forget that we're talking about human beings on the other end. And I also want those employees to know that their work was seen, their service mattered, and that the difficulty of these decisions was not lost on me. The county staff who worked through this budget process do extraordinary work under extraordinary pressure. They answer our questions, they run our numbers, they absorb our changes, and they keep this process moving with professionalism and dedication. This budget, whatever its imperfections, exists because of them, and I want to say thank you. To the communities who showed up, testified, called, wrote, and made their voices heard, I hear you. I will keep showing up for you. And that is my commitment, not just for this budget, but for every day I hold this seat.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Brim Edwards.
Still people here. I want to thank all those individuals in the communities who reached out to me directly or participated in our budget process. I feel like over the last 6 weeks, whether I was in hearings, reading my emails, meeting with constituents or providers or contractors for the county, or just in the grocery store, this was a budget that was hard to escape. I want to share appreciation for the budget team of sort of keeping us moving and organized so that we could make informed decisions. I also want to acknowledge and thank the people who work for Multnomah County, who every day, I think some of them, despite knowing that maybe their jobs were on the line, they still showed up and did their work and served our community. I want to thank my staff, Amelia, Brian, and especially Michelle for all the work they did to support me and also to support the residents of District 3. There are positive and good elements in the budget before us. However, I believe this budget leaves many gaps, and I'm concerned that this budget for next year will not deliver important outcomes that this community needs. I think there were missed opportunities in this budget to consolidate management and central functions to more efficiently and effectively support the work of the county. I would have liked to had more sort of sharing in the burden of the reductions across the county. I am glad that the commission restored some positions in this budget. Given the hour, I have a longer statement, but I'm going to submit it for the record. I do think at the end of the day, this budget did miss opportunities. It was opportunities for course correction on reducing homelessness, improving access to mental health, safer neighborhoods, and to kickstart our economy.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As my colleagues were speaking, the main thing that came to my mind is just together we can do just about anything. And I just want to express my gratitude for every single person that serves here through the county. I continue, over the last year and a half, I continue to bring up East Multnomah County. And I was reminded this evening that we have a collective responsibility to the whole county. This was extremely emotional. It was extremely difficult for all of us, clearly, but at the same time, learned a lot about PSH, to be honest. PSH, just all things throughout our homeless services department, Medicaid, the importance of our strategic prosecution unit. I have even deeper appreciation for the work that we do here, and I know it will continue to get better. And also just want to say we're a shining example of what good governance looks like and what it should be. So just want to say thank you for everyone's professionalism and the fact that we did this work together and no major scars, something to be extremely proud of. Lastly, I just want to give a shout out to my staff as well, Brendan, Chief, Ashley, Kemi, and everyone else, and of course my mom for bringing food to me this afternoon. And then also our families too. My wife, Misha, my 2 kids, Vivian and Elgin, they were asking about the budgets over the last 6 weeks as well. Helpful too. So beyond honored to be serving alongside each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. So it has been a very long day. Bless you. At the end of the longer process, I want to thank everyone for being with us through this entire thing, for your expertise, your flexibility, and your responsiveness to make sure that the board gets the information we needed to craft a balanced budget that can meet the moment that we're in. I'm so proud of my colleagues. It is our responsibility as elected officials to ensure that the budget is responsive to both the needs of our community and the fiscal reality at the county, and I know that is the attitude that everybody brought to this entire process. We all take that very seriously. We all know that we're seeing an increased need in our community. That's going to increase even in the near future. We have continued uncertainty from the federal government, and in light of that, I'm proud we have prevailed in safeguarding some of our most impactful services. I am concerned about some of the cuts that we made today. We have hundreds of shelter beds closing between the county and the city, and we have greatly reduced our housing placement dollars to move people to more stable housing. But as I said last year, even on budget decisions that I didn't vote for or disagreed with, as the executive of the county, I will make sure that this budget that we passed today is going to be implemented to the fullest ability, and I look forward to working with COO Chris Neal to make sure that that happens. When I started this budget process, which is my 4th and final one as county chair, it was my goal to leave us in the best possible position to continue to support our community despite what is happening at the federal and local level for challenges and a difficult fiscal landscape. I believe we have pretty much succeeded in that as much as possible. We've had to make tough trade-offs. I appreciate my colleagues' comments on how difficult those have been. These are going to have real impacts on people's lives and livelihoods. For our employees who do this work every day. I could not be more proud of Multnomah County and the work that we do every single day. What we do is special, and it matters more than I think any other government to what happens in our community. It has been a privilege to lead the county through 4 extraordinary budget cycles as your Multnomah County chair. These 4 years have cemented my belief that we have an incredible and are an incredible government capable of accomplishing great things. Our triumphs have been made possible thanks to the talent and dedication of our workforce, and that is why we are able to do the things we do. And it has been an honor to work alongside all of them over the last 10 years. I again want to thank my colleagues on the board for their roles in developing this budget. That includes Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell, District Attorney Vasquez, Auditor McGurk, and the committed staff within each elected office. Thank you. I know the hours you have spent on this. I want to thank Chris Neal and the rest of the COO team for their countless hours that they've put into developing this budget, for your expertise. Thank you to the department directors for leadership and responsiveness, to the staff in every department who was working to get answers to the board and make sure that we were doing our best to fulfill the obligations that each department has. I want to thank our represented employees and our labor leaders who made their priorities known. I want to thank them for their advocacy and partnership every day. I want to make sure that I thank our dedicated board clerks, Tasia Nelson and Emily Schultz, for their incredible work in all of this, making this happen. They are the quiet motor that has kept us running smoothly through budget town halls, 3 public budget work sessions, 21 budget work session, or public budget hearings, 3 and 21 public budget work sessions, and including today. I especially want to thank our extremely talented budget office, Director Kristen Elkin, economist Jeff Renfro, and the dedicated staff who worked long hours and late nights to prep materials. They are over there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And lastly, I want to thank all the members of my wonderful team, my Chief of Staff, Jenny Smith, Deputy Chief of Staff, Stacy Bork, my Budget Director, Sarah Ryan, my policy advisors, Natalie, Renee, Stephen, Heather, my communication duo, Matt and Ann, and my executive assistant, Melissa. They have been present for these work sessions and all the other countless hours that we have met with departments and done all of this work to bring this budget home. So I want to thank you so much for your dedication to the people of Multnomah County. So as we close our books on the current fiscal year, I think we can take pride in what we've accomplished and look forward to what we're going to achieve in fiscal year 27 and beyond. Thank you. Tasia, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Moyer? Aye. Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
No.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the resolution is adopted. All right. We are now moving on to R6. Tasia.
R6, resolution levying ad valorem property taxes for Multnomah County, Oregon for fiscal year 2027.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds, approval of R6. Kristen Elkin.
This is the next step in adopting the fiscal year 2027 budget. The adopted budget provides for ad valorem property taxes to be levied on all property. This action authorizes rate levies for the general fund of $4.34 per $1,000 of assessed value and 0.05 cents of $1,000 of assessed value for the historical local option levy, which was renewed by the voters and are unchanged from last year. There's also an additional authorization for the general obligation bond debt levy of $60.2 million for the 7th year of the debt service on the library bond approved by the voters in November of 2020. As a reminder, general obligation bonds are not subject to Oregon's constitutional limits on annual property tax growth or compression.
Thank you, Christian. Did we have any public testimony on this item?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, any discussion on this item?
You're so consistent. I would be like, are you kidding?
She's a professional.
They all left.
All right, and no discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the resolution is approved.
R7, resolution adopting the finance and budget policies to be used in fiscal year 2027 and repealing resolution 2025-039.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moyer seconds, approval of R7. Hello?
Good morning.
Hello, Eric.
What did you say? Good morning, Chair and Commissioners.
He's right.
No, just requesting you to approve the financial and budget policies for fiscal year 27. They set the framework for our financial and budgetary decision-making. I did a briefing on April 22nd on the financial and budget policies that kind of went through our evaluation every year around whether they're complying to those financial and budget policies, but also identifying any changes. There have been no changes to those policies from that briefing to today, so I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Did we receive any public testimony on this item?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Do we have any questions or comments about this item?
No.
Okay. All those in favor of R7, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes.
R8, resolution adopting the Multnomah County investment policy for fiscal year 2027 and repealing resolution 2025-040.
Okay, may I have a motion? Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Moore seconds, approval of R8. Eric Ariana.
Again, for the record, Eric Ariano, Chief Financial Officer. This is your request to approve the investment policy for fiscal year 27. And just as a reminder, we're required by Oregon revised statute to have an investment policy and to have that investment policy evaluated every year. And so this is that process. As part of the financial and budget policies briefing, I also covered the investment policy. Again, it's a separate document. We've done a bunch of changes over the last couple of years, but this cycle we had no changes. And just the last thing is our principles on that are to preserve capital and making sure that we have the proper liquidity to meet our obligations and then maximizing earning potential. So.
Okay, thank you. Did we receive any public testimony on this item?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion or questions on this item? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the resolution is approved.
R9, resolution adopting and defining the various funds to be used in fiscal year 2027 and repealing resolution 2025-041.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Jones-Dixon seconds, approval of R9. Eric Ariana.
Again, for the record, Eric Ariano, Chief Financial Officer, and this is a resolution to approve the funds that we're going to do our actual financial reporting and transactions that align with the budget that you just approved. This resolution defines every single four-digit fund by type of fund with the number, description, and resources and expenditures within those funds. And just as a reminder, we can't expend the fund without board authority within that fund. And so I'll just leave it there.
Okay, thank you so much. Any public testimony on this item?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or discussion on this item? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, the resolution is approved.
R10, authorizing salary adjustments for employees not covered by collective bargaining agreements for the fiscal year 2026-2027.
May I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon moves, Commissioner Singleton seconds, or vice versa, approval of R10.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Sharice Morris, CHRO. Thank you for having me today. I just want to say this resolution authorizes a 3.3 cost of living adjustment for all employees not covered by the collective bargaining agreement. This bargaining agreement matches the CPI. This COLA 3.3 recommendation is in alignment with all the represented bargainings we've done thus far. So we have 13 collective bargaining agreements, 8 of receiving the 3.3 COLA, 2 are receiving 3.5, and we have 3 open contracts currently. So happy to move forward with this if you have any objections.
Thank you so much. Did we receive any public testimony on this item?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, do we have any questions around this item? Any discussion?
I have a comment. I will again be voting no on this as I did last year. I fundamentally do not believe that we should be approving a COLA while we are open in collective bargaining. One, I think it's a bizarre thing to do. The state of Oregon does not do this. It makes it incredibly difficult to bargain, especially in this environment, when you are not approaching it from a shared sacrifice perspective. And I will every year vote against this because I do not believe that unrepresented workers should automatically get a COLA that undermines the collective bargaining process. We should wait until we settle our contracts and make a recommendation at that time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments?
To Commissioner Moyer's point, why do we do that? Or how do we change that?
I'm sorry?
Why do we, how do we?
How do we do that without that? We take the average for the entire organization, and that's the reason, that's how we present that forward.
I think you're asking about a timing
Yeah.
issue, and does it need to happen now as opposed to after?
We have 3 open contracts there. We're not set to ratify them for quite some time.
I'll ask tomorrow. We can move forward.
Okay. Okay, we'll take is there any other discussion or questions on this? Okay, we will do a roll call vote on this, Tasia.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards? No. Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
No.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the resolution is approved.
R11, approving the fiscal year 2027 fee schedule for Multnomah County and repealing prior fee resolution.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Singleton moves, Commissioner Jones-Dixon seconds, approval of R11. Christian Elkin.
This item is asking you to approve the fiscal year 2027 fee schedule that we were briefed about on the fines and fees on April 22nd. I want to acknowledge that this schedule will be amended per the board amendments that impacted any fees, which I believe there was one that impacted the tobacco retail licensing fee. So we will reflect that in this new structure.
Okay, thank you. Did we receive any public testimony on this item? Okay, any questions or comments on this item?
I have a comment on this. So the fee increases for the health inspections, last year, I think it was a 33% increase. It was a catch-up pre-COVID, but it was a huge increase, I'm pretty sure. That was last year. And I'm looking at the notes here, and it's this year, they're going to an annual set, so it's not like one big lump, but the annual increase is 6.5% increase, which is way above the rate of inflation, and I'm concerned that they're saying that they're looking at just an annual fee increase of 5 to 7% is implemented, so small local restaurants, I got a lot of them in my district, increasing at those rates that are not aligned with like the rate of inflation is, I don't think that's sustainable. We already have lots of small restaurants, family-owned restaurants going out of business, just the costs, food costs, transportation, and everything else, and I don't think this is a sustainable, ongoing sustainable fee increase. I'm kind of surprised that when we come, going back to it, and I'm not looking, you just happen to be sitting there. I know you didn't do it. But the advisory committee that recommended this, I think it's out of line.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion? All right, why don't we do a roll call vote on this, Tasia?
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
No.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Chair Vega Peterson?
Yes, the resolution is approved. We will now adjourn as the Multnomah County Board of Budget Committee meeting and reconvene as the Multnomah County Board of Commissioners. That brings us to the end of our agenda.
You don't want non-agenda items?
We have comment on non-agenda items, but
Announcements?
any town halls happening? Okay, so thank you, everyone, so much.
I do have one more final thing, just one final thank you to our county attorney, Jenny Madcourt. Thank you for just your guidance and your ability to make sense of everything and make sure that we're not breaking the law as well. I see you policing the room. So thank you for just your expertise and just guiding us this evening or throughout the year, but specifically this evening. So.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Jones-Dixon, because as I was reading my remarks, I was like, oh, we don't have Jenny in there, and I was going to add something, and I didn't because I'm tired. Thank you, Jenny, for everything you do for the county. We do have one final thing. Yes, so come on down. This is a little for Christian Elkin, our amazing budget director. Okay, that concludes today's regular board meeting. There being no further business, we are adjourned.